This is a game by the wonderful ChaseCubed. It's about vampires. I believe they're gay vampire kind of adoptive dads of this vampire girl that we see in the front. It is a visual novel, so it's going to be a lot of reading on my part. I'm going to do my best to be hydrating in between to not wear out my voice. It likely won't be able to be done in one stream, Chase said. Like, I think the base playtime is 3.5 hours, but reading that out, obviously, is going to take some time. Am I a wonderful reader? I don't know, but my cat is biting. I fed you so that you wouldn't do this. Every day I wake up. Okay, let's do a new game. 1 month ago. Why do I still live? Ooh. Is the music too low now? No, it's growing. Okay, it's growing. Okay. Every ounce of my being screams in agony, and every breath I take is laced with guilt. And yet I cannot help but continue to live. Am I a coward? Afraid of dying? Or too weak to strut out into broad daylight? Scared of the pain I cause others, yet even more scared of the pain of dying. But night after night, my thoughts return to the lives I've snuffed out. Lives cut short by my greedy need to continue this pitiful existence. Oh damn, that's a lot of bodies. This primal urge to keep going. How long will I have this urge? Also, that was cool. So it actually, it kept playing it even though I wasn't clicking it. We're off to a good start. Jeez. Ooh, another century? 2? A millennia? The thought made my skin itch. My hands twinged with a compulsion, the blackout curtains. I felt my fingers stretch towards the dark drapes, then brush against the heavy, velvet fabric. They're warm. Perhaps the sun is still up. Oh shit! Hey, Is it Henri or Henri? We're to call him Henri for now until Chase inevitably comes in and tells me I'm saying his name wrong. Me have told you I'm getting drinks from the shop and return home with snacks. Hey, you get drinks and snacks. Hello, Henri. What are you doing, Julien? The hairs on the back of my neck rose. I hadn't felt his gaze until now. French vampires. Are you sure it's Henri? Okay. I'm just like, Henri? Henri? What? Bunny. Bunny, you're not a vampire. What are you doing? She's biting my finger. That's what she's doing. Oh, God. The horrors persist, but so do I. The curtains were warm. They felt nice to touch, like a warm body. Henri, I'm reading the lines through her chomping on my skin. Oh my God. I said you wouldn't do this, you stupid baby. You stupid baby. Henri knew I was obscuring the truth, but he did not press me, only drawing me into his arms away from the window. Ah! You're scaring me, Julien. He said it quietly into my shoulder. I tried to relax my rigid body, but it wouldn't comply. Ah yes, Bunny the cat. Not to be confused with Big the cat. His soft palm cupped my cheek and drew my eyes to his. You haven't eaten all day. Come, let's have a drink. Foggy, is Foggy here? Can you behave? I don't want to kick you out, Bunny. Can you behave, please? We're having a reading time. This is book club. What do you have to contribute to the discussion? Absolutely nothing. That's right. I don't know why. I feel like this feels like one of those cheesy yaoi romance novels. I mean, from what I understand, it is a yaoi and it is a romance. It is by our lovely ChaseCubed, who I adore very much. and I've been interested. So it very well may be a yaoi romance novel. I know it's also not entirely about that, but I'm pretty sure they're gay. I knew this feeling. Panic. I've been really liking the environments and the sprites, though. It's very stylistic. It fits the theme very well. He stood like a frozen doll. A vague smile sat across his face, but his eyes were hollow. Empty. There was nothing I feared more than that look. Nothing I feared more than losing the singular person I had promised to live the rest of my life with. It's been getting worse. Julien, what a kind, gentle soul, is what made me fall in love with him. Gay confirmed! Let's go! Maybe the whole hands in the air. I don't know, man. It looks like they're already gonna kiss. Kiss. Yet this life would not be what he would have chosen. Oh, is this one of the cases where, like, the vampire didn't choose to be a vampire? Ooh, not this life of numb slaughter and depravity, of draining the life of another to sustain his own. Foggy, let's read Rowie romance novels. Why is he Sam bridging him? Because I felt my chest tighten as I watched his body freeze in front of the window, then with jerky motions touch the curtains. In that moment, it felt as though I had lost him. My cat is trying to chew on my pens. Gone. Wait, what? Gone in a flash of brilliant oranges, reds, and yellows, reduced to a cinder of ash. Nothing left but a golden band engraved with the words, "Love Eternal." But I blinked, and he was still there. Oh, phew! You scared me, man! You scared me! Breath caught in my throat. I wouldn't let him hurt himself. November 2nd. My cat is playing with something on the ground. She's being very bad. Thought he committed. Yeah, that's the thing. I thought he did too. But he did not. Son Puku Jesus. I adjusted in my seat, the leather of the car interior squeaking as I shifted my position and tucked one leg under me, propping myself up to lean my face against the heavily tinted passenger windows. If you were there, you'd be bunny security. Thank you. My eyes lazily drifted over the scenic roadside as the swaths of green and yellow smeared past. The countryside is duller than I remembered. Perhaps it was the pollution, or the overcast skies. Perhaps it was my darker disposition. The rosiness of childhood memories gliding the past to be brighter and more cheery than it actually was. I felt the road under the car change from pavement to dirt and gravel, and sat back against the seat looking ahead. We were close now. I glanced over to the driver for confirmation, but the expressionless chauffeur continued to stare blankly ahead. The audacity to send me alone with such a dim puppet is truly something. Perhaps my employers don't value me after all. Perhaps this one is a gift? But yeah, no worries, man. I know you didn't mean anything bad by it. I smiled at that thought, but the gaunt cheeks and sunken eyes told me otherwise. I suppose this one can live, or whatever it's doing. A large building grew over the horizon. Not far from the forest tree line rose a wooden mansion, an aged Victorian manor. It looked pristine, structurally, but definitely begged for a new coat of paint. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some ghost stories surrounding this place from the local mortals. Dude, is this like a killer vampire girl? Like, she's just like, I think she already wants to kill the driver. She's like, I need murder. We turned on to a tree line. I'm a great reader, guys. Did you guys know I'm a great reader? Victorian Sun Goku. We turned on to a tree-lined driveway studded with weeds. Overgrown hydrangeas pushed their way onto the gravel path, and the heavy treetops littered leaves as the evening breeze shook the branches. Foggy, look at the tweets. It wasn't long before the car sluggishly halted at the front of the manor and popped the trunk, not to be confused with the frunk. I stretched out my legs and pushed my way out the car, hopping down to the rocky surface. My leather trunk peeked out of the boot. It contained all my earthly possessions I could fit, but it was larger than I was, and I wasn't going to be moving it. I knocked on the driver window, but the creature did not respond. Alright, next best thing, I suppose. The house is Orleans Versailles style, not Victorian, but okay. Oh, really? See, I know nothing about architecture, so thank you. Thank you for the fact. I have no clue what the architecture differences are. Them curves. Ah, them curves. It's a curvy house. Okay, thank God Big the Cat is in more things. I carefully made my way up the front steps and to the towering doors. There was a knocker on the door, but also a long cord that I assumed was the doorbell. I yanked the cord and waited. Wait, do you get to romance a house in this game? No, we're romancing vampires. Also, hi, Owl, welcome in. Monster House fantasy come true, if only. God, I remember that movie. That movie was nuts. I yanked the cord again, harder, and still, silence. I could feel my anger begin to rise. Was this all a ruse? Was I being banished? Exiled for my screw-ups? You know what the carpet tongue do? Ayo! With my boiling rage. Oh! She's I wasn't expecting it to actually, like, animate like that. That was nice. I like that touch. With my boiling rage, I reached up to the knocker and slammed it down. Bam, bam, bam. I felt my breath whistle between my teeth. No. I must collect myself. I smoothed my hair, straightened the hem of my skirt, when the front door suddenly swung open. A tall, dark-haired man filled the doorframe. I felt small under his cold stare. He narrowed his eyes and looked me over, then stepped aside. Oh, hello, Daddy. I see you, Owl. And you know what? You're right. Live your truth. Another face popped through the door. A softer face with streaky, pale hair. He seemed more personable, but his eyes held a deep melancholy behind them. Did you say that you hate this motherfucker? The green dude? I was literally just about to say how, like, he's more my type. I was literally just about to say this one's more my type. No, I think he's sweet. The two of them are, I don't know if they're, like, married, but they're, you know, they love each other. I'm pretty sure they are the adoptive dads. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the premise. What supernatural monsters would you guys want to be? Maybe this is stupid. I kind of would want to be like a Tsuchinoko, which are like those really fat snakes that are in like Japanese folklore, but like I don't think they actually exist, but I like them. I think they're neat. You're that imp from Dokapon. That imp from Dokapon is cute. Changeling. I'll steal your wishes and children and cause fear. Ooh, that's a good one. I knew I was sent here at a request, but why? 3-foot tall hedgehog. I guess that is a supernatural creature, huh? I coughed. Ahem. The dark-haired one had not broken his stare, and it was making me nervous. I was sent here at request. My trunk is in the car. A lich probably with a castle? Ooh. Liches are nice. How does it feel having Mocha up there? It's nice. Mocha is so soft and fuzzy, but my head feels very warm. The softer-looking man stepped out. Oh, I see. He glanced over at the other one, who shook his head. I'm sure you were sent for a reason, yes? I'll help you with your trunk. Oh, look at his little smile. He clasped his hands together and plastered an empty smile on his face. Either a dragon or a werewolf? Oh, dragons are also obviously really good, yeah. I see. The streaky-haired man dragged the case out of the car trunk and slammed it closed. That was the only signal needed by the chauffeur to return to its master. It sped off down the driveway and back to where I was picked up. That's her dad who gives her little sweets. Mocha stuff, Chan. A dragon would be great because there are so many cars and airplanes now. Let me pause. Let me pause for one moment. Are you referencing like it would be good to fly over things because there's too many cars and airplanes and there's traffic? Or were you thinking of something naughty that was the first thing that I jumped to, but oh, okay, got it. So they're gonna fuck the airplane. Got it. Okay, I understand. Oh, okay, I was like, I feel like you're referencing that, but I'm gonna sound like a weirdo if I bring it up and that's not what you meant. Oh, God. You're right, though. There are many in airplane. The dark-haired one sighed, like, what the fuck is this conversation? Starscream, here I come! And strode over to the other man, struggling with my things. He picked it up easily, and the other chuckled awkwardly. What is your name? He stood at the foot of the stairs, but we were nearly eye level. Adeline, forever child number 216, from the ward. No, you prefer your mate's fleshy and non-mechanic? I mean, you know, if you put silicone isn't the same as flesh, but you know, we've made do with that for like 100 years. His mouth twitched a little, as if threatening to turn into a smile. Welcome, Adeline. I am Henri, and this is Julien. I swear to God, if his name is fucking Henri, actually, I'm gonna like... I don't know why I keep reading it as Henri. It's Henry, right? Large cylinder stuck in plane. I'm so sorry, Chase. I'm just trying to read your fucking... I'm just trying to read your visual novel. And we're talking about dragons, fucking planes. No, it's Henri like that? French and pretentious? Okay, we might go back and forth. Oh my God. And this is Julien. He wrapped an arm around... Wait, the dev is in the chat? I don't know if Chase is here right now. I don't actually know if Chase is here right now. Chase, I think Chase is not online yet. But, ChaseCubed will be here I think at some point, unless they're not able to be. Then it's fine. You said it like Henri, but since we're reading in English, Henry is good. Oh, okay, I see. That makes sense. I don't think I finished this sentence. Want to know fun about Trip? Who's Trip? He wrapped an arm around Julien, who looked between Henri and myself, then blinked. I couldn't read his face, but it's almost like I wasn't welcome. It'd be really funny if he's like trying to correct her, like, my name is Henri, and she's like, so Henry. No, Henri. Henry. Henry. Don't mention watermelons around Trip. Who the fuck is Trip? She's a sun gazer from Sonic Superstar. I don't know who that is. Our home is your home, or mi casa es su casa. I only know Trip GMMG. The fucking Tripster. The Tripster. Yeah, that dude is nuts and ugly. The Trip you're referencing was the Crazy Couple Therapy Simulator. Oh, fuck. Like, is it called Facade? I think that was it. The way he said it made me nervous, because he clearly didn't know Spanish. My body felt so weak. Okay, yes, I do. Okay, so instead of having each person's name, it seems like when it's their perspective, it'll show their color instead. So green is Julien, blue is Henri, and red is Adeline. Oh, she only warms up to Amy? Oh, okay. What do you mean, pretentious? You know what would be really funny? If he wasn't even French, so he's just like, my name is Henri, and it's like, you're not even French, bro. What's my favorite vampire media? Hold on, I'm going through my brain. Because I'll be honest, I don't usually read vampire media or watch it. Unfortunately, I grew up in middle school at the time of Twilight, and so that kind of turned me off vampires for a while. But... oh, you know what? I do like What We Do in the Shadows. And then I have a friend who's really into the Interview with a Vampire. Hotel Transylvania. I'm Adam Sandler phobic, so... yeah, I really love the sprite style and the art. It's really cool. Alright, so his body felt so weak. Interview with the Vampire is the best. I have heard. I have definitely heard. I have a lot of people who really like it. So I should check it out at some point. Now that I'm not, you know, being a middle schooler vampire hater. Why do I not like Adam Sandler? I don't find him funny. And I really don't find him funny. Bro, we watched fucking Crazy 8 Nights the other day. It was the worst fucking thing I've ever fucking seen. And I feel like I don't say that about everything. I feel like, when was the last time I said that about a movie? That was the worst thing I've ever fucking seen. I was in pain the whole time. How can you say that with the man who created Dunkachino? Easily. I am Adam Sandler phobic. I just don't like his comedy style. I don't think he's funny. I don't understand why so many of his movies were funded. But it is what it is. He has the money, he has the bag, he make the movie, he make it the movie. And
how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Who ain't funny? Hi, Broken Pentagram. I don't remember how we got on this topic. I was saying that I don't like Adam Sandler. I don't think he's funny. We're just hitting buttons.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go. Here we go, lesbians. Here we go, lesbians, come on.
That's my opinion. Obviously, nobody has to agree with that. You know, if you like Adam Sandler, I'm not gonna, like, come over with an axe and be like, take it back or you lose a finger. Take it back. Alright, that's one finger. You want to lose another? But I will. Let's go together. I'm like, it's just, I'm like, I don't like his, I have seen a good portion of his movies, to be fair. He's probably made way more movies than I've actually seen. But, like, I feel like I've seen Little Nicky, I've seen 50 First Dates, I've seen Click, I've seen The Crazy 8 Nights, I feel like there was another one or two. I mean, I've seen Hotel Transylvania too, but, like, I didn't think that was a good movie in general, and that wasn't really Adam Sandler's fault overall. I just didn't like that movie. Funnily enough, I saw Hotel Transylvania 2, but I've never seen 1, if you can believe it. I got dragged to the theater by a friend. Yeah, listen. The second one, I can't believe we're doing this during Chase's fucking visual. The second Hotel Transylvania is so boring. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
On the LydCatChan advertisement on the condition that he has another date with Jill, so Jack invites her to accompany him and his family on a cruise. She insists on bringing Poopsie, despite the cruise line's strict policy against pets. At sea, Jill and Poopsie irritate everybody on board. When Jill repeatedly rebuffs Pacino, Jack disguises himself as her and flirts with him on her behalf, suspecting that her invitation was only to convince Pacino to do the advertisement.
Oh, was that Jack and Jill movie? I never saw that. With Jim Carrey. I think, for me, it does depend with Jim Carrey. But that's just because some of his movies at this point are, like, so old that, like, now, like, they're you know, they're considered, like, tasteless or offensive. Like, okay, like, Ace Ventura sucks. It sucks. Maybe it was funny when it came out, but, like, it sucks these days. It's very dated. but I have liked him in a lot of modern stuff. I can understand if you don't like him in roles, just because I do think he's very Jim Carrey. I feel like you never see a character that he plays and you're like, oh, that's not Jim Carrey. So I can understand that, but I do love Jim Carrey. So many Sonic characters age. Ace Ventura was dated the year it was released. I don't even know what year it was released. Snom! Snom! I'm actually kind of glad that Chase isn't here right now. We're butchering this so fucking bad. Oh, I'm sorry, Chase. I'm sorry. You think he feels really annoying for the most part? I can understand that, honestly. Nice vamps, though. Yeah, vampires are nice. I can respect that, honestly. I can. I like Jim Carrey a lot, but I can understand that, and I can respect that. How did we get on this conversation? Okay, I accidentally, so, also, I guess there's a back read function. So the back read is oh, yes, you can, literally, with the scroll wheel. Interesting. You know what? I've not seen The Mask, either. My body felt so weak. Like my muscles had atrophied. Maybe they had. Has it really been that long since I last fed? The very thought of feeding made my stomach turn and my skin crawl. And the look that child gave me, it was like she was pitying me. Do I look that horrid? Oh, Julien. My pathetic, pathetic little vampire man. Yes, you do. And that's okay. Snom escaped! Snom escaped! No one caught Snom! Get Snom back here. Get Snom back. Snom! 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 This is a fucking mess of a stream, guys. Oh my god. I touched my hands over, observing their taut skin and bony appearance. Touching my face, my cheekbones felt sharp and my jaw more pronounced. Yeah, Snommy's so cute. My teeth clicked against my fangs, unsure of their place in my mouth. I tested a fang with my thumb, easily puncturing my thin skin. The wound oozed plasma, but refused to close. All signs of starvation. I wrapped myself in a throw blanket and collapsed onto the long sofa. Bro, he's so pathetic. You know, he feels like the fucking Webkinz plush. That person, dipped in milk and would, suck the milk out of it and throw it against the wall. That's the vibe I'm getting from him right now. You guys have me so gagged right now. Yeah, Webkinz in this. Do you not know that post? Do you not know? Am I so old that nobody knows that fucking post? The post that this person was like, when I was a kid, I had a Webkinz plushie that I would soak in milk and I would suck the milk out of it and I would throw it against the wall every day. It's iconic. It's an iconic online post. Okay, thank you. It's not just me. It's not just me who remembers. Thank God. Stop, I repress that. No. I sound insane, Lyd. That's because I am. I'm Batman. I don't know why I said that. I don't know why. I'm not actually Batman. This dude has soaked in milk Webkinz energy. What's in the boomerino? Lots and lots of lead paint. Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen the post, it's in the Discord. He's Lewis coded. Lewis from Interview with a Vampire, correct? You take back what you said? Let's fucking go. We're all in Spain without the P. Oh. Sane. I feel like this is an evil version of exposure therapy. Oh, it's pronounced Louis. Oh! My dumbass who only reads it and doesn't know how it's pronounced. Louis! This was a safe place to exist. No humans ever visited the manor or skulked around in the woods. They'd be safe as long as they stayed away. No, because if it's in Spain, but you take out the P, then it's insane. Get it? Because I'm crazy. I'm insane. Whenever we had to hunt for blood, we had to go into the city. Recently, Henri had made arrangements to get blood packets, but the arrival was postponed. Something about the refrigeration unit on the truck had malfunctioned. All of it went bad. Isn't the joke pain? No! The joke is that we are all in Spain without the P. So if you take the P out of Spain, it's sane. So we're all insane. There's 2 jokes about Spain. I guess we could also be all in pain. I have not watched Castlevania yet. That is on my list, though. Muffy has been getting really into the Castlevania games. Good riddance. They would have been torturous to eat. I wasn't hungry regardless. My eyes slowly drifted towards the window. It was ritualistic, how my mind drew me towards the window. Like it knew where my final moments would be. It has played out many times like a fantasy. A gentle yank on the curtains during the morning hours, and direct sunlight would stream in to release me from my immortal coil of life. My feet shuffled over to the window, giving in to the thoughts. Its long frame was perfectly blotted out by the heavy blackout curtains that were velvety soft to the touch, and ice cold from the night breeze. I ran the fabric through my fingers inside. How I missed the warmth of daylight. Bro, his pout is kind of making me act up, I ain't gonna lie. The trunk was large and an unwieldy weight. Getting up the stairs without punching a hole in the wall required careful maneuvering. Alucard and Olrax. Me, who has very limited Castlevania knowledge, and I just like nod like, yes. Yes, good. What did you pack in here? Everything I could fit. She sounded matter of fact. I've seen him. He looks like a mega. It's not that heavy. With a thud, I dropped the trunk on the top of the stairs. 3 flights of stairs with a heavy trunk was enough exercise for the day. I sat, arms crossed, balanced atop the propped trunk. Adeline stood 2 steps from the landing, eyeing me carefully. This child will be the end of this family. Can't wait for her plot to kill Henri with the Lewis-coated man. Sorry, Louis. And we clap when she does it. You understand the situation, yes? There are also multiple endings from what I understand, so that could very well be an ending. My voice shook despite myself. Mamma mia. Her steady eyes shot between my face and the narrow view between the staircases to the bottom floor, where Julian's study door stood. It was shut. I made sure of that. You felt that clap? Sorry, that might have been a bit too aggressive. My bad. He's showing signs of starvation. Her tone was flat, not uncaring, but objective. I chewed my lip but nodded. She kills both of them and owns the house. Oh, she does like a salt burn. Got it. Is he refusing to eat? Or is he sick? He's sick, yes. He's gotten worse. He's gotten very, very bad, in fact, but I couldn't say it. If I said it out loud, would I be dooming us to witness the worst outcomes? I felt as though speaking the words would simultaneously make it real and true. She carefully observed my face. Sick in the heart. Ooh. I fidgeted with my beard hair before sighing. He won't fade on humans, and he hates the taste of bagged blood. Perhaps you could. You'll pop back in later? Yeah, no worries. And hell yeah, get yourself some num-num, Sachiko. Adeline's face screwed into a frown. Something unseen flitted behind her eyes. Or Her face turned away. Where will I be staying? Avoidance. I chewed on my bottom lip. Anxiety rose in my gut. I needed to calm down and approach with more tact. I stood and motioned her down the hall, dragging the trunk behind me. Door at the end. Adeline hesitated at the door, then opened it. I watched her tense up and walk stiffly into the room. It was odd. She said she was from the ward. I personally have never been in the facility, but I've heard it's sterile. The room was lit up by moonlight. Dust flecks sparkled and danced at our sudden entrance. I would have cleaned had I known you'd be here. Apologies. Adeline traced tracks into the dust with her fingers. You know what I'm about to say? What are you about to say, Calvin? What are you about to say? I'll get some rags to clean up. I caught the edge of her her face! I caught the edge of her. This game is so you. It's so me. It's so me. And what makes you say that? I like it a lot, though. I do like it a lot. Even if we fucking made the whole beginning about fucking nonsense. I love her face. She's so funny. I caught the edge of her expression. Pure glee. Not in that way? In what way? What way are we talking? I don't even know anymore. I'm old. You have to remember, I'm 30 years old. She began drawing in the dust, then clapped her hands to make a big dust cloud. Her unadulterated giggles made me almost smile. My anxiety hummed in my ear, however, forcing me to refocus on the largest problem ever present in my mind. Julien. Like it's made for you? I love Chase. Chase is awesome, and Chase is my pal, so... I really like the style of this a lot. And it got me into the story pretty fucking quick, I won't lie. That fake out on, like, the sun was good. You used to have hair as long as hers? Oh, wow. I dragged her trunk to the end of the bed and dusted my hands. I'll grab some rags and let you clean up when you're done playing. My voice softened and melted into the persona I once was. Erudite, smooth talking, and determined. Is it erudite or erudite? Whatever. My stern expression cracked into a smile. If you need any... Aww, look at his little old man smile. If you need anything else to make your stay comfortable, just let me know. She didn't like that. Adeline will remember that. Adeline glanced over from her dust doodle and squinted, but nodded her agreement. You know what this expression that he has gives me? His expression kind of is giving me Harry Dubois right now. Like, it feels just so forced and pained. I pivoted and exited the room. I needed her to be on my side, no matter what. They gave me a room. She's so cheesed. Is it hard to take care of? Yeah, long hair is hard to take care of. I had longer hair when I was younger. I have kept it in a pixie since 7th grade. No, Harry's definitely not that selfless. No, but the expression just reminded me. Are you sure, Sachiko? I think it's probably hard to take care of. Long hair is rough. I plopped onto the bed, the sheets brand new and soft, and the bed like a big stuffed cushion. I had never felt a bed like it. The duvet was a blue floral pattern on a pale background. I was just happy they weren't plain white, like in a hospital. Henri had dropped them off with the rags I used to clean the room. I liked them. They reminded me of something. Something that made me think of my human life. The memory made me scratch my neck. An old scar. The old scar of when I lost at Yu-Gi-Oh! And became a vampire. Singular punk. Yeah, it's like, you know how like he would be like Exodia obliterate? He's like Exodia, obliterate this child into a vampire. Singular puncture mark, risen like a small pale mole. I pushed the memory down. I don't need those thoughts right now. I slid off the bed to my feet and opened my trunk. Ice packs, blood pouches, and a set of plastic, vacuum-sealed bags containing my clothes. Wasn't positive they'd give me so many blood pouches, but I think I'd survive for a month on this supply. This is the Shadow Realm. Exodia, come over to the child with a boop. Like that one random mansion in GX Season 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, I went backwards because I was trying to go through the chat. My bad. You used to have a ponytail? Oh, so you were cutting your hair, I see. Oh, I clicked off again. I'm sorry. I try to read things. Back and forth. Is that line from Yu-Gi-Oh? The Shadow Realm and Exodia obliterate? Yes, it is from Yu-Gi-Oh. Wasn't positive they gave me so many blood pouches, but I think I'd survive I think I said this. Oh well. Unless... My hand went reflexively to my neck again. What Henri was suggesting. I stood over my blood packs, alternating between tracing the condensation that had settled on the plastic and tapping the pooling, congealed blood, and weighed my options. Remember when you scared me? Good times? Yeah, it will happen again. Julien is definitely showing signs of starvation. It won't be long before his faculties begin to deteriorate, and he loses what's left of his humanity. We need to convince him to feed. Somehow. Finding alive humans out of the question right now. I could try a blood pouch, but that's also my supply. There's also... Another memory pushed its way up from the depths. A human woman looking for an exotic pet. She had looked normal enough. Dark hair, current fashion, chunky sunglasses, and more money than she knew how to spend. Some heiress to a big fashion label or something. Come here, pet. Drink my blood, would you? I sighed and sat down in front of the trunk, cracking open the screw top of a blood pouch and sipping. It was cold and coagulated. My favorite way to consume it. Ew. Oh, God, I hate that kind of texture. Consistency reminiscent of Jell-O. A tap at the door hooked my attention away from my thoughts. Have you settled in? Can we talk? It's been 5 minutes, Henri! I screwed the cap back onto the pouch, then tossed it back in the trunk before closing the lid. I guess you have to think of it like those, like, you know, like those little, like, jelly pouches that people eat from? It's kind of like that, I guess. Of course. As the door swung open, I climbed to my feet and greeted Henri with a nod. He stepped quietly in the room and carefully shut the door behind him. His movements were calculated and deft, barely making a noise. He stood, hovering by the door like he was unsure of how to approach me. I kicked the trunk away from the bed and waved my hand, offering it as a seat. He nodded and sat. Yeah, like it sounds so gross, but you gotta live. You gotta live. I hopped up on the dresser next to the bed, bringing a leg up to lean on. Henri cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence that had settled. I hope that everything is comfortable now that it's all cleaned up. Is this the gameplay? I believe so. I believe it's just a visual novel. But I don't even know how far I am in the game because we keep getting distracted, as usual. I nodded, keeping my face still to hide my true emotions. There should be choices that lead to different endings, from what I understand, so that kind of visual novel style. It was all more than comfortable, more than I could have hoped for. He clasped his hands together, rubbing his forefinger under his thumb. His posture read nervous, but he also had a calm air about him, like he was thinking, conniving, plotting. I wiggled my foot absent-mindedly as Henri thought silently. I wasn't the most patient person, but I knew not to show my hand too quickly either. The only information I received was that there were 2 male vampires who desired a forever child, for mutually beneficial reasons. So that we can have a family. I guess so she's a forever child, I guess, because she became a vampire when she was still a child, so like she literally can't grow up. And they're like, we would love to have a family, but it would be irresponsible to get a child and, like, make them a vampire to be our child. Did they already say the dude in green didn't like animal blood? I don't remember. I'll be completely honest. I don't remember. Yeah, that's pretty dark. A tall man, a messenger dressed in black from head to toe, passed me a file. Within the pale yellow folder was a packing list and a mission statement. No pictures or anything to indicate who I'd be meeting with or what I'd be working with. Ooh. Because the temperature is higher, the disability benefits gave you extra? Hey, W! Hell yeah! Yeah, maybe some, like, animals might help. Who am I going to meet? I remembered asking. The words of the messenger rang in my head. They don't exist anymore. They don't exist anymore. What? What did they do? We'll send you out as soon as you are ready. The messenger's statement rubbed me the wrong way. What made him think I'd agree to this with no information? The risk involved in that alone is enormous. Oh, did I say like the cold? Yeah, the temperature's been colder, but the benefits went higher. Stonks! Can't I say no, I had asked? The man turned to leave and said over his shoulder, of course, but will you? My silence was as much confirmation as he needed. No one wanted to stay in the ward forever. No one would pass up an opportunity to see the outside world again. Get a taste of freedom again, even if it was temporary. So is it kind of like she's in, I mean, the ward, you know, when you're a ward, you're kind of under the control of others. So I'm assuming it's not a simple orphanage or a simple foster situation either. Blood-flavored bacon? Ooh. Blood enhancers, like water enhancers? Yes. Does this blood have electrolytes? Over the years, I'd seen other forever children get assignments, but this was a first for me. I'd been in the ward a relatively short while compared to some others. A brief 80-something years is a lottery? Oh, you poor thing. Generally, children turned vampires have a fairly short shelf life, I've been told. Endocrine instability, emotional and physical immaturity all feed into an unstable mental psyche. We'll never grow up. We'll never experience a relationship of love. We'll never know what it's like to have a fully developed brain. But on the flip side, we make unsuspecting and excellent spies. And assassins, oh. Some are also utilized in unexpected ways. Some vampire couples seek parenthood, and others seek emotional support, and others still uncommon combinations of all manner of things. House cleaning, catching food, etc. Dementia's kicking in. The ward's specialty is as a rehabilitation center that trains forever children to utilize their skill sets, whether it be used for sabotage, espionage, subterfuge, administrative work, or broad creative problem solving. Only those who have been properly rehabilitated will be considered for missions. Some are never so lucky to be deemed rehabilitated, doomed to spend the rest of their days in a white room, with white sheets and white walls and white clothes. Damn, that's fucking sad. So it's not even your mission is like, oh, well, you need to be like a child to this family, or you need to be a spy or an assassin. Like, it's never what you want, and it's never like what's actually good for you. But your only choice otherwise is to basically stay in the funny house. Funny house? The funny house forever. How's it going? Going well for me, Calvin. Going well. I hope everybody else is doing well too. The spy is taking the briefcase. Henry cleared his throat, and turned to me. Julien, he's slow to trust, so I recommend topics that can get him talking. Oh, like VTubers? Got it. Such as books, or cat! I'm a cat! I'm a cat! He's always feeding the strays here and there. She's not doing a good job at being a spy. You're joking, you don't have dementia. No, you're good. I thought you were saying that she had dementia. I misunderstood the joke. Whoop! Flew over my little head. Spy family, AO. Actually, that'd be funny, yeah, if they all become like, you're a spy, and you're an assassin, and you're a Esper? Psychic? I forget what the term was. I blinked and nodded. I can work with that. Okay. He breathed out a long sigh, then stood up. If you're able to help him... I felt my body go rigid. Here's the bargaining chip I was waiting for. If you're able to help him, name it. I'll make it happen. My eyes narrowed. Trying to show a sign of contemplation, I nodded stiffly. No promises. He may be too far gone. Henry's expression turned downward. I tried to stay calm, but this could be my ticket out of the ward. Permanently. If I've been deemed rehabilitated enough to be sent on a request like this, then there should be no reason to return me. Actually, he raised his eyes to meet mine. The intensity of his stare made it hard to maintain eye contact. If I move quickly enough, I think I have a solution that could work. Oh? Henry kept his poker face, but his jaw muscle feathered. He's like, oh, you could save him. Oh yeah, Spy Family? Yeah, Spy Family was pretty good from what I remember. Anya's so cute and silly and cheeky. If I'm able to save him, I gathered all my nerve. I get to stay here. No going back to the ward. Whatever you want. His response was lightning fast. He didn't even stop to consider it, or he already had and had it ready. His expression broke into a small, barely noticeable smile. I was read like a book. I gripped my fists, annoyed with myself. Thank you. Please get to it right away. I swallowed hard and nodded. Yes, sir. We gotta get this hoe to eat! I opened the door to this. Oh, there he... Oh, my God. His pathetic little pout. I love him already. I say that as if I didn't already say that like 20 minutes ago. I opened the door to the study to find Julien wrapped in a blanket lying on the floor. Yes, sir. He looked up at me and cocked an eyebrow. Hello. You're not Henry. No, I'm not, no. But I am here on his behalf. Bind Lewis on a chair. Now eat, famished boy! Eat! He needs some milk. He needs to be doused in milk, have the milk sucked out of him, and thrown against a wall. Like a Webkins. Julian's eyebrow furrowed. Indeed. So was that the plan? He couldn't face me himself, so he sends me a child in his place. He rolled over, turning his back to me. I clutched the blood pouch I brought with me and weighed my options for approach. What did Henry say? Oh! Oh! Okay. Yes, we want to, like, get on his good side, basically. So we would want to, like, get him to lower his guard first. What if I just tell him straight up, you need to drink this, though? I did just save. Hey, you need to drink this, bitch. I stepped further into the room, careful to not disturb the piles of books that peppered the area like landmines. I brought a blood pouch for you. Julian's blanket lump shrank. I'm not drinking that. Why? You're obviously showing signs of starvation. You have to, or you'll... I stuttered and stopped. Oh my god, I love her little, like... Her fang! Her expression is so good! Oh, he's fucking angry. Uh-oh. 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 I stuttered and stopped. Julien rose from his position on the floor, allowing the blanket to fall. His expression dark, his clothing rumpled, and his posture weak. Or I'll what? Die? I've died 1,000 times already. And I've killed more. Do you know what that does to your conscience? Do you know what it's like to close your eyes and see the horrors wrought by your own hands? I don't care. You need to drink this. His posture? His posture? Did I... His posture. He stepped towards me. I felt my throat tighten as the fear crept up my spine. But I was like, please, sir, you need to drink it. Ooh. So I think I'm already on a bad fucking path with this dude. So let's just go all the way. Not a posture exam. Mr. Julien, you want... When you say this, do you mean in-game? You don't mean in-game. I'm sorry, bro. You want to die? And you don't? It's a disgusting way to live. He hates being a vampire? I suppose it's rare to find a vampire who was willingly turned. I stepped closer, gripping the blood pouch like it would give me moral support. The frigid liquid grounded me. But that's our nature now. We do what we must to survive. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, bro, he's turning feral. Are we sure he's not part werewolf? How much does that back arch? A low growl emitted from Julien's silhouette as he whipped around to face me. Then I no longer want to survive. His eyes had changed. The deep green was replaced with a fiery orange and red. His face, more gaunt than before. He's begun to change. It will take only moments for him to descend completely. A feral rage sparked in his expression. His skin began to crack, slick bits of flesh slipping off, exposing the sinew and meat beneath. His clothes became saturated with plasma and steam. His eyes rolled back, slumping onto the ground with a wet thud. I felt terror grip my throat and stomach. I couldn't scream. I couldn't say anything. I just knew I needed to get out of the room. Oh no. Oh no. I think we fucked up, guys. Julien! Henri threw open the door and rushed into the room to survey the disaster. What did you do? I tried to mouth words, but fear and panic stopped any words coming out. Get yourself out, he growled, pointing at the study door. Then Julien's body twitched. It twisted uncannily and snapped its new limbs into place. It then shook as fur exploded around his body. Is he a werewolf? Oh. That's not a werewolf. That's not good. The new bestial Julien took the form of a large, grotesque bat, the fur still slick with plasma, the face wet and raw, and easily over 6 feet tall. It crouched on all four, its long winged arms supporting its upper body and stockier legs used for balance. His eyes were feral, all hints of humanity gone. Oh, because I just wanted you to drink the blood, man! We have made Daddy angry. Henri raised both hands, trying to calm the newborn creature and showing he is not a threat. I backed up, trying to get out the door like Henri demanded, but I stumbled over one of Julien's many stacks of books. Ow! I tumbled over, knocking over several other stacks of the crash. Uh-oh. The creature, startled, lunged at Henri, screaming and shrieking. Its snapping maw clamping onto Henri's shoulder. No! Henri growled and clenched his teeth as they crashed onto the floor. He's a man-bat pig, and I think I've done a fucky-wucky. The beast kicked at Henri and dug its claws into his chest. Henri, in return, grabbed its face to force its fangs out of his shoulder. I scrambled to my feet, looking for anything to use as a defense. I grabbed a book and began pelting the winged creature. Get down! Get down! Oh, you have to get going, Plume? Yeah, no worries. You have a good one. Hopefully we'll get a good ending after this, whatever is happening here, unfortunately. Run, you fool! But what about you? I stood, frozen with a book over my head. He yelled and kicked the creature off of him. His claws ripped at the fabric and skin on his chest. Blood oozed onto his white shirt, a deep crimson spreading across the entire front. I said run! My body turned to run, but my frozen legs tangled underneath me. The beast recovered. No, her tears! The beast recovered and lunged at me, raking its claws into my back. The burning pain ran through my body like a white-hot iron. He has become cunt. I screamed. Henri dragged the creature off of me and held it in a bear hug. Get out of here, Adeline! His voice getting more desperate. I used his words to strengthen my will. I pushed myself up to my feet and staggered to the door. Tears blotted my vision as I took one more look into the study. Henri met my pleading gaze, then nodded curtly. Shut the door. I slammed the door shut and sunk to the floor, my consciousness fading. I crawled my way to the stairs and laid my face on the step. Yeah, he kind of had a toddler not drinking his milk rampage, except it was much more violent. I let the darkness take me. I awoke with a start. My back ached, but my wounds had closed. My body was cold and my chest tight. You know, the backgrounds are awesome. I looked around, but everything seemed as when it was when I first arrived. The wooden staircase, the long hallway to the front door, and Julien's study door. I blinked again and noticed a pool of red seeping out of the room. Terror gripped my stomach. It was silent, still. I tilted my head, allowing my ears a better angle to hear. A faint dragging noise. Then the door handle turned and the door swung open slowly. The hinges creaked painfully. Oh shit. A bedraggled Henri stood, filling out the doorframe, dragging a limp bat creature behind him. Oh, well, the man bat seems to already be taken care of. That's good. Oh, but he's probably dead, isn't he? His eyes looked lifeless and cold. It's nearly dawn. His voice was quiet, pained. I nodded. He turned toward the front door, dragging his former lover behind him. I felt lost. I had no words of comfort. I had nothing to offer him. So I sat and watched him gather the beast in his arms and hug it. Tears trickled off the fur he had shoved his face into. No, don't cry. The beast's arm twitched, coming around from whatever blow Henri managed to land on it. Nearly imperceptible, I could just make out Henri's words to the squirming creature. Shh. Shh. It's nearly over, my love. With that, Henri swung open the front door, letting the dawn light stream into the hallway. The creature screamed, deep and guttural. Flames licked the creature's body, and it burst into flames, completely consumed by the purifying light of the sun. Henri turned to me, half of his face in flames, and mouthed, "It's not your fault." No! Before I could even blink, the flames had consumed him as well. Ashen silhouettes remained where they once stood, quickly scattering in the slight breeze and falling to the ground. No, they're rings! 2 gold rings clinked as they landed atop one another. Together, the sentimental symbols of love sat half-melted and glinting in the morning light. Yep, that was definitely a bad end, huh? Hey, there's Chase! I know Chase! Crying specialist? Oh my god, I love that. Hey, don't say that. Come on, don't say that. You were half right. She didn't kill them, but she does own the house now. Does that count? Oh, wow. Chase wrote this in 25 days. Oh, my lord. In-game, Twitch, in-game, in-game. Damn. All right, let's try to get a happier ending this time. How about that? I did this on purpose, though. Early end 1. Oh. Yeah, no, I already love this. Even if the game had ended like that, I mean, to be fair, I want to know the characters more. Okay, well, let's not do that this time. I wonder how many endings there are. I don't actually know. I feel like the right thing is to say it's impressive, so... What about Henri's worried about you? Hey, Henri's worried about you. I stood, unsure, in the front of the doorway. He didn't seem to want me there. 69 endings? God, I hope not. You know, Henri is really worried about you. Oh, calling me surprised. I fidgeted with the cap on the blood pouch, feeling awkward and trying to remember Henri's instructions. Okay, so that one's like kind of like a nothing choice. Okay, got it. Good to know. Me and my many save spots. Well, this one was bad last time, so your library is impressive. I stepped forward, careful to navigate around the stacks of books of various heights arranged across the floor. Your study library is really impressive. In the ward, ours was pretty limited. Julien rolled back over and squinted at me. I continued. Reading was the only hobby that's really permitted. I'm pretty sure I read every book on our shelves at least twice. I think my favorite books were from this old series about a group of warrior creatures. A bunch of animals waging war and trying to make their way in the world. Just doing the best they can. I related to the character's struggles. Hold him down and squirt the blood in his mouth? Yeah, like a ketchup packet, just like bleh. I felt Julian's gaze follow me as I made my way over to the bookshelves. I tried to push the feeling of being washed out of my mind. I reached up and traced the edge of a shelf. The shelves were stuffed to the brim with books filling the spaces both vertically and horizontally. Many books spanning the eras, gently loved with creased spines and worn corners, paperbacks and hardcovers, huge encyclopedias, and pocket-sized romance novels. Do you have a book you always find yourself going back to? Julien sighed, apparently accepting my presence in his sanctuary. He pushed himself up, allowing the blanket to cascade to the floor with a slump, and walked over to his shelf. His hand hovered along a shelf as he looked for a specific spine, then pulled out a book and tossed it into his chair. This one, it's older, but I find myself drawn to it a lot. Lost the dust cover a long time ago. Oh, now you have some cheesy chili Doritos? Ooh, good luck. I walked to the opposite side of the desk and pulled it over to have a closer look. The joints were worn thin with use and the title had rubbed off. The pages rippled with water damage and the gold edges, though damaged, still gleamed and glinted in the lamplight. I opened the book to the front page. The smeared text was illegible from dirt and mold. Mold? Bro, clean your fucking books! Hey, did you memorize this book? I can't read a thing. I did have it memorized once. I looked up at him curiously. What draws you to it? Nothing is truly safe from the ravages of time, and this reminds me of that fact. The story was a standard hero's journey. A confident man goes out on a journey of self-discovery and returns to a town changed. Nothing revolutionary, but the characters were enjoyable, though. That's good. I nodded. I've read a few books like that, too. In fact, the ones I reread the most were fun hero stories. I understood the appeal. The blood pouch in my hand suddenly reminded me why I was here. I wanted to stay on track despite my desires to keep talking about his collection. We can talk about his books all he wants once he eats something. So, is reading your only hobby? You maybe have a hobby for, drinking blood, mayhaps? He seemed to notice a change in my demeanor and tilted his chin up. I suppose it is my main hobby. He narrowed his eyes and reached across the desk to retrieve his book and returned it to the shelf. He let out a long breath before turning back to me. Mango. Ooh, mango sounds good. Yeah, when I go really high pitched, I tend to sound like Mickey Mouse. It just happens naturally. What else did Henry say? He gave you some pointers, surely? Ooh. There's so many choices, and I don't know if all of them matter. If I do this, am I gonna go back on a bad path? Well, why don't we try playing this for now, like we're trying to help him. We got a bad ending already, so. Henry's talking points. Well, only if I wanted to get to know you, I should talk about books and cats. Julian's face looked incredulous and barked out a chuckle. Is that all there is to know me? Books and cats? He seems so upset about that somehow. He's like, Henry never talked about my love of VTubers. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. I toyed with the blood pouch in my hands while he sauntered over to his long sofa and collapsed out of the cushions. Goofy, get out of Minnie! She's my wife! I think I remember that, actually. Wait, what? What? I don't know. I cleared my throat, trying not to lose momentum with the conversation. If I can get him to just trust my presence, I can start to push the subject. You need a Snickers, Julien. You're not you when you're hungry. I walked over to the love seat opposite the sofa and leaned against the arm. So, you feed the strays? Yes. He sounded a little bored, or maybe it was exasperation. Are there any still around? I'm sure you've seen a couple generations now. Julien fixed his gaze back onto me. I put food out, but I haven't seen any the last few times I've refilled the bowls. But the food's being eaten? Julien nodded, thinking. That's good. I love cats. They were good company when I was in the city. He leaned forward. Julian's attention was drawn in. You killed
Minnie because she was a little silly. No, I killed her because she was fucking goofy.
It's the way he said uh-oh instead of oh. I do remember that joke. That's a good one. The alley cats seemed to love me, but it was probably because I caught them a lot of food. Flocky, why do vampires suck and not in the Hey, yeah, you know the rats in New York are huge, right? They can be larger than a cat in some cases. I think they're classified as their own subspecies now. The New York giant rat. You guys don't have those out here, right? Julien thought for a moment, and then smiled, amused. I can't say I've ever seen one, though we do get the occasional raccoon or a possum. I had never seen a raccoon or a possum in my life, so the comparison was lost on me. I just nod. Yeah, exactly, where you're like, I have no idea what you're saying, but I'm gonna just nod like, uh-huh, uh-huh. Julien sat there a moment, silent thoughts flashing. I could feel his calculating gaze as I shifted my weight underneath me. My blood pouch was slick with condensation, the plastic sweating as the cool blood inside came up to room temperature. It's going bad. Finally, Julien propped an elbow on his knee and rested his chin on his hand. Speaking of vampires, opinions on Buffy Angel? I know of them. I have never actually seen either, so I don't think I have an opinion, unfortunately. I know my mom liked to watch Buffy and Angel. That's the best opinion that I can get. Henry is a true curiosity. He must have arranged for you to come here, somehow, and without me knowing. I should have known, but I'm sure you know. I know, you know, we know, he know, I know, you know. His face grew sullen again. I don't think it's too late. Do I know stuff like Supernatural or Smallville? I know of them. That's kind of the extent, unfortunately. I don't think it's too late. Oh. There's so many choices. Buffy and Angel inspired those? I guess that makes sense. Offer the pouch. I offered the pouch with an outstretched arm, and he recoiled slightly, his face reacting to the offending item with disgust. They're not that bad. Shrugging and rolling my eyes, I cracked open the screw top and began to sip it. Not that bad if you like the taste of petroleum and plastic. You've seen some episodes of Supernatural where they had a crossover with Scooby-Doo? Oh my god, I forgot they did that. You're right. Ugh, don't get me started on the texture. All wrong. Yeah, no, like the texture of coagulated blood packets sounds terrible. He looked as if he wanted to squirm out of his skin. The pouch flattened as I sucked the remaining fluid out. I didn't need it all, but it was gonna go bad if I had to let it keep rising in temperature. I tossed the empty pouch onto the love seat and stepped towards Julien. He sat back as I approached. If you will not go hunting for food and you will not eat a blood pouch, there's only one other option I can present to save you. Oh? I felt his eyes become unsteady as the blood coursed through my veins. Like the sweetest ambrosia, he could not help but want the blood. His demeanor changed. He seemed desperate, yet hesitated. Why do you hesitate? You know this is the best way, the only way. My heartbeat began to hike in response to the new blood entering my system. This feeling was always the closest I felt to being human again. The apex after your blood intake, your system is in bliss, and your body responds in warmth and higher circulation. It was a feeling I cherished after every meal. Julien. His eyes began to shake. They darted around uncontrollably, fighting their wants and needs into a stalemate of shaky paralysis. He needed one more push to take the bait. I held out an arm to my side and scratched 3 gaping rakes into my wrist. Ooh. Oh. The wounds bled profusely and hot. Julian's eyes locked onto my wrist. With one more beat of consideration, his nature won out. So if a vampire drinks blood and then, wounds themselves to release blood, a vampire can survive by drinking another vampire's newly acquired blood? He dove for my arm, nearly pushing me to the ground, and drank. I felt his mania and madness begin to wane. Okay, we got him to drink. Yay! The Goofy episodes were the best ones? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen, so... I know it was obviously very popular for a long time. I scooped my blanket off the floor. Oh, now I'm Julien, and wrapped myself with it. My eyes fixated themselves on the dark pool of blood on the floor. Why did she risk lice and life? Lice? Did I say lice? Sorry guys, Adeline has lice now. We're gonna have to burn everything in this house and then, hyper wash everything, and she's gonna have to shave her head bald. Why could I just not speak? Why did she risk life and limb to pull me from the edge of descent? I felt her blood permeate my veins, a deep longing infused with the very cells I consumed. I closed my eyes, seeing her fear and discomfort, but also her steadfast stubbornness to achieve her goal. The feelings reminded me of my early life, headstrong and consumed with the new power I had acquired by chance. Gone was my life as a humble baker in Paris. Oh my god, he's also French! Much like the bombings, my life's goals, hopes, and dreams in an instant by a singular choice that reverberated into a catastrophic event. My thoughts took me back to the night I was turned. March 1918. I was running behind the evacuation order. I had just gotten a bunch of new baking machinery and wanted to move it to the basement to keep it from getting destroyed or stolen. The streets were deserted when the bombing started, or so it appeared. During the chaos of the shelling, a creature ambushed me. I was horribly maimed. I still remembered the pain. I only remember a shell landing very close and scaring the creature away before it could finish its meal. A starved vampire, most likely, though I can't remember what it looked like at all. Just a dark shadow. A huge, dark shadow. Wouldn't it be crazy if Henri was the one who turned him? So, like, he carries that guilt with him? I'm just saying. Oh, you accidentally bought the flavors. Oh, that's weird. Oh, you back already? Damn. I stretched my neck and opened my eyes again, glancing at the window. It was getting late in the evening. I shrugged off the blanket and folded it, walking over to the long sofa to drape it over the back of it. What'd you miss? So he was originally a baker in France in 1918, and there were like bombings and shellings happening, and a vampire drank his blood then, but we don't know who that vampire was, and I'm wondering if maybe it was Henri. I should clean that up. But we got him to drink the blood. I sat on my bed and rubbed my arm. The deep rake marks were still tender. I sipped on a new blood packet, willing myself to close up the wounds faster. I felt a chill rush down my spine as I thought of Julien feeding on me. I tried to push the feeling out of my mind, but the feeling shoved old memories to the forefront. That lady. My body reactively shuddered at her image in my mind. I bit down on the pouch straw and hugged my pillow as the memories began crashing into my vision. Oh! Hi! You look demonic. And I say that as a tiny vampire. Oh, she's cute. A lady bent into my view. She had dark, silky hair, wore chunky black sunglasses, which she then pushed up into her hair. I'll take her. She smiled at me. Her red lipstick was glossy and clung to her lips like a candied apple. I turned my head to look at who she was speaking to, but a hood was pulled over my face again. Murmurs of the price negotiations happened around me. My feet dangled from the chair, and my neck and hands were bound. I tried to scoot forward, but a strong hand on my shoulder held me back. I felt someone yank my neck chain. 3 million or no deal. It was a male voice. It sounded familiar. An obscured memory tied to the surface. Something about how I was turned? I wonder why his voice reminds me of that. Yeah, so we're learning a bit more about her past now, it seems. The woman whined, and I heard her stamp her foot. Fine, she shouted. Gerard, wire the funds immediately. I blinked, trying to disengage with my memories. I tossed my half-empty blood pouch onto the dresser and pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes. But the memories refused to leave me. Oh, kid. It's okay, you're not there anymore. The hood was pulled off my head, and suddenly, I was in a luxury flat. It was midnight. I looked down at my ragged hospital gown, confused. My mind swayed, murky and unclear. She put a medical face mask over my mouth and nose, then got close to test my boundaries. I could see her blood moving through her veins, and suddenly my mind had a singular focus. Feed. Blood. She noticed my change in demeanor and froze. Then she smiled. You're hungry, aren't you, dear? Her tone was soft, almost motherly. I felt a strange surge of emotion. I lifted my face to meet her gaze and felt a tear fall. Why was I suddenly so sad? Oh, darling, we'll get you fed right away, okay? She fussed about her apartment and then called on Gerard to bring in the cooler. Will just one be okay? She asked me as she pulled my mask down and handed me a glass filled with blood. My weak heartbeat surged, and my arms impulsively reached for the glass, yanking my bonds. She carefully handed the glass to me, and I tipped the glass up, attempting to drink the blood, but spilling most of it onto her white shag rug. Well, she should have moved that first. I licked my lips and returned the glass to her hand. "Another, please," I remembered saying. The voice that came out didn't feel like it was mine. Something about it had changed. It felt like I'd suddenly been transplanted into a new, unfamiliar body. Well, flashback over. I sat back on my bed and looked up at the ceiling, the memories beginning to fade back into their assigned recesses. I let out a long breath, sputtering raspberries, when there was a knock at the door. She's being Tokyo Ghouled, mayhaps. I also have not seen Tokyo Ghoul. Be able, like, that's a reference. I don't understand it, but it's a reference. Haven't I already had a long enough day? There was another knock, more unsure this time. I took another deep breath before sitting up. That wasn't a breath, I don't know what that was, and inviting the person at the door in. It was Henri, of course, and I will take a sip of water. Good water. He stepped into the room, quickly found a seat on my trunk, then stood up and began pacing. It made me uncomfortable. Is something wrong? He paced another circle before stopping and leaning against the far dresser. I took a breath, inviting the person in. No, he's doing well. He's cleaning. He placed his hand on his chin, pulling at his chin hair. I cocked my head to the side and looked up and back down to Henri. The confusion I was feeling was written on my face clearly. You see, he usually doesn't. I obviously was still not understanding. It's unusual. Not unwelcome, just unusual. He started picking up his books, too, and organizing them. Okay. He moved his arms, unsure where to put them, and settled with shoving his hands into his pockets. Thank you for pulling him back to me. I really thought I had lost him. Oh, Henri. In another timeline, you did. You just go. Oh yeah, Tangela. I mean, it's like a bunch of like tangled vines, I think. And yeah, it has legs. It's like a spaghetti ball. His eyes grew misty, and he looked away. I rubbed my arm again, the tenderness beginning to fade. Literally me after Bunny attacks me for the umpteenth time. Yeah, we made a deal after all. Lest he forget. He chuckled through his nose and blinked away his sudden emotions. Right, yes. He paused, looking around the room. Was that it? You just want to stay here? I nodded, then affirmed. Are you sure you want to stay with us? His brow creased, seemingly incredulous at my choice. But I only nodded, again. He breathed, then straightened up. Okay then, the room's all yours. I tried to contain my relief, but a smile broke out across my face. She's so cute, I love her, splintering my mask of non-emotion. I hugged my pillow and kicked my feet. A proper house, a proper room, and maybe a proper family too? Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Henri smiling behind his hand. I sat up, propping my feet on the side of the bed frame, and let out a long breath, my anxiety deflating as I breathed out. We sat in comfortable silence for a moment. I don't know why I said that so dramatically. There was nothing dramatic. Before Henri's brow creased. Serious. Will he be okay? I rested my chin on the pillow I was still hugging. If he continues to eat, he'll be okay. But he needs encouragement. Maybe we could get him those, like, good job stickers. And, like, every time it's like, good job, just give him a little sticker. Like, good job. I know, why did I say that so dramatically? We sat comfortable, relaxed, and silent. Doesn't seem very silent to me. Have you guys, talked about it? Henry's hands began to fidget again. And it's not a topic I like to force on him. I rolled my eyes, then straightened. Sometimes you've got to talk about the things that are uncomfortable. There's never a good time to do it, so sooner the better. Chop chop. Communicate with your lover. Chop chop. Henry glanced toward the door, contemplative. The words you speak betray your age. Or said calmly. How would he know my... Ooh. I mean, you don't know my age, technically. I mean, I guess I'm still forever stunted as a child, but... How would he know my age? I don't remember telling you how old I am. I squinted, trying to discern the emotions behind Henry's expression. Oh, yes, I suppose we can drop the pretenses. I'm sure you've figured out the situation. I don't need to keep acting. Oh? I raised my eyebrows and blinked. Blink, blink, blink. Silently conveying for him to continue. I believe I had figured it out upon arrival, but... Never show your cards too soon. He stroked his beard, then continued. I reached out to old contacts to pull some strings and have a child sent here. They sent me your file for review. You fit every criteria. She's a vampire, not a car. He's like, I meant to order a car, but they gave me a vampire instead. How do I get a refund? I had high expectations for you, and you delivered. In this timeline! The other timeline wasn't so good, don't worry about it. Albeit, even if this is a short-term solution, I am thankful. I nodded. I knew he would have to approve of me, but hearing it so plainly still caught me off guard. Oh, her little blush. Her little vampire dead blush where it's just gray. I felt my ears get warm. No refunds, only refinance to someone else. Short-term solution, though. Yeah, I want to know about your feelings. How many pay? Okay, thank God. Thank God there's 100 saves. I hate when I only get like 10 slots, because I will save at every choice like 600 times. I ordered a car from her, but she gave me a child. Wrong C, woman! You care very deeply for Julien, huh? Henry scoffed. Yes, of course. I love him. He is my husband. I raised my eyebrow and pulled the corner of my mouth inward, flattening my lips. Well, that sounds kind of gay, Henry. Hey, you know, they each have 2 hands. That's room for like 2 more people, right? Was that really up for doubt? It wasn't so much in doubt, more I think Julian's walling himself up. Seems he spends all his time in the study inside his own mind, as if his mere presence could be considered burdensome or a nuisance to others, as if he's unwilling to burden others with what's weighing on him. Henry shifted his weight to the opposite side. He's very private. He won't let me in, so I find roundabout solutions to resolve whatever the issue is. 10 fingers, 1 finger for each. Hey, oh, there's one for everyone in chat then, poggers. I can tell he's struggling. That he has been struggling. Do you know what it's like to watch someone you love descend down a path of self-destruction? To watch them crumble right under your nose, and you can do nothing about it. Unfortunately, Henry, I do. I hate that feeling. Bro, same. His voice grew quiet and serious. And I save at every option again. So, how did you guys meet? His tone was heavy with melancholy. I could see that the conversation was veering down a path I wasn't going to be able to handle. Let's talk about something else. Okay, he didn't want to say how they met, which to me says that he definitely was a vampire before Julien, and I'm gonna bank on my theory that he's the one who made Julien a vampire. I'm banking on that theory. I am putting some sausages on that theory. Like, I'm betting my sausages. So, how did you two meet? He looked taken aback by my question. Oh, wait, I thought he was responding to that, but I hadn't said it yet, I see. It was a bit of a tonal whiplash, but I was sure he'd appreciate the shift. Henry, go do your husbandly duty and help Julien loosen up. Ayo. It's a sausage party. Henry half chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. Okay, now, maybe I'm wrong? We met at a company party, if you could believe it. You were co-workers? How did that work? He smirked, laughing inwardly at a passing thought. Well, it's one of the rare occasions we could simply be ourselves. Mingle amongst the humans as if we were all equals. So he's claiming that they met after they were both already vampires. So maybe he didn't then? As I scanned the room to take in the experience completely, Julien caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. He was standing off to the side with a cocktail in hand, looking awkward. I remember thinking he was just so cute. Oh, I understand. Henry and his BS, he said that very peculiar. He laughed at himself, embarrassed. The way he talked about Julien, so warm, so soft, so lovingly, made my stomach flutter. At the same, she says that, but her face is like, huh? Huh? What? What did you say? What's this? Oh, no, that makes me sad, actually. God damn it. I'm just being... Was it what it meant to be loved? I'm sure you don't want to hear all the gooey details. I see a blush on that face. I do, good sir. I leaned forward, a stupid smile plastered on my face. I want to know. All right. He took a deep breath, then continued. So as I said, it was a company party. What did you guys do as a job? We, worked for various government subsidiaries. Doing, let's call them odd jobs. How odd were these jobs? Yeah, she's still, exactly, she's still a child on the inside. She's like, what? I want to know. So you guys were like, spies? You could say that. You're sharp. Anyways, where was I? Oh, yes, the party. Sorry, I'm old. I'm an old man. It was an opulent event held in a grand ballroom. Lots of red and gold decorations, plenty of drinks and snacks available for the humans attending. Literally spy family. And some special order drinks for the employed vampires. Vampire spies subsidized by the government. There weren't many of us, but we all knew who each other was. I hadn't seen Julien around before, and collaborated once with a mission handoff, but aside from that, never spent any quality time with him before. Yeah, you said it as a joke, but maybe they'll actually be a real spy family. Or alone time, for that matter. Or held a conversation about something other than work. He was standing away from the crowd, leaning against a column, a winsome wallflower that I simply couldn't tear myself away from. His style was vintage. It does look vintage, actually, yeah. But it fit him well. He held his cocktail aloft like he was dissecting it with his eyes, but not drinking it. I don't know why, but I found his aloofness intimidating. Something about how he seemed a million miles away. Off in his own world, I had to work up my nerve to just feel comfortable approaching him. It's funny to me now, how I felt in that moment. Considering I had something of a cool guy reputation. I was a real cool guy. Perhaps maybe it was the pressure I was putting on myself to live up to that reputation that made me more nervous. Be honest, the style of this game reminds you of Sin City, where everything's black and white aside from specific details. I could see another thing where I have to say, I'm like, I don't think I've actually I don't even know. Is it a comic? Is it a show? Was it a comic and then became a show? But yes, I do like when how they're playing with the monochrome but only having certain pops of color. So I finally walked up to him and started a conversation. Ooh, hello. He seemed surprised I wanted to talk to him and stumbled over his words at first. I guess we were intimidated by each other for different reasons. I hardly remember what the conversation was about. Initially, something about work dress code policy, I think. Dry topic, I know, but somehow it led us into free time and aspirations for everything. Did we always want to work like this? Did we not want to find a place to live and live our lives quietly, out of the line of danger, free from expectations of a job? Julien had asked me about kids once. It's perhaps why this solution was what I thought of first. Since that he was good, second film was absolute shit. Unfortunately happens in many cases. We exchanged contact information. Email addresses and pagers were the common thing back then. Smartphones started coming out well after our retirement, and Julien never paid any mind to catch up with the newest technology. He often gets lost in books and lets time just pass him by. What was I saying? Oh right, sorry, I'm an old man. I arranged our first date. He loves the snow, so I took him to a nearby park that had snowed in. We walked and talked, ended the night reading by the fire. We've been inseparable since then. Wasn't long before we planned our retirement and got married. I was lost in his words during the story. His emotions rang true through every word. He let out a long breath and scratched his beard. Scritch, scritch, scritch. This beard is itchy, man. I've talked for long enough. I'll let you get back to resting. I'm sure you want to. No, I mean, I am tired, yes, but your story was so intriguing. Tell me more. He laughed through his nose, looking embarrassed again. Just an old, soppy love story. I smiled at him softly. Something in my heart changed. I felt like maybe this could be my family. Maybe I could be seen as their family. Made my stomach flutter again. Well, regardless, I'll leave you to the rest now. Ta-ta. We'll talk again. He smiled that small smile, then left the room. And you guys caught a wormhole. Nice. Alone with my thoughts again, I stared up at the ceiling. Shadows danced across the wallpaper, creating a shadow puppet of an unknown play by an unknown director. My mind filled in the players and actors as it went. Perhaps this time, it'll have a happy ending. Oh, does that mean there was a time that wasn't a happy ending? Perhaps this time, the prince will succeed in saving the princess and adopt her with his husband. Ooh. You factory reset your PS5 mic and USB dongle because it was disconnecting. Yeah, but then you did. Now you've not had any random crashes? Hey, you know, that's good. That's good. I pulled the pillow over my eyes, the cool fabric chilling my warm cheeks. My thoughts pulled me towards Julien. Henri said he was busying himself, but it could be another coping mechanism to avoid his feelings. I sighed deeply into the pillow, then threw it off. I wasn't going to get any rest if my thoughts were going to keep spiraling. Maybe I should go check in on Julien. Visit Julien. Don't visit Julien. We'll visit him. Why not? I rolled off my bed, collected my half-eaten blood pouch off the dresser. It was still cool to the touch, so I bit down on the straw and walked out of my room. Slurp, slurp. It's interesting walking around a new place. It always feels like a slightly altered reality where you don't quite belong. Like you're out of place. A symmetrically decorated room with a picture frame out of place. Can't help but notice the picture frame out of place. Making my way down the stairs, I glided my hand down the banister railing, touching at measured points to keep my balance. A memory rose from the depths. A distinct sense of feeling weak and sickly. I wondered inwardly if I was a sickly human child and shrugged. The memory was weak and faded quickly. As I approached the final landing, I slurped the last of the liquid from the pouch. I realized then that I didn't know if they had trash cans. I should hope they do. Though a quick look around the manor quickly dispelled that idea. I tossed my empty pouch in a bin near the back door and made my second approach to Julian's study door. Like I was in the middle of a Fortnite thing and it disconnected on you? Oh, I see. I could hear quick footsteps and muffled noises that sounded like furniture being shoved through the door. I took a deep breath, then knocked. Julian's muffled voice came through the door. Henry, is that you? Why are you knocking? He's like, you don't know. I'm asserting my authority. What was it like? God, what is that fucking line that's like, I'm respecting your right to privacy inside your room, but I'm also asserting my authority as your husband by barging in anyway? Something like that. His footsteps got louder as he approached the door. It swung open, revealing his confused expression that morphed into deeper confusion when his eyes settled on me. Oh. Hello again. I licked my lips. I was suddenly nervous or embarrassed? Hello. I waved. He tentatively waved back. We're the most awkward human beings on the planet. We're not even human anymore. We're vampires. We're cringe. How are you feeling? You mean father because he burst into Timmy's room? Yeah, but in this case it would be like Henry bursting into his room, so it would be husband. Julien raised his eyebrows and nodded, turning back to his study. Come on in. We can talk in there. I accepted the invite and closed the door carefully behind me. He had resumed his activities of moving books and dusting. The furniture was ever so slightly differently placed than last time, seemingly having been moved to clean underneath it. I moved toward the love seat, and smoothing my skirt under me, sunk into the overstuffed cushion. It felt like some of Henry's anxieties about Julien had rubbed off on me. Couldn't help but feel worried that Julien was hiding something else. So I shouldn't push this dude, is what I have learned. I should not push him. You have to, like, slowly ease your way in. So, are you feeling better? Julien continued his cleaning. Does Henry want to know? Or do you? I knitted my fingers together, gripping and loosening my hands. Why am I so nervous? My words got caught in my throat. I felt embarrassment creep into my face, my cheeks flushing hot. I want to know. I forced the stammering words out. Julien replaced the books he was dusting, then turned to me. He leaned against the desk and crossed his arm. Why do you care? Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, there's so many choices. No, you don't know how to? I think if you scroll down the page to the Pokemon panel, it should give you an option to like move into like building a team, and then I think also with battle. But Balthazar's been doing a lot of the battling recently, so he might know better. Because Henry said to. Pressed my thumbs together. Julien was getting defensive about something. Think. Emotional fulfillment. Let's start from the top. I rubbed my temples, already regretting my decision to come visit tonight. I should be resting. Let's start from the top. What do you want to know about me? Julien narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Really? I am Adeline, forever child number 216. Feels like I'm watching pen and paper. He huffed a little, apparently not satisfied with my answer. You in the imaginary ads again. I don't know how else I could answer. I'm from the ward. I'm 5'1". He eyed me. I'd say you're closer to 4'11 and a half. Oh, he called her out for being short. I threw my hands up. Arrest me! I'm shorter than I used to be! Used to be? Did I really used to be taller? She's as tall as you? Oh, Muffy. My thought was interrupted by Julien laughing. Yes, Constable, take her away! She's too short! That's what happens when you go on a fucking, like, amusement park ride and you're too short. They call up the constable to, like, take you away on the horseback ride. It's me, what? I can't hear you. I'm stuck in an ad. What's the ad about? Me? Was an ant. His laughter made me relax a little. Look, I'm only here because I was asked to be here. For you. I guess I have a capacity to selflessly care or something. I have empathy. Rare among child vampires. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. You're 5'11". Okay, so Balthazar are on the top. I'm like 5'6". So I'm in between y'all right now. So Henri did hire you. Adopted is perhaps a better term. I said it so quietly, I wasn't sure Julien had said me. Okay, guys, here come the skyscrapers! Wow! He turned back to his bookshelves, began dusting again. Well, good talk. I don't think we had a good talk. I took that as my cue to leave. Good night. I said it softly as I closed the study door. Julien waved a hand without looking up. A limp good night. Limp! This man is limp! Hi, Henri. I paced circles around the bedchamber, from one side to the other, then back, then again, then again. It's the best way to think. To process, my thoughts would not rest, however. I yearned to touch Julien, to trace, whoa, hubba, to trace his every crevice with delicate pressure, to breathe in his very essence. Oh, you have a break from the ads now? Oh, okay, good to know. Good timing. Exasperated with my restless mind and paralyzed from indecision, I slid to the floor against the bed frame. My hand felt for my heartbeat, quiet, strong, and picking up speed. Julien. I don't know if it said that twice. I might have forgotten to click. I hung my head as my listless mind swam through memories of Julien and I. How his hands felt in mine. Our intimate coast-side ceremony on the night of a full moon. The first winter in this, our manor. Our home. I let out a long sigh, then pulled myself up to my feet. My legs guided me out of the room and down the stairs to the door of Julien's study. I hesitated at the door, suddenly nervous. What right did I have to intrude on his space when he is preoccupied? Did I feel entitled to his attention? I raised my hand to knock, but couldn't. I shoved my hands into my pockets and started to pace from the back door to the front and back, and then again. The app keeps closing? Oh, dang. Independent short people with stools. Suddenly, the study door swung open. Julien, braced against the doorway, wore an amused look. Henri, darling, what are you doing out here? My face avoided eye contact, opting to look up at the ceiling to gather my thoughts. My heart fluttered. He looked good! I took a deep breath and hugged him, burying my face in his shoulder. He's going to be okay. What? Henri? What's going on? A wave of relief and other indescribable emotions washed over me. Tears stung my eyes as I took his face in my hands. Darling. His voice soft, and his face a combination of worry and doting. Henry like, fuck. I've missed you. Aw, don't cry, old man. It's okay. It was like a weight lifted off my heart, the corners of Julian's mouth tugging into an alluring smile. I gently pulled his face into mine, our lips meeting tenderly. Mwah! Julien pulled away, taken a little aback. Henry, where has this been? Well, you've been rotting away in your fucking study, dude. And now you're full of life and vitality. Oh, you spelled Pokecatch wrong, my poor Muffy. There you go. You got it. He was teasing me. A wry smile played on his lips, tempting me, but I was still crying my eyes out. I pulled his body against mine and kissed his cheek. My nose trailed down his neck, my lips kissing patterns into his skin. So I have been told that while there is like some like kind of spicy with these guys, there's no actual, on-screen sex, so we should be fine with Twitch regarding. Because I remember I was like, I just want to confirm. Ugh, never mind, that thing is ugly? What? You don't like Scovillian? His hands snaked their way under my shirt, his nails tickling every nerve in my back. Grabbing his lower back, I pushed us into his study, shutting the door behind us. Guards, get the acoustic foam! Okay, cool. Yep, and we faded black. November 3rd, the next day. Warmth. Oh, he's sad again. I opened my eyes in the darkness of my study. Henry's arms were still wrapped around me from our entanglement last night. You don't like the cut of its jib? It's like a hot pepper Pokemon. You fucked up. Sitting up, my eyes were drawn to the curtains. The tireless ritual repeated again.
Let's go, lesbians! Let's go! Let's go, lesbians! Oh my god, lesbians! Let's go, lesbians! Let's go! Here we go, lesbians! Here we go, lesbians! Come on!
Are we lesbianing?
Epic slay, girl boss. You're honestly kind of twerking right now. Slay, girly. Keep the cunt serving! Keep serving all of the cunt!
Oh my god. Faint light glowed behind the curtains. The evening sun had not quite set. Tendrils of thoughts, intrusive dark claws wrapped around my nerves. We could still throw open the curtain, but we won't! Henry pulled himself closer to me, his face pressing into my thigh. Ayo? His expression was so peaceful. Suddenly, the thought of leaving Henry, of him losing me, was unbearable. I loved him. I looked down at my hands. They felt stronger. I felt stronger. I hadn't realized how weak I felt while starving myself. I had wrapped myself so tightly inside my head I hadn't considered if I was the one neglecting Henry. That by punishing myself, I was also punishing him. Yeah, exactly. Because when you're in that kind of headspace, and you're not thinking about anybody outside yourself because you just can't, but then when you come back from it and you're like, God, I was being an asshole to everyone around me who loves me. And it's hard to see that in the moment. We helped. Last week when you went out with your brother to a bar and you got drunk as fuck, hey, yeah, as long as you had fun and you were safe, hell yeah. I combed my fingers through Henry's luscious hair, brushing a piece behind one of his ears. Henry had done all this. To what extent, I still didn't know, but he did all this. For me. A different type of guilt set in, one of unbalanced care. I felt as though I needed to do more for Henry. I stroked Henry's cheek with my thumb tenderly. If he trusted Adeline to help me, maybe, just maybe, I can rely on her. Yes! Do it! Sleep had taken me almost immediately upon pulling up the covers. The exhaustion of the day pulled me into a deep slumber. Murky memories played across my mind like a kaleidoscope. A kind doctor spoke softly to me. Those familiar strangers patted my head and stroked my arm, letting me know it was all okay. That dark-haired lady's dead body, floating up, suspended in my mind like a bag of shame. A badge of shame. Then Julien and Henri, welcoming me into their home. I blinked groggily. My messy dreams didn't help me rest. Ooh, you got your whole family a bunch of food. Nice. Sat up in bed and cradled my head in my hands, trying to rub the after images of my dreams from my eyes. A groan and yawn escaped my mouth as I stretched my stiff body. A quiet knock sounded at the door. Beep, 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 beep. I thought you were going to say a bag of shit. Thankfully not. Not today, at least. I sighed. I just woke up. I want to go back to bed. I pulled off my covers and stepped out of bed. One moment. My words trailed off as I yawned again. Opening the door, I found Julien standing to the left of the doorway, an awkward distance away. He half committed to a wave and then shoved his hands into his pockets. I rubbed my eyes, still trying to wake up. Good evening, I'm so eepy. That was a real yawn. She made me sleepy by saying all that about how she was yawning. You know, like when you hear someone yawn or you see them yawn and it's contagious, you catch it. But like sometimes you can get it just from somebody freaking like, you know, talking about yawning. Sorry if any of you yawned, my bad. My bad. Oh, my apologies. Did I wake you? No. You did have a long day yesterday, I imagine. I nodded, wiping the sleepy tears my yawn pushed up. Yeah, long day yesterday. I only just woke up when you knocked. Julien tried to hide his amusement with his hand. He cleared his throat. Would you care for a walk? I love the evenings around this time of year. I could hear the smile in his voice. Maybe we'll get snow soon. We already did. I squinted and looked at the time. It was well past sundown. I slept much longer than intended. Still sleepy, but a walk would be a nice way to wake myself up. I nodded towards Julien. Yeah, I'd like that. Let me just... I looked around for my clothes, suddenly realizing my room was now very messy from haphazardly unpacking. Oops. Let me get changed. I'll be right out. I closed the door and quickly changed. Okay. I bursted out of the room with anxious excitement. I hadn't had a chance to explore the grounds yet. This wouldn't be a great way to survey the area. Julien seemed a little shocked by my sudden energy, but motioned me towards the stairs. Ooh. It's lovely in the dark. I love when she does this. I love her expression. The expressions in this game are really good. Julien led us out back to the edge of a tree line that surrounded the manor. The moonlight filtered through the trees, painting the marshy ground like a sparkling pond. Julien ducked into the trees and led me to a well-worn path. Henri and I used to walk this path quite often. His expression read wistful. A strong breeze kicked up, the cold air lashing at my bare arms. I watched Julien's face as he stared. Far off. Sorry. Let me take a drink of water. Ah, yeah, that's the stuff. Wait for him to say, or do you not anymore? Do you yeet the cheesy, spicy Pringles down your throat, then doom yourself with the spice? Yes. Yeah, you have an Epsi next to you. You should be fine. So, do you not anymore? Do you not anymore? Oh. He scratched his head, apparently not aware he didn't finish the thought. He took a deep breath and half smiled. Sorry, was lost in thought. Let's walk. You didn't answer the question, Julien. The sandy ground crunched under our shoes as we walked. The foliage around was awash with yellows and browns. Winter was definitely nearing. Another strong wind rustled the branches, raining leaves down along the path. I looked over to Julien. Aww, he was smiling. Something about him made me want to smile too. The sparkle in his eye, the earnestness behind the smile. I never wanted this life, you know? The tone in his words didn't match his expression. I don't like to hurt others. I was never someone who could solve issues with violence. So, when I was turned, his expression twisted in pain. I was horrified. I nodded. I knew the feeling. The body of the dark-haired woman floated through my mind. At first, I would hardly remember killing people. I would black out and suddenly come to with an eviscerated corpse in my hands. I hate it. He emphasized his words strongly and painfully. Ooh, do you feel like you must bear the responsibilities for those deaths? Do you feel the responsibility to keep living on to make their sacrifices worth it? Ooh. Both of those are good. But let's focus on the living despite the sacrifice. Do you feel the responsibility to keep living on to make their sacrifices worth it? In a way, they live on through you. Julien's footsteps slowly halted. I watched him gaze up at the rustling leaves and moonlit sky. You know, I hadn't thought of it that way. The lives I cut short make it worth something. Ran his fingers through his hair, patting down the parts the wind swept up. I watched his face carefully. You mentioned hurting people. Humans is not your favorite thing. Has Henri never offered himself to you? You know, to feed on? His brows furrowed. I would never. The thought makes me sick. He shook. We tried once. It left him in a horrible state. I never want to see him like that again. He paused, thinking. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I blinked, realizing he was asking about my arm. I'm fine, bro. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, he got, like, so greedy that, like, maybe he almost killed him. Why are the cheesy chili potato chips the hottest? Because they get you under the guise of the cheese. So you're, like, you think you're safe, but then the chili kicks in. And then it's like, oh, sweet mama jamma. I looked at my forearm. Light pink bruising speckled where I had torn open my flesh. The tenderness and soreness was nearly gone, though. One more pouch will heal up the rest of it. You heal quickly. Perks of having a child body, I suppose? Something in my memories clicked, like a puzzle piece sliding into place. My scattered pieces crystallized into a cohesive string of images. Everything flashed by in an instant. We'll unpack that later. Julien stepped closer. Breaking from my trance, his eyes locked on my arm. He inspected the bruising and marks more closely, then stepped back. Imagine if they got too heated in bed, like Henri and Julien, there was biting and one ended up killing the other. That would be fucked up. Like, you know, it's like, it's fun to get heated, but like to the point where you actually killed the other person, that would be devastating, jeez. You were today's years old when you realized Kellogg's owns Pringles? Yes. Many things in this world are owned by very few people. Take that as you will. Perhaps there's a more elegant way to do it next time. I crossed my arms, subconsciously defensive. Combination of my sudden clarity and the thought of Julien feeding on me again weighed down on my perfectly maintained psyche. My hands were shaking. I don't know if you have a perfectly maintained psyche, I'll be real with you, girl. And that's okay. Most of us don't. Julien's voice trailed off, lost in thought again. A strong gust blew through the trees, whipping our clothes and hair. Julien shivered. I like the way he just like shakes when he's shivering. Just like he like vibrates. We should head back. I nodded in agreement. We turned back down the path and back to the house. Our trudge back was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I was attempting to stave off my flashback by thinking of literally anything at all. I glanced over at Julien, his face alternating between confused, thoughtful, and hopeful. Emerging from the tree line, we spotted Henri outside the back door. A soft expression settled on Julien's face. Doritos, Pringles. Could Henri and Julien do a feeding loop, like they could just feed off each other at the same time? Huh. Maybe that would be the way to do it. But I guess, so I guess, like, you could have, like, Henri drinks the blood, and then Julien drinks it from him, but then Henri drinks it from him. You do, like, the Ouroboros thing, like, you know, like, the snake eating its tail? You do that, where, like, they're literally just, like, drinking from each other. But I guess, like, at some point, like, wouldn't they need to have it stay... They need at least the blood to stay in their body to revitalize, is what I would think. Henri looked tense, but his worried look melted into relief when he spotted our approach. I was wondering when you'd get back. A relieved smile played on his lips. I was hoping we'd catch the first snow. He laughed through his nose. Unfortunately, it looks like Mother Nature had other plans. Brr, as if on cue, a strong gust pushed at our backs. Let's get inside before we topple over. I agreed, and the three of us hurried inside. Goes, brr, for the love of everything fraggable, it's farking cold out here. Bro, like the way that he's posed. You can't see it. I started like imitating his pose. I like the cut of your jib, Henri, you know? I'm sorry for making fun of you for being French. Julien's also French, so... Julien quickly ducked into his study, and Henri tugged on my sleeve. Sleem? My sleem? My sleem? I'm the best narrator ever, guys. I definitely don't screw up words and make up words that don't exist, like sleem. Tugged on my sleeve, pointing his chin upstairs. We ascended the stairs to the third-floor landing. Sleem. The relief he wore was replaced with concern again. He leaned against the hallway wall, crossed his arms. Where did you guys go? His question grew quieter with every word, like he was fighting every syllable. Magicians never have thing up their sleeves. I shrugged. He like says that to her. She just like shrugged. I was unsure of what he was implying about magicians and their sleeves. His face carefully concealing his thoughts. We went on a walk. Did he talk about anything? Ooh. Ooh. Because technically I've been hired, you know, to help Julien, but I want to keep his trust. But my job is to... I mean, is it my job just to feed him, or is it my job to also report anything to Henri? Foggy, my shirt doesn't have sleeves. Oh, Big the cat, you don't even have a shirt. Supersonic with the Infinity Gauntlet? Would he be called Infinity Supersonic? Maybe. I mean, wouldn't he be able to, like, super snap his fingers then? Did he talk about anything? Ideally, he should be telling... You guys need to communicate. How long have you been in a relationship? Like, thousands of years? Hundreds of years at this point? y'all need to communicate, but I can tell you what we talked about. I don't see why I can't. Did I save? I don't remember if I saved. No, I didn't. Okay, thank God. And I'll tell you. I sighed, deciding it was best to just tell him everything. Technically, he could already with the emeralds. Oh, well then he doesn't even need an infinity gauntlet. We walked through the woods to a path he said you guys used to walk. Seemed like he missed those days. I grabbed at my arm, stroking the soft skin under with my thumb. Henri nodded, silently telling me to continue. He talked about his distaste for hurting people, and that he never wants to hurt you again. My thoughts were swirling. The images of my past flickered over my vision. It was getting harder to tell what was happening in front of me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a doctor in scrubs and a medical mask wave at me. I took a deep breath, trying to refocus. I, suggested he take responsibility to keep on living, to make their human sacrifice worth it, so that in a way, they live on through him? I rubbed my eyes, feeling reality slipping. My head was swimming. It must have shown because Henri quickly dropped the subject. Are you holding up okay? Nope, I am about to black out. The images of my past flickered over my vision. It was getting harder to tell what was happening in front of me. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a Didn't I just see that? A doctor in scrubs and a medical mask wave at me? Took a deep breath, trying to refocus. My head throbbed. I think I need to lie down. My words came out labored. I rubbed my eyes, feeling reality slipping. Damn. And Super Sonic clicked his finger. Oh. So yeah, so he doesn't even need the gauntlet then. But he could have it for funsies. I stumbled past the waving doctor, using the wall as a guide, and felt my way to my room's door. I shut the door and crumbled to the floor, hugging myself as my vision was plunged into darkness. New York City, 1992. I'm walking here. Oh, shit. Oh, she's in a hospital. She has, like, the nasal cannula. I was not quite 12. A chronically ill child born to a standard middle-class family in New York City in 1980. I was constantly at home, in and out of the hospital, and rarely got to socialize with other children. 1 week before my birthday, the doctors found the root cause of my issues. A tumor nestled in my brain. Oh, God. Yeah, that looks bad. A death sentence, I remember one of the shocked nurses whispering under their breath. What did they say before? Yeah, inoperable was the word they used. A death sentence. My parents were shocked. Tried everything to make it easier on me, but hope was fading. I remembered sitting out in the garden area of the hospital, just hoping this might be the end. I didn't ask to be born, after all. I never wanted to be a burden on my parents or society. Could I just melt away and die peacefully? Maybe my parents could have another child. A healthier one that wouldn't cause them so much grief. Oh no, that's fucking sad. I walked around the garden, my thoughts weighing heavily on my heart. It could be so easy. The side gate squeaked in the wind, drawing my attention to it. It could be so easy. I walked to the gate and stood just inside the garden, looking out. Stepping out could symbolize my parents' freedom from me. A hand rested on my shoulder. I blinked, then looked up at a man in a lab coat. Medical shit sucks. Yeah, for real, man. Like, what do you do in that situation? He was wearing scrubs, glasses, and a face mask. He wasn't my doctor, but I recognized him. He was always drifting around the pediatrics ward. He was young, Even a medical mask couldn't cover that, but his eyes screamed fatigue. A tire and exhaustion behind his ears. You are definitely a vampire, aren't you? I know. It's rough, he spoke softly, but clearly. I stiffened. What do you know about it? Watching your parents suffer because of you. Wishing you'd never told them you felt sick. Wishing they didn't care about you so they wouldn't have to go through the financial hardship of medical bills and guilt. Yeah, he's gotta hope the doctors and medicine work and no complications. And yeah, and often it doesn't. Often it has them. I blinked and shrugged. Do you ever wish you'd just die? The doctor said quietly. I let out a breath and looked down. I don't want to die. But I don't want to live like this either. Sometimes I just wish I could fade away, you know? Just let my parents forget I was born so they could have a healthy baby. What if I told you that I could do that? He's gonna make us a vampire. I looked up at the doctor. He was staring straight ahead, through the open gate like he was staring at something far, far away. I was curious, but the way he said it scared me. His hand tightened on my shoulder. I don't know. How could you be able to do that? My voice trembled slightly. How long do you have? His voice in the same flat tone. What? My panic was beginning to rise. How long do you have left to live? I don't know. A month? 2? I can't remember what the doctor said. I tried to move away, but his hand clamped down harder. He turned me toward him, then knelt down. His eyes, so tired, met mine. His dark circles came into sharp focus. They looked like bruises. A month or 2 isn't a whole lot of time left for you. His hands patted my shoulders, but it must feel like an eternity for your parents. My eyes felt so dry. I blinked again and rubbed my eyes. When my vision cleared, the doctor was gone. Think about my proposal, his voice seemed to echo in my head. I'll meet you here again when you've made your choice. Fuck, man. You can end your parents' suffering, or die a sad, guilt-ridden death. Fuck, man. It was like he could see right through me. It scared me, but also gave me hope. Hope I could save my parents from me. Aw, man. This poor kid. Over the next week, I weighed my options. I watched my parents' barely veiled grief behind their smiles grow each day. Their tired eyes, puffy from lack of sleep and red from crying, screaming for it to be over. My own pain in my head grew to unbearable heights. I'd get dizzy easily, and migraines were becoming a daily routine. You know, her hair is still great. Everything that's happening to her terrible, but love the hair. That Thursday, we loaded into the car for my weekly appointment and drove to the hospital. I had resolved to see what the doctors had to offer. Could he really make me disappear? Take away my parents' pain? I watched the city streets turn to trees. The harsh, dull grays and blues of the city were replaced with the soft, warm greens and yellows of the countryside. I'd always wondered what it'd be like to frolic in the fields, enjoy a sunny picnic, stargaze where there were no lights to drown out the sky's twinkles. We arrived at the hospital and were ushered into the exam room. Things were far worse for wear, and I needed to be admitted. We went back to the intake room, and I listened to my parents talk out finances. My parents were wearing their worried expressions openly. My mom looked down and smiled, squeezing my hand reassuringly. I tried to return the smile, but the pain in my head was all I could concentrate on. I squeezed my mom's hand back, then weakly said, I'm going to the bathroom, okay? My mom said she'd help, but I reassured her I'd be okay on my own. Oh, man, I love this shot, man. I made my way down the hall towards the bathroom, then paused in front of it. Around the corner, at the end of the hall, were the doors to the garden. I looked over my shoulder. My parents were busy with paperwork, not looking my way. My head throbbed, but I turned on my heels and made my way quickly toward the garden. Just make it stop, I muttered to myself. I can't take their worried faces anymore. Oh man, the garden was bright today. Too bright for the migraine I was having. I haphazardly made my way through the garden, my vision blurred and spotty. I braced myself on the planter in front of the gate and slid to the ground. Please. Tears stung my eyes and my voice cracked. Just make it stop. As my vision blurred further, I saw someone bend down and felt my body lifted, cradling me in their arms. I couldn't make out any details, but I knew it was the doctor. What are you going to do? My voice raspy. Shh, he said with a touch of warmth in his voice. Just go to sleep. He placed a hand over my eyes. Just go to sleep, he repeated. My vision blacked out, succumbing to pain and suggestion. I awoke in a room, tucked into a plain bed. It reminded me of a hospital room, but darker, dimmer. My head still ached. I sat up. That's not good! I sat up, noticing a weight on my wrist. I touched the object with my other hand. A metal cuff? A chain? I rubbed my eyes with my free hand, but my eyes refused to focus. I yanked my wrist restraint, testing the slack, barely enough to allow me to reach my face. What is this? The question slipped out, slurred. My lips felt numb. Footsteps approached on my bedside. I couldn't make out the figure clearly. When he spoke, I recognized his voice immediately. The doctor. It's for your own safety, he said. He sounded like he was smiling. I furrowed my brows, confused. Safety? A throb of pain coursed through my cranium. What are you going to do to me? I said through gritted teeth. To my parents. Your parents are already taken care of. The doctor's voice sounded pleased. What? Ugh! The pain was growing again. My vision became spotted, completely unfocused. What did... A warm hand was placed on mine. It's okay. We're going to make you feel better now. I could no longer speak through my haggard breaths and gritted teeth. I only looked up at the doctor with blind, pleading eyes. I think he fucking killed her parents. He took my face in his hands and then stabbed my neck with a needle. Ah! November 4th. Well, it's tomorrow. So I'm thinking... Okay, well, the question is, did he kill her parents and take their blood? And I guess, you know what? I guess, so becoming a vampire, becoming a vampire, you have to be bitten by one. But the question is, did he kill her parents or did he make her kill her parents? Probably told them the child is dead. Possibly, man, yeah. I don't know. Well, I sat reclined on my sofa, watching the night turn to day, turn to night. The curtains dark, then glowing softly, warmly, then fading to a cool blue as the moon illuminated the night. Sleep refused to take me. I sighed and swung my feet down, the momentum helping me up to my feet. I walked over to my shelves and ran my fingers along the spines of the book. I hadn't finished putting all my hardcovers and paperbacks away, but by the looks of it, I needed another bookcase. Oh, been there. He probably put his own or some other vampire blood in here. Probably, yeah. Make the sacrifices worth it. What Adeline said, it reminded me of a book. I scrolled through my mental catalog of my library, picking a couple to pull out to read through again. Don't let these lives be snuffed in vain, one heroic character says. Did their sacrifice mean nothing? A thoughtful character said. It's an odd thing, the books here I've read many times. Yet even now, with a new reference point in my life, I can still have a new experience reading them again. I shut the novels and returned them to the shelves. I glanced around the room. I had cleaned up the place, but it still felt cold. My eyes settled on the near side of the sofa. A throw pillow shoved in a corner. It's where Henri used to sit. He didn't visit often anymore. His visit the other night was quite the surprise. I could never tell what he was thinking. He says the right words. He's given me my space and my comfort. So much space that now he feels distant. Did I really have the right to ask him for more? Sadness and melancholy gripped my stomach. I rubbed my eyes. Maybe now sleep will take me. Oh, you just ate a whole handful of spicy Pringles, forgetting they were spicy. That's a mistake. In the darkness, I felt a hand cup my cheek. Lips near my ear said, "Time to wake up." Oh, okay, we're in the room. We're in the room. We're in our room, our new home. I gasped for air and heaved. My numb body, unresponsive to my mental commands, I dragged my limp arms forward, pulling myself onto all fours. Tears pushed their way out as I gulped down air and suppressed my nausea. He probably gave her vampire blood right as she was about to die. That's what needs to happen for the transformation to start. Yeah, that's likely what happened. The question just becomes, did they kill her parents? Or were they gonna make her kill her parents? Or did they just pretend she was dead? And, what did the parents do then? Would they give them, ashes from somebody else? Or a body from somebody else? I don't know. It's more likely the parents are dead. I covered my mouth as I sobbed, tears streaking down my face onto the floorboards. The sadness, the profound feeling of emptiness. My deep desire to disappear. The pain that shot through my body, a ghostly reminder of what what I went through. The vagaries of my past that haunted me like a specter finally became clear. Even when the ward let me know what had happened to my parents, I didn't have an emotional connection to the news. Sure, I was angry to find out that they sold me to the doctor who took me and turned me. What? What? I hope I was worth it, considering the amount of medical debt I put them in. I'm sure it was a decent amount. But then they told me that they had checked in on my parents. It looks like they were able to have another kid and moved on. I remembered having a feeling of vague annoyance, like my parents were supposed to take care of me, and they sold me to have another kid? Yet now, with my mind finally clear, I could only feel relief. Damn! Yeah, I know, man. This is so sad, man. This poor kid. Like a calm sea after a raging storm, or a rain-battered ship that finally made out the land on the horizon. These weren't tears of sadness or anger. These were tears of relief. I dragged myself into the bathroom and found a towel to wipe my face, then sat up and leaned against the wall, taking deep, calming breaths. I closed my eyes, attempting to soothe the shaking in my breathing. When I opened my eyes, things seemed brighter, more vibrant, crystal clear. Like the veil I had been wearing was ripped off. Now I could see everything as it was meant to be seen. I shook my limbs, attempted to stand, and stumbled to my bed. Somehow it was the next day. Frowning, I was shocked to find I hadn't been woken up for nearly a full day. Quickly followed by a feeling of annoyance that no one checked on me for nearly a full day. My body was still moving unsteadily. I sat and swung my arms about, trying to limber up. I kicked my feet to get all the feeling back in my legs. Balancing carefully, I made my way over to my trunk for a blood pouch. Okay, but here's also what I'm thinking. What guarantee do we have that that was true, you know? Floggy, this is a sad story. Oh dear. But like, what, you know, so she can only rely on what they told her. So what if her parents didn't even sell her? It's very possible that they had another child, of course. That's very real to real life for families that have been through this. But, you know, like, what if they told the parents that she died and, you know, they had to deal with their grief and eventually, you know, they wanted to try having a family again, not knowing that she was turned into a vampire? Like, what, like, I guess I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out if, like, if they actually did sell her or if it was a lie. Because I don't trust that fucking doctor, dude. Didn't you say that 10 minutes ago? You... Maybe? I thought before that you were saying that, like, the parents, I thought you were talking about the parents being dead. I might misremember. My bad. Wouldn't hurt, at least. I cracked open the sealed straw and took a long drink. Nearly immediately, I felt better. I stretched my body, feeling my limbs crinkle and crunch from staying still for around 20 hours. Oof, that's a long time. Damn rigor mortis was setting in. A trunk bend and twist later, I felt my new blood circulating and my body warming. I tossed my empty pouch into my trunk and stretched my fingers. Yeah, you were saying they probably just told them she was dead, not that he killed them. Oh. I mean, yeah, there's so many possibilities just because there's no way we can trust that motherfucker. Time to sit those two down and talk. Hi, I am Adeline, and I am the child therapist for the we are doing couples therapy for today. Y'all need to talk this shit out. I sat on the love seat, my elbows just reaching either arm of the chair. My fingers were steepled, impatiently tapping my fingertips to a silent rhythm. Across from me sat Julien and Henri, awkwardly positioned on either end of a long sofa. So... My eyes glanced between the two men, my lips barely concealing my amusement. Don't all talk at once now. Corners of my mouth twitched, betraying my delight in their discomfort. Julien sat slouched, with his knees spread and his hands interlaced, dangling between his legs. Henri sat back, one leg crossed and his arms crossed. Neither was willing to start. Oh my god, it's literally couples therapy. Aha! Twitch! Twitch! It's the platform we're on! Okay. I let the syllables extend out as I let out a breath. I flexed my fingers, then clapped twice. Okay. Oh, just kiss and make up! Now kiss. Yeah, when was the last time that you guys talked? You know what? Yeah, no. Well, we saved. If this is bad, we saved. Just kiss and make up, you losers. Just kiss and make up. I pointed at them with finger guns, then pointed inwards, telegraphing them to kiss. Now kiss! But we aren't fighting. Yesterday. They said it in a near... did they really talk yesterday, though? Or were they letting the body do the talking? Let me, you know, hear your body talk. Your body talk, let me. Sorry. They said it in near unison, glancing at each other. Henri looked worried, and Julien was half smiling. Look, I've brought you both here to talk to one another. It's obvious there's been a lot not being said between you. Now, kiss. Henri began to fidget with the budgets? I'm thinking about budgets, I'm sorry. No, because I threw fidget and button to... I threw button and fidget together and I made it budget. Henri began to fidget with the buttons on his shirt. Julien touched his ear, massaging it distractedly. Neither of them said anything, and they also didn't kiss. I sat back in the cushion and crossed my arms. Okay, fine. Julien, you start. He closed his eyes as he sighed, then turned to me and nodded. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Adeline, you're 12 years old, so I get you don't understand. You don't ask people that. You don't ask them that. Well, I already know how they met, so I don't really need to know that. This... oh, God. I'm not gonna touch that. Nah, man. I'm not touching that. Well, what are your guys' shared activities? So, what are your guys' shared activities? Julien tapped a knuckle on his chin thoughtfully. Nah, man, I ain't doing that. I ain't making this child homophobic. Well, you know, I say homophobic, but it's more she doesn't understand. But that's not an appropriate question to ask a gay couple. We used to read a lot together and go on walks. Not as much anymore. Henri stiffened and shot a glare in my direction. What? What's my Did you not literally hire me to help him? And to help him, I have to help you. So we have to do the couples therapy. I struck a thinking pose. Tell me more. Neither of them moved. Do I have to ask you about your parents? And how you were raised? Again, neither moved. I sighed, slouching back into the chair. I looked at the two men and rubbed my cheek. Getting them to talk to each other is like pulling teeth. Let's stop for the day. Bro, we just started. I stood up and stretched. My patience was waning, so stopping now was for me and them. I sidestepped to the door, watching them. They glanced at each other, then to me, their eyes shooing me away. I raised my eyebrows, amused, and bid them adieu. As soon as the door shut, I heard hisses of whispers and quiet, accusatory statements. Oh, just turn the thermostat up and put on some saxophone music. How was that? Did that get your jimmies rustled? Great. They're fighting. You were thinking more epic sax? Oh. That's the best I can do, I'm sorry. Hey, at least they're talking. Finally. I sat near the second floor landing, trying to eavesdrop. I wasn't able to make out any clear words. You were thinking careless whispers, and that's why I did the careless whisper one. So there. There, I got you covered. After a while, the voices quieted, and the study door slammed shut. Fuck. Couples therapy didn't go well today. It was Henri. He huffed and marched up the stairs, a stomp punctuating each stair climbed. He glared down at me as he passed by, and strode into their bedchamber, closing the door behind him with a bang. Oh my god, you're such a teenager! Well, that didn't go so well. The study door. Yeah, the study door got the slamming of a lifetime. November 5th. I don't know why I was going to say Burger King foot lettuce after that. I laid along the sofa, wishing for sleep, but it never came. A cruel creature it was. I sighed and sat up, massaging my face. The last bits of sunlight peeked behind the curtain, then faded to evening. Because I'm weird? You're damn right I'm weird. He's not gonna freak out too and turn into a man bat pig too, is he? I hope not. I hope not. I've been trying to keep the peace. No exhaustion quite compared to the gnawing exhaustion of sleeplessness. I felt like I was watching myself puppet a body through the motions. A mindless marionette dancing to the rhythm of a cruel god. I blinked slowly, trying to encourage the exhaustion from my eyes, then swung my legs out to stretch. Disturbing the peace, look into my eyes. I haven't slept in our bedchamber upstairs in months. My insomniatic habits have kept me awake, and I had no intention of disturbing Henri. Though conscious of the thought now, perhaps I should try to sleep next to Henri tonight, even though he's mad. My introspection was cut short by a knock at the front door. Beep, beep. That's not a knock. I beeped. I'm sorry. I shrugged off my blanket and strode out to the hall to answer. A courier, dressed in head-to-toe black, stood holding a package. His name was Sam Porter Bridges. A small box with a blank printing label. Just the courier being here made me uneasy, but no folder or team was nearby. They were by themselves, with a single motorbike idling behind them on the driveway circle. They're like, yeah, I brought the car this time. Sorry about the mix-up. The courier held out a small device, motioning for my hand. I nodded and we wordlessly went through our standard exchange. My finger on the scanner, the courier handing over the box. Yeah, it's Sam. And then they curtly turned and rode off on their moped, arcing around the driveway and disappearing down the road. Damn, he hasn't been in bed with Henri for months? Must be pent up, that's why they're so unhappy. It's because they took No Nut November too far. You see, they agreed to do No Nut November, but it became a competition to like who could last the longest without nutting. And neither of them wants to lose. So they've been like putting distance between each other so they can become the true no nutter. But it's not November anymore. It's like, it's November, actually, yeah, in the game it's November. So it's been like a year. So they just won't, neither of them will give up and admit that like they're like the lesser nutter. That's what happens when you forget to switch from No Nut November to Dick Destroying December. A local PSA from your local... I cracked myself up. Kellogg's when November arrives.
Let's go, lesbians! Oh my god, lesbians! Let's go, lesbians! Let's go! Here we go, lesbians! Here we go, lesbians! Come on!
Dude, that's right. Dude, did you guys know? Did you guys know that Kellogg's cornflakes were literally created and marketed to combat masturbation? They were like, these cornflakes are so boring and so tasteless, so passionless, that this will stop people from masturbating. Listen, I need to say, as somebody who ate a lot of cornflakes, didn't stop anything. Didn't stop anything. Just saying. Something was wrong in his fucking science head. Well, it's because it wasn't science, because he was a religious nut. No offense to people who no offense to people who have a religion. This guy, don't be going around claiming that your cornflakes, will stop someone's drive to masturbate, because I can give you firsthand. My point is, cornflakes are still yummy I won't lie. Cornflakes are like, they definitely are boring tasting, but there's something so nice about the simple, bland little corn taste sometimes, you know? Anyway, back to the game before I started talking about fucking cornflakes. From eating nuts to nutting. Ayo. It's fine, I'm not super religious, just a pinch of religion. Yeah, long story short, I grew up evangelical Christian. I've had a lot of history with religion. I personally don't fuck with it now, but I respect other people, and, you know, I think people just gotta live life the way that they're gonna be happy, and, you know, whatever brings you comfort, whatever you believe in, you should believe in that. Just, you know, don't be an asshole to other people. But that goes for everybody. Nothing felt too out of the ordinary. I closed the door and let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Henry was coming down the stairs. Who was that? There was a hint of suspicion in his voice, with an undertone of worry. You don't fuck with religion, but your grandparents were Shinto? Oh, interesting. I think most of my family was Catholic growing up, TBH. Turned around to reveal the small... I'm sorry. It's because I spent all that time talking about dicks and he just turns around to reveal the small package. It's like, don't worry, honey. We can make that larger. Great words of advice for all people till the end of time. Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Respect people. Respect them. Be kind to them. And don't laugh at their small package. Oh, they must have arrived. He's about to reveal his small package. He seemed chipper, considering last night's argument. I looked at the package, then handed it to him. Oh, the package is yours then. I signed for it. Henry nodded and deftly opened the small box, showing me the contents. 2 small, flat, glossy things? Like plates? Oh. Wow. I tried to show excitement, but it came across more facetious. Also great words to be pretty happy in life. Smoke grass, go fast, and eat ass. You don't know what these are, huh? I raised my eyebrows and shook my head. They about to get high. Adeline was skipping down the stairs and spotted our exchange. Ooh, the new models? Henry nodded. Julien, they're cell phones. Oh! They're smartphones! Think computer that fits in your pocket. It connects to the internet and allows us to send messages instantaneously. I squinted. I hadn't interacted with technology in so long, and it seems it had passed me by. Still no flying cars yet, right? Adeline looked incredulous. No one actually wants flying cars? I let my eyelids drop, shoot him. He's so sad! He's like, so there's no flying cars? There's no flying cars. Oh. Never mind. He's like, it was rhetorical, but I digress. I think it'd be funny if he was actually upset that they didn't make flying cars yet. Henry picked up one of the cell phones and handed it to me to examine. It was sleek and resembled more a shard of glass than what I remembered a computer looking like. I clicked a long, slender button on the side and the screen lit up blindingly bright. Ah! Ooh, that's very bright. Henry stepped to my side and swiped down the screen, revealing a menu to lower the brightness. Better? I nodded, blinking away the retina burn. Clicking around the screen, I noticed a couple buttons, and Henry ran through the functions. Apps, settings, there's also a camera, and this is how to text each other, where the contacts are stored. Adeline stepped over too, and plucked the phone from my hand. She tapped at the surface, then handed it back, and my kitty cat came in the room to meow at me. Hi, baby. What is it? Why are you meowing? Why are you meowing? Why you meow? Yeah? She just meowed into a yawn. She's so cute. There, my contacts are in there now, too. You have a cell phone, too? Of course I do. The ward gave it to me. I don't really use it much for anything, for telling the time and date, though. And Julien, like, gets on TikTok. I nodded, trying to retain the quick tutorials I learned. Henry stroked his beard. Why don't you and Adeline go test out the new phone? Go for a walk? He smiled. I wasn't buying it, though. One moment, Adeline. I grabbed Henry's hand and pulled him into my study. Are you okay? Henry's brows knitted together, worried. Is this about last night? I looked down. It was, but also something just seemed off. Not just that. I understand. I'm fine, though. I just needed some time to cool off. Yeah, you were major mad last night. His voice trailed off. I glanced back over. His eyes were glued to the floor. His posture awkward. What? You're what? A moment of panicked anxiety gripped my stomach. Sure, things were not ideal right now, but surely he wouldn't suddenly... I'm sorry. Oh, and he's blushing too. Bunny? Bunny, can you go settle over here, please? It's yaoi time right now. You got it from Ethan Nestor. He said it in a weak whisper. I blinked. My anxiety melted away and I hugged him. Oh, darling. I stroked his cheek with my thumb and lifted his chin so his eyes met mine. Thank you for apologizing. Relief washed over Henry's features. He cupped my chin and kissed me lightly. Mwah. My hand ran down the front of his shirt, feeling his muscular frame underneath. I'll see you tonight. I think I'll come to bed this evening. Oh! Dick-destroying December has begun. Henry looked surprised. I'll believe it when I see it. He paused, concern taking over once again. You just realized your phone doesn't have a headphone jack? Bro, mine doesn't either. I literally upgraded my phone last year after not upgrading it for like 6 years. There's no fucking headphone jack anymore. What are we, animals? Have you not been sleeping? My eyes darted to the floor, then ceiling, then slowly back to Henry. I let a sigh and shook my head. Well, then let's hope this walk will tire you out enough. Otherwise, we could have a smexy time. A mischievous look played on his face. We could try something else. Ayo! That's why you have earbuds? So I've tried doing the, like, Bluetooth earbuds, but I don't like the delay. At least, I don't know if, like, expensive ones or, like, high-quality ones would be better, but I don't like the delay that most Bluetooth headphones have. Because there's nothing that's more, like, fucked up to me than, like, trying to watch a cutscene where a character is talking, but the lip flaps are out of sync with the audio because of the delay. It pisses me off. He let that thought trail off as he strode towards the door. Adeline stood against the banister, feigning a whistle, like she wasn't just listening in on our conversation. Oh, if only I knew how to whistle. Pretend that was a whistle. Henry tilted his head at her, and she looked around innocently. He waved me out of the study. After you, love. Needed some Wawa, so I drank some Wawa. Adeline, take care of him on the walk, will you? You can whistle. Hell yeah. Make sure he doesn't lose his phone. I'm still gonna be paying that off for 5 years. I rolled my eyes and nodded towards the back door to Adeline. She made a half-hearted, sarcastic salute at Henry, then walked out with me. Adeline produced a phone from her pocket, started comparing it to mine. Okay, it looks like you've got some extra features on this thing. Henry must have gone top of the line for you guys. She put her phone away and started swiping and clicking on my phone. Alright, I arranged your apps with the most important ones on the first page and the other ones on the second page. She demonstrated by swiping back and forth on the screen. Bunny, why are you sniffing my water so fervently? I see, I said, still bewildered. Here, test out the camera. She tapped the icon that looked like a gray square with a dark reflective orb in the center. That's supposed to communicate to camera. Yes, Bunny, you clicked on Adeline looked amused. You're really behind on the times, aren't you, old-timer? Do you know that kids nowadays use square blocks as pretend phones? No one has a house phone anymore. Oh, you can still connect stuff, you have to use the same USB as your charge. Oh, wait, that's weird. USB headphones? That's weird. No more banana or pinky thumb. I raised my hand up, thumb at my ear, pinky at my mouth to demonstrate. What is that? Adeline laughed through her nose and shook her head. Phones just don't look like that anymore. Oh! Bunny, why are you knocking my stuff down? She handed the phone back to me and had me pointed at her. You can see me, yeah? I blinked. We can show up on pictures now? I can? I don't really understand. I figured you'd not quite get it. It's because in ye olden times, most of this stuff was made with silver in development of processing the images, so of course, our very existence rejects the silver. Something like that. The ward had some vampire science guy come in and talk about it as part of one of the rehabilitation courses. She waved it off like it was the most uninteresting thing she'd been subject to. Anyways, the important thing is now we can take pictures together. I bet you haven't seen yourself in ages, huh? Here, let me... She grabbed for my phone, but I tightened my grip. I wasn't sure I wanted to see. Or not. I think your camera has a macro mode if you want to test it out. She quickly pivoted and kicked around at the fallen leaves. Like, I guess. I just want to take a photo. God. I looked down at my phone again. The camera app was still open. I just heard and felt my knee pop. I'm old. It wasn't that I was afraid. More like I'd gotten very used to what I thought I looked like in my head. Or maybe I was afraid. What if I really looked like the monster I thought I was? No, you just look like a sad boy. Oh, nice bed. From the bedchamber window, I watched Adeline and Julien walk into the tree line, disappearing under the foliage. I tapped my phone, opening a plain square app. A map opened and showed 2 blinking dots. A stationary one, me, and one that drifted across the map, Julien. Oh. Bro, you have a tracking phone? You have a tracking phone? Like, I know people... I think you should have cleared that with him first, Henry. 2 ways this can go. Fuck, I'm ugly, or damn it, I look good. The youngest picture of you is also the oldest picture of you. That's a mindfuck right there. Oh, yep, it's a tracking app. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah. Satisfied with my tracking app, I nodded. I combed my fingers through my beard and contemplated my ethics. Okay, yeah, you can connect via Bluetooth, but I'd rather have headphones with a headphone jack. For my peace of mind and his safety. Sorry, my cat's not going to... Or you guys could talk things out, like people, and not resort to secretly tracking the other one on the phone? Just saying. I took a deep breath and tossed my phone onto the bed. I took one more look out the window before moving to my desk. As soon as I sat down, I heard my phone buzz. Did Adeline show him how to send a message? I stepped over to the bed to retrieve my phone. As I opened the message, I sidled back to my desk to sit. The message opened with an image and then text. Dots, attachment. Miraculous. It's just a fucking ant on a leaf. Why is bacon called bacon and cookies called cookies when you cook bacon and bake cookies? I got another one for you that I'm sure you've heard before. Why do we park on the driveway but drive on the parkway? Miraculous, the text read. The image was of an orange leaf with an ant moving across. The colors were vibrant despite the lack of light. The auto-balancing made it look as though it was taken during the daytime. I read the message again. Miraculous. A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Even if this was for my own selfish reasons, I'm glad he's enjoying a new experience. I flipped my phone screen down and turned my attention to a beige dossier on my desk. It was on the thinner side, but it couldn't be helped. The owner of the file was barely a century old. Why is it when you give someone food, you feed them, but when you give them water, you're not watering them? That's a good question. I tapped the folder jacket embossed with the ward's coat of arms, thinking through what I'd already read. Oh my god, Audino is here again. Dude. Okay, well, if anyone didn't get an Audino, now's your chance. Or if you want, like, try to see if you can get a better one. I wasn't sure if there was anything else I could learn about her. But I flipped the dossier open anyways and scanned through the files again. Your alarm sound is technically your theme song since it plays at the start of every episode. I don't have an alarm. My wife does, though, so I guess that would count. Bunny, stop trying to knock my stuff over, please. Stop it. That's not nice. She hasn't opened up yet, only that she didn't wish to return to the ward. So far, she's been good to Julien. She's making us talk. I groaned internally. She's really exposing us for all our flaws. I asked her to solve Julien's issues, not mine. Too bad. You're involved. Why is it called taking a dump when you're leaving? Hey, same thing with a piss. Do you take the piss with you? Marriage, what's yours is mine, I guess. Marriage. I propped my chin on my hand and flipped another page. This one was interesting. A heavily redacted page of a police report. It looks like someone paid good money to make what happened disappear. I wonder what the story there is. Why is it called spooning, but there's no spoons? The buzz of my phone took my attention away from the police report. Another text message. From a number? You can turn piss into drinking water. That is true. I don't believe anyone has found a way to turn shit back into food, though. Adeline's contact. I accepted the contact information sent. I created a new contact for Adeline and populated with an image she chose. A little creature pulling down a bottom lid and sticking out their tongue. Amusing. Another buzz and message. Adeline sent a text and an image and a head pat. Yeah? Aww. I had to sneak this picture. Hopefully he doesn't mind. Aww. How cute. Image was of Julien. He was looking up at the leaves, a soft smile playing on his lips. He loves autumn and winter. The colors changing were always his favorite part of any year. Bear Grylls challenge accepted. When you were born, for a moment you were the youngest person on Earth. That is true, but then someone always surpasses you. Maybe it was an emotional couple of days. Maybe it was the dust in the air, but a tear escaped my eye. I stared at the photo a while longer before messaging back a simple, thank you. Then I closed the dossier and slid it into a desk drawer. Maybe I'll go read in the study till they get back. At least that's what I had intended on doing, but something caught my eye in the desk door. An old leather-bound book with 2 peeling strands wrapped around the book, keeping it securely shut. Pages were yellowed and the edges were blackened with mold and decay and dirt. Ew! Clean your fucking books! Why do we do everything up, eat up, heat up, stay up, wake up? Why don't you put on a little makeup? Why'd you leave kids up on the table? think your brain is sighing slowly. The main thing I would say is that English as a language is always a contradiction. Often. I touched the book gently, the leather crumbling under the brush of my fingertips. Oh, I'll reckon time, September 1810. The sky was inky black. The only source of light was an oil-soaked torch I held aloft. This was always where the memories started. I knew I spoke French, English, and knew a handful of words in the languages of the native peoples. I knew my name was Henri. Beyond that, nothing but a void like the night sky. Using context clues, I was able to ascertain I must have come from France, and it must have been to be a fur trapper. My tools, leather-bound hunting log, skill set, and the knowledge baked into my muscle memory told me I was a hunter. A good one. I've had a long time to think about these memories. They always played out the same. My torch high, I scanned the perimeter of the clearing. Something was telling me to be wary. The silence of the night, the stillness of the brush, the lack of birds or bugs chirping, all pointed towards a predator nearby. Fun fact, someone from the UK born at 11:30 p.m. celebrates their birthday a day before a European born at 12 a.m. Oh, that hurts my brain. I walked the perimeter again, the anxiety in my gut growing with every second that passed. I kicked a bush and crunched sticks loudly, trying to draw the beast out, or best case, scare it off. The stillness of the night persisted, though. Took a deep breath and returned to setting up camp for the night, keeping my ears keen for any new sounds. The fire I started finally belched into a comfortable crackle. I prepared food and ate the first hot meal I'd prepared in a month. It would have been a deliciously satisfying meal had it not been for the gnawing anxiety of the night. I held my hunting knife to my chest and sat propped up against my gear. Sleep hung over the edge of my vision. And that's when it chose to appear. Hi! Hello! Hi there! The beast whose eyes I felt on me all night. It hulked, walking on all fours, its long arms carefully and silently picking their way into the clearing. The beast... That's the bat guy! That's the bat! That's the thing that could have happened. The beast was covered in shaggy dark fur, matted with blood, dirt, and grime. Its face was like that of a demented bat, eyes crazed and snout bloodied. Huge fangs stuck out from its top and bottom jaws, and saliva hung in thick globules. Ugh. When you drop soap on the floor, is the floor clean or is the soap dirty? Fascinating questions. I remember thinking that I'd heard stories about these creatures from the tribes in the area, but never thought I'd see one, alive, walking, hunting. Least of all, hunting me. The creature sniffed the air, seemingly confused by the campfire smoke. It rubbed its nose in the loose dirt, then screeched, lunging at me from the edge of the clearing. Can I also just say this track slaps? I rolled to dodge, but its massive wingspan caught me under its lunge still. It used one of the clawed wings to pin my head down, and the other to latch onto my pelvis. Ah! Then it reared its head and bit down on my shoulder, tearing into my flesh like wet paper. It gnawed and suctioned onto my skin like a leech. I kicked and fumbled with my knife. I squirmed to get my head free, but its claws clamped down, piercing into my cheek and temple. Oh God. I could taste blood. Concentrating on touch, I got my knife free of its sheath and swung wildly at the beast's head, catching its face before digging the knife deeply into its skull. It screeched and unclamped itself from me. I rolled away, wheezing, half blinded by my own blood and pain. I staggered to get up to retrieve my rifle or axe. The creature rubbed its face in the ground, trying to hook a claw into the blade to remove it. I needed to seize the chance to finish it off. Breathing ragged, I retrieved my axe and dashed towards the beast. It squawked, surprised. Perhaps the tables had turned. In 3 long, quick strides, I brought my axe down, removing the creature's head in one fell swoop. The body still squirmed, as if trying to retrieve its lost head. I raised my axe again to chop the beast until it stopped moving, but my arms went weak. Suddenly, my face was flushed, and my vision blurred. Was it blood loss or shock? No, I would come to learn it was the vampiric venom that was injected into my body. Well, fuck! Also, why do they call it apple pen when they first combine a pen and an apple? Pineapple pen. November 6th? I paced my room in a wide arc, silently debating my options for next steps. Sitting them in the same room to talk maybe wasn't the best approach. I didn't think it'd be this hard for 2 people, let alone 2 vampires who deeply loved each other, to just talk openly. I ran through the very short list in my head. I can, 1, sit them down together again and maybe leave them alone or something. Or 2, mediate a discussion, though that requires them to actually participate. Or 3, sit them down separately. The last option seemed like the best way to approach today. Things yesterday felt pretty good. I sounded unsure, even in my head. I may have pulled Julien from the brink initially, but he may just end up right back there if I can't help him resolve his issues with his existence. A tall order. I sighed, distressed. But I wasn't going to stop trying. Divide and conquer, as they say. Julien's study door was open, so I strode in expecting Julien strewn across the sofa with a book, but instead, I found Henri, leaning against Julien's long desk. He looked deep in thought. Bone apple tits! I knocked on the door to alert him. He looked over and nodded. I took my place at the love seat, slouching back into it and letting my legs dangle. Wasn't expecting you in here. Is Julien home? Oh, yes, he's still in bed. I think this is his first day of sleep in a few days. He may be out for a while longer tonight. I nodded in agreement. Well then, I suppose you're up first today. Henri's eyes slid over to me, interrogating my every move and potential motive. You should be focusing your efforts on Julien. Who's Bone Apple Tits, you know? I don't know. Oh no, he's stuck in the imaginary ads. Oh, we'll never get him back. Well, he's asleep and you're half the problem. Henri bristled. What I mean is, if we want Julien to get better, we have to support him. We have to be able to work together. Oh no, he's still in the ads. God help him. We also need to get you better at supporting him. So, come on, let's talk while my cat viciously attacks my arms. Oh no! Super Sachiko has been captured by the ads too! The horror! I motioned to the couch and he relented. He sat across from me, his arms crossed defensively. You've got your fair share of unpacking to do yourself, my sir. He raised his eyebrows. I know what my issues are, and I will deal with them on my own terms. Okay then. Let's start with your distrust of Julien. His eyebrows creased low. I trust my husband. Then why did you put a tracking app on his new phone? Henri's reaction was a mix of muted horror and frustration. Oh no! Balthazar is also stuck in the ads, but I thought he was already in the ads before, so shouldn't he be freed? The horror! Fool. You have 6 moths? Subbed in advance? You got 6 individual moths to sub in advance? Well, that's so kind of you. Thank you. I tapped my chin and sat forward. He didn't consider I'd snooped through Julian's phone. I didn't tell Julien, so your secret's safe with me. So this is your plan, to blackmail me into this pseudo-therapy. If that's what it takes, yeah. I'm just asking you to work with me. Here. I motioned my hands in the air. Let's make it interesting. I'll ask a question, then you ask me a question. Huh? How about that, huh? He combed his fingers through his beard, considering my offer, then sat forward, hands clasped. This could be interesting. You make typos on a daily basis, lid copying me in verbal. His eyes locked onto mine. An uneasy feeling grew in my stomach. I cleared my throat. Ahem. Okay, I'll start, if that's okay. Be my guest. Bunny, you are not my guest to step on my laptop, however. Henry waved his hand and leaned back, throwing an arm behind the sofa. He looked much more relaxed all of a sudden, his intentions hidden by a half smile. Bunny, hey. No, you can't eat those. I shifted in my seat, the nervous feeling in my gut growing. Alright. What was your life before you met Julien? Henry played with a bunch of beard hairs, twisting and twirling it between his fingers. I was a hunter. Is that so? Bunny. Please, Bunny. I don't want to kick you out if I don't have to. What did she do? Bunny, what did you do, Bunny? She hit my scroll wheel somehow. I wouldn't say it was the most covert, but I was very good at tracking down a target. He lingered for a second on target. His animosity hung on the word like a damp paper. You happy you've left it behind? Oh, sorry, I hit my mic. He stopped fidgeting with his hair. I wouldn't say I'm happy to have that part of my life behind me. But his words trailed off. I held my words in, waiting for him to continue, but he didn't. But? Oh, nothing. Pulled the edges of my mouth back and forth in discontent. But you miss it? Regret it? What? Henry shook his head. No, just... He scratched at his beard, seemingly at a loss for how to describe the feeling. Let's just move on. All right. I took a deep breath, bracing for the question he'd ask. And that's not the question that they asked, Bunny. The question was not meow. Ow, it was also not biting my arm like a beast. Ugh. He drummed his fingers on his thigh, like he was scrolling through some internal Rolodex of inquiries he had for me. Finally, he tapped one finger repeatedly and nodded, signaling he'd finally decided which question he'd start with. Why don't you want to return to the ward? I squinted at him. We're starting easy. Oh yeah? Are we? Bunny. I'm gonna have to kick you out. His lips breaking into a mischievous look. How to explain? How to explain, indeed! Most people have never been to the ward, let alone seen what goes on inside of it, without having worked for the ward in some capacity. It's suffocating. You're treated like some prisoner in a psych ward. The entertainment is also limited to books and the occasional movie or show that's on in the blood bank during food hours. Just thinking of it made me frown. All in all, it's not the worst, but It definitely feels like a punishment for something I didn't really choose. The unspoken part hung in the still air. So it's boring? You get meals daily in a mediocre but available form of entertainment, and the safety of a bed in a room, and all you can think to do is devise how to escape it. I didn't ask for them to pick me up and put me in a cell. I didn't ask to be rehabilitated. I didn't ask to be born, and yet, here I fucking am! Henry raised his eyebrows and nodded. Satisfied, Binch? I didn't wait for him to answer. Next question for you. Oh. Do you prefer your life prior to settling down? I wouldn't say so, no. Do you feel like it's made you a worse person now that you have less to do? Something, unfocused energy, my cat bit my arm, makes you the focus those obsessions on your partner or something? Henry's brows darkened. I don't... He seemed to realize something, then shook his head. No. I cocked an eyebrow, and he raised his in response. Okay. Took a deep breath. Your turn. He leaned forward, the devious look returning to his eyes. I read how your parents sold you off. Do you resent them for that? Henry! Ouch. Right for the jugular. Alright, damn, bro. His questions are feeling pointed. And yours aren't? Okay. Fair. I twisted one of my braids while trying to answer his question. So... I guess I did resent them for a bit. But I also... feel relief. Knowing that they're okay, and that they were able to move on and have a healthy kid. Henry leaned back. Maybe it wasn't the answer he wanted, but it was the truth. I didn't harbor any ill will or resentment towards them. He didn't follow up, so I moved on. Next, let's see. Oh. What acts of service do you mean? You know, it's supposed to be about what you need to do, because we need to focus on you supporting him. So, what acts of service do you do for Julien? What don't I do for Julien? We can start with the obvious. You're here because I needed someone to pull Julien back from the brink. He's the reason for everything I do. For myself and for him. I'm not sure that counts as an act of service. Henry's face twisted into a frown. Doesn't count? An act of service should be something you do for them in front of them. Something they see you do for them with nothing expected in return. Like getting them a blanket or a warm cup of tea. We can't drink tea. Yes, I know, but you get what I mean. They can't drink tea? Why? He chewed the inside of his lip, then nodded. Something seen. I nodded. Henry does these acts of service. Gluck, gluck, gluck. Not everything you do for him can be behind the scenes. Sometimes doing stuff out in the open is the best for both parties. He nodded, stroking his beard. He was thoughtful for a moment, then asked, my turn. I assented. Does the idea of Julien feeding on you again make you uncomfortable? I looked down at the wrist I had torn open to entice Julien to feed. No marks were left, but the memory still lingered on the skin. His hunger draining my life force from me, left me weak and hungry. It dredged up some memories that I would prefer to forget. Henry raised his eyebrows, his eyes urging me to continue. Bunny. You're not being behaved. Come on, girl. Come on. In the end, I didn't care. I just didn't want him to deteriorate any further. It's my last-ditch effort. You heard? Sorry, did you hear her? She's a fucking crybaby. I love her. She's mad that I picked her up so she wouldn't be biting my arms. But thinking of doing it again for Julien and experiencing that weekend stay a second time? Yeah, I guess I'm hesitant. I know, she's a little crybaby. Okay. He combed his fingers through his beard and scratched his chin. Any other questions? I smoothed my skirt hem, taking a deep breath. Have you considered that you just need to try harder? Oh my god. Buddy. I don't think that's the thing you want to say. I think he wants to I think he's trying. I think he just doesn't understand that a tracking device is not better than having open communication with your partner. Well, there are clearly reasons you still want to try. Try to make it work out between you and Julien. Henry's eyes narrowed. I've never stopped trying. Everything I do is for the sake of this relationship. For the sake of my love for him. What are you insinuating? That struck a nerve. I was just thinking about if you've thought of this not working out. The marriage. The thought has never crossed my mind. I will love him, and continue to love him, until my dying breath! I wrung my hands, suddenly feeling awkward. I see. That's really sweet, actually. Romantic. Henry's serious expression broke into one of amusement. He coughed out a laugh. Thanks? I laughed half-heartedly, scratching my head. Was that the last of your questions, Bunny? You're misbehaving. I nodded, swallowing hard. His questions were building up to something. Ow! My stomach churned. Sorry, I hit my mic. Then my last question. Tell me, what happened in this police report? Uh-oh. He pulled a folded paper from his pocket and tossed it across the space. I leaned forward and caught it clumsily. Unfolding it, I saw at the top of the paper, New York Police Department. My stomach dropped. I looked up at Henry, my expression shaken. The heavily redacted report barely had any information legible, but I knew what it was, and Bunny is being not cash money. I know. All identifying information of the victim and my existence were scrubbed from the report, leaving behind the bare minimum of information needed for a filing. A body was found, the crime unsolvable. Objection! Nothing new for New York City. Nothing new for a lot of places in the world, frankly. I shifted. Sorry, they're mowing outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I shifted in my seat as I felt Henry's watchful gaze on me. I cleared my throat. How much do you know? Assume I know nothing. But you have my file from the ward. Seriously, do you guys hear? I'm so sorry. Do you guys hear the thing outside? Because I hear it and it sounds loud as fuck. But if you guys don't hear it, then that's fine. Imagine mowing at 3 p.m. Or maybe they're leaf blowing. I think they're... Oh, God. Is it that loud? Okay. This sucks, because this is a point in the story that I want to continue, but they're being so fucking loud! Alright, why don't we take a short break? We'll take a short break. It could be creepy ambient noises. No, let me at least finish the scene. Can I save again? Sure. There you go. We'll go through and you can pretend those are creepy ambient noises. How about that? Irrelevant. I want to know what this is. He pointed to the paper in my hands. SpongeBob with the leaf blowers, bro. They're ruining the moment. You're also ruining the moment, Bunny. Yeah, you are. I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts in scattered memory fragments. Well, you know, I was sold off to an underground doctor. My parents were in a lot of medical debt because of me, so I understand why. The doctor, he somehow turned me. He was human as far as I could tell, so he must have gotten some vampiric venom from somewhere. Well, once he turned me, I felt my hand go to my pinprick star. He shopped me around for a buyer. I don't remember a whole lot. I was heavily sedated for most of it. I remember the woman who bought me, though. She said I was cute. I felt the hair on my neck stand up. So the police report was what I did to her. Henry seemed concerned, but he nodded for me to continue. I breathed out slowly, steadying my breath. I thought, maybe I had a home. It was a weird situation, not one anyone would ever think they'd be in. Especially not as a fresh vampire, all of 12 years old. And the leaf blowers, people coming back. I was naive and hopeful. I just wanted to feel wanted and welcomed. In a home. But, I could feel my throat getting hoarse and my mouth going dry. Brought me to. She made me feed on her. She seemed to take some enjoyment out of it. I don't know. But occasionally, she'd have me drink her blood. Then she'd take a knife to my wrist and try to drink mine too. My thumb traced my wrist softly. I've taken a distaste for drinking from live victims. That's why I prefer blood pouches, truthfully. Couldn't wrap my head around what she was using me for, but I was locked into a windowless room, treated like some novelty pet or doll. I couldn't take it. So I broke out and murdered her. I set myself free. I killed the woman that kidnapped me intensely forward noises. I'm sorry! The gay people will protect and comfort the children, capital C children, from the horrors. Children, get behind me! I didn't even feed on her. It was murder in cold blood. I just let her bleed out. Her blood always tasted awful anyways. Basically, fuck around and find out. I shoved her in her room and let her body rot. I lived off the blood stores in her apartment for a while. The ones she'd usually feed me on days she didn't want me to feed on her. But eventually, the smell of the rotting corpse was strong enough to warrant the police investigating the woman's penthouse. A lot of adults in general. Oh yeah, no, yeah, a lot of adults in general. I think they just mean like the gay people, as in like Henri and Julien specifically. I shook at the recollection of the smell. You know, that is true. There are a surprisingly big, nice amount of people left in the world. And you always have to remind yourself of that. When everything is beating you down on like everything is awful and nothing is good, everything's terrible, you gotta remind yourself there is so much good still in the world. And they don't report on it. Why? Because it doesn't catch attention. Why? I don't know. I wish it would. I feel like I have this joke because of homophobes being awful in the shows we get into always have gay-ass people taking care of kids like Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, man. I mean, it's I get you. I do get you. It is a case where it's like, obviously, you know, if you're in the LGBT community, you're going to be, like, wanting to look after people in your community who have been harmed by homophobes. But it is true that just, you know, in general, there's still many good people in this world, no matter race, sex, gender, sexuality, all etc., etc., etc. There's good peoples everywhere. I was able to escape, but the ward found... I didn't read the line. I should just go back. I was able to escape, but the ward found me a short while after that. Oh yeah, Crow. I have 10 kids. The other guy from Team Unicorn. Oh my god, me too. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds was there was a lot of, like, child adopting, I feel like, in that show. I sighed heavily, trying to steady my emotions. It's been nearly a century since it happened, and yet it still haunted my mind. The cold fear that gripped my stomach at the thought of ever letting myself lose control like that again. The complete apathy I felt as her life slipped from this plane as I left her in her room to rot. I don't even remember her name. I understood Julian's disdain for vampirism, but for a completely different reason and experience. Henri knelt next to me. I hadn't even seen him move. He was lightning fast. I see. Thank you for telling me. I sniffled, looking away, unable to meet his gaze. Yeah, thanks for taking my questions, and I feel like we understand each other a little more now. Yeah! He half smiled. Then something caught his eye. He plucked the paper from my hands and folded it back into his pocket. Julien, you're up. Oh shit, how much of that did he hear? He stood and moved to Julien, embracing him and pecking him on the cheek. Evening, love. Henri cupped his chin and kissed him again. Mwah! Evening. He turned and smiled at me. You want to talk to Julien now, Julien yawned and stretched his arms up. Talk? Sure. He shuffled into the room and laid on the couch, his legs dangling. I am thou am I. Thou hast established a new bond. Henri waved at me and closed the door behind him. I blinked away my teary eyes and sniffled again, clapping my face lightly. Yay! We understand each other a little better now. Yay! Yeah, okay, see, we do have to divide and conquer in this case. Henri pulled no fucking punches, dude. It's like, I know. Oh, it's a Persona reference. I don't know anything about Persona. I'm sorry. Right. Focus. Evening, Julien. I'm glad to see you sleeping. Me too. He yawned again, stretching out the words. Did you hear any of that? Of? What Henri and I were talking about? No. I nodded, not believing him in the slightest. I adjusted myself in my seat, scooting closer to the edge of the chair so my feet touched the floor. So I spoke with Henri a little bit about maybe unpacking some of his troubles. He speaks so easily if he's talking about you, but clams right up when it comes to himself. An interesting man. Anyways, I wanted to talk to you some too. Julien peeked from under the hand that was covering his eyes, then nodded his head. All right then. How do you handle conflicts? Clearly not well. How do you handle conflicts? Julien blinked groggily, then sat up. Perhaps not the best. At least he's honest about that. Care to elaborate? He rubbed his face and sat up. Let me rearrange my own chair. Alright, that's better. Hup! I'm sorry, I just woke up. My thoughts aren't really in order yet. Okay, we can start with something simpler. Like, how about... You guys share cleaning duties? Does Henry help with feeding the cats? I wanna hear about the cats. Does Henry help with feeding the cats? Julien considered the question, leaning back on the sofa. No, not really. I suppose he would if I asked him to, but I find some joy in doing it, even if it's been quite infrequent these last few months. Cats! His voice got quiet. Oh, I should get on that. Winter is approaching pretty fast. It's getting colder. The kitties are gonna be cold. I'd love to help if I can. Julien looked up a little surprised. You like cats? I adore them, actually. Always wanted one. A wry smile spread across his face, a plot hatching behind his eyes. Maybe we can convince Henry to bring the kitties in for the winter. A conniving, plotting aura radiated off of Julien. 2 versus 1? How could Henry say no? He nodded at his own plan satisfactorily. I laughed through my nose, trying to hide my smile with my hand. Yes, good plan. I'll definitely help. No, she's not. No, don't say that. She's not gonna eat the cats. No. She's gonna be friends with them. They're gonna be friends. I bit my lips to suppress any more laughter threatening to emerge. Let's see. Moving on. Ooh. Hey, no chomp on that. No chomp on that, buddy. No. I know. Go over here. Settle down. What would you say your love language is? Did I save? Just in case. What did you say your love language is? And the fucking leaf blowers are back. Oh my god. Julien raised his eyebrows. He closed his eyes, resting his chin in his hand. I don't know. It's so hard to think with all these leaf blowers. What do you mean you just saved? I don't remember. Dude, like, do you ever just do something and you immediately forgot that you've done it already and you're just like, just in case, let me do it again. I'd have to say gift giving and quality time. Does Henry fulfill those needs? Julian's eyes fluttered open, blinking at me. Yes, for the most part. I think we both get rather sidetracked and lose track of time. Easy to do when your days feel like mere minutes sometimes. Julien, I love Henry so much. Intense leaf blowers in the background. God fucking... There's nothing I can do about that. I literally... Like, I have, like, you know, like, glass sliding doors for this room. It brings in the sunlight and allows me to access the balcony should I need to. I can't do anything to block out that fucking sound. I'm so sorry. Years can feel like days. A melancholy clung to his words. Yeah, SpongeBob in the background, pissing off Squidward. Definitely. So how much time can be lost when you dwell on the past, or the what-ifs for the future, or the maybes of today? Sometimes you just gotta do what you want. Or demand what you want. Julien tilted his head. You really are wise beyond your years. I am 80 years old. I'm not much younger than you, Julien. He blinked again, then smiled, laughing. Oh, those leaf blowers. And Calvin stuck in the imaginary ads. Oh. We vampires really are such strange creatures, aren't we? I smirked, laughing through my nose, amused. Indeed. I slouched back in my chair, starting to feel exhausted. Oh no, he's in the ads! He's in the ads! Oh, everyone's getting lost in the ads. I massaged my face while thinking of anything else I could learn from this talk. Armed and dangerous. You alright over there? I sat up and nodded. Just the talk with Henri took a lot out of me. Ugh. Oh no, he's stuck in more eggs! Julian's eyebrows rose. You did it just to make your points even? You know, that's fair. Yeah? Head in hands, I nodded again, emphasizing it with a tone of agreement.
Another one? Look, I told your little friend I wasn't paying. Well, this one on the house. Did he change his mind? He sure did. In fact, he ate it all in one bite.
That's from the Krusty Krab Pizza. Is the pizza for you and me episode. Okay, I think I've got one more for you if that's okay. An amused expression settled on Julian's face, and he chuckled through his nose. Sure. Alrighty. Oh. These are the tough questions, man. Is there room for your partner in your life? I propped my elbow on the arm of my chair and rested my chin in my hand. Is there room for your partner in your life? Julien looked a little taken aback. Oh wow, coming out swinging? I think so. He sounded unsure, but not confused. I nodded. I mean, I'd like there to be. We are married already, after all. Hard to say there isn't when I am, in fact, married. He breathed out a sigh. But I'd like there to be more room for Henri. I feel like maybe I have been more closed off with him. His voice trailed off, getting wrapped up in his thoughts. Do you think you can be more open again? One corner of his mouth screwed inwardly. It's not so easily said yes or no, but I'd like to try. I smiled. Yeah, I think he feels the same way. In fact, Squidward actually cares for SpongeBob, really, though he acts like he doesn't because he just wants to have time for himself. I mean, who can blame him, honestly? Like, listen, we love SpongeBob, but he can definitely be annoying as fuck, let's be real. Julian's expression softened. He smiled a small, little smile. He nodded, his eyes sparkling with what felt like hope. That wasn't so bad. I dragged my emotionally exhausted body back up the stairs to my room and flopped on the bed. Extracting emotions from emotionally constipated men is hard work. I never even had a moment to break and eat. Favorite episodes, The Graveyard Shift and Rock Bottom. Those are good episodes. My thoughts acknowledged I left my blood pouch downstairs on the love seat. Bah! Better to retrieve that later. Closed my eyes, thinking about how I should definitely eat. That's bullshit. I threw 3 different balls. They didn't care, sadly. Curse you, Machoke. Oh, when Squidward's living at his house driving him crazy. That's a good one, too. I groaned as I dragged myself to my trunk, pulled out another pouch, cracking the seal and sipping. Felt the relief hit immediately. My nerves calmed and my stomach settled. I hopped back onto the bed and pulled out my phone. Maybe I'll make a group text. Yeah, then we can all sort of talk more casually. You have 69 channel points? Nice. Felt my logic grasping for reasons, but I shrugged my shoulders. My thoughts took on a sardonic tone. What's the worst that could happen? Left unread? I navigated the phone screen menus, made a quick group chat with Henri, Julien, and I. Sometimes writing stuff out is easier than speaking. Just a thought. This now empty room is making you feel lonely. Aw, it's all good. I don't think Julien has his phone on him. You don't think, or you don't? Oh, I do. Okay, he does. Oop. ... What does that code mean? Some type of cipher? No, silly, it's an emoticon. Bit. Bit. Oh, right. Well, LOL, they're text emojis. LOL? Text emojis? You have so much to learn. LOL is an acronym. It's all over the internet. Right, during our walk, you talked a little bit about the internet. You should definitely check out the internet. You'll learn so much stuff that's happening in the world. Me when I was 10 on Facebook and I thought my classmate thought she meant Disney XD, not just XD face. Oh dear, what happened with, what is that emoji? Henry's leg. I don't think he should be on the internet yet. Yeah, I think he would need he needs safe search and child firewall protection stuff. I forget what they're called. Oh, it's a fish. Oh, it is a fish. Just in big letters. Don't introduce him to Twitter! You're right. Oh, quiet bunny. His name is Finch? He's Finch the fish? That's cute. The sad emoji. How do you put those tiny faces? LOL. LOL. I beg your pardon? I flipped my phone over and smiled, laughing to myself. Haha, idiot doesn't know how to use his phone. Teaching someone about pop culture and technology isn't something you do every day. Wait until he finds the hub. Unless they're in Texas, then he can't go on the hub. Unless he has a VPN. Stop bullying him. No! Bully him more. More! I heard who must have been Henry walking down the stairs, presumably to Julien's study to teach him more about the phone and internet and emojis. And that's what I was hoping for, at least. What's a VPN? Beep. I stared up at the ceiling, feeling like maybe everything will be okay. It's November 7th. Okay. I am going to take a break. I am going to get some num and more drinky. And we can do a little BRB. Nyop. What'd I miss? Oh, did you scare somebody with it should have been me? We are back. You scare Muffy. The overcast sky blocked out nearly all the sunlight. It was tempting to try my luck outside, but I stayed just within the house's shadows. The chill in the air told me it was going to snow. No, you didn't? I don't know. You'd never do such a thing? I don't know. Oh, it's snowing! I waited, watching the shadows change shape until it was nearly evening. The sun shone in indigo haze over the landscape before the first flakes began to fall. I sprang up from my seat and jumped out into the yard, catching the first snowflakes of the season. I smiled down at the tiny flake in my hands, then rubbed my palms together. Sorry, excuse me, I burped, feeling the chill. Shoving my hands in my pockets, I looked up at the roiling sky and watched the snowy speckles fall in slow but steady rhythms. I heard a crunch behind me. I looked over my shoulder, craning my neck. It was Henry! I smiled at him. His features softened. He almost looked like he was going to cry. Henry, darling, what's wrong? Henry smiled and shrugged. It's nothing. He shook his head, blinking back tears. You're smiling is all. Aww. I felt my face pinch, still sore from smiling. I looked back up at the sky and waved Henry over. He held my waist, then spun me around elegantly. Henry put one hand over his chest, then bowed, offering his other hand. Shall we have this dance under the first snowfall? Yes! I felt my ears get hot as my face flushed. I would love to, dear. Bet Mocha's enjoying theirself? So true. Your phone has a dedicated Google reverse search button without screenshotting? Ah! He took my outstretched hand and spun me towards him, then twirled me around, pulling me in towards his waist. We moved our feet to the hum of his voice. I felt his chest vibrate under my hand at each deep note, and felt my heart soar at every lighter note. That's swaggers. I think he was humming Chopin, one of his favorite composers. I probably said that wrong. This... Sorry, the music caught me off guard because he was just talking about, like, classical music, but then this music is not classical music. It's nice, though. You said there instead of, woohoo, let's go. Oh no, you're fucking the ads. Ah. He was the one who taught me how to dance a waltz. Okay. Go off, girly. I like this song. Yeah, literally, it does feel like the near singers, doesn't it? He was the one who taught me how to dance a waltz and classic ballroom, and after all, so I trusted his choice in music was appropriate. Oh no, Calvin is being berated by the ads. I watched his face as he looked where our feet went, pulling me around for the spins and twirls. Our bodies met, flustered and warm. Wow, this ad break is amazing. He pressed his forehead against mine, humming the last notes to the song. Henry lifted my chin with his thumb, his eyes tracing over every feature of my face. I cupped his cheek and gently wiped away a snowflake with my thumb. He covered my hand with his and pressed his face into my palm closer, then kissed it. Henry's eyebrows knitted together, his eyes glossy. Julien. I felt my heart thump. His eyes were overflowing with emotions unspoken. Love, sorrow, fear. It was clear to me that these last few months had taken as much of a toll on him as they had on me. Julien, I love you. Let me banish any doubt that may have grown. Let me show you again and again and again how much I love you. Oh! For eternity. His words conjured memories of our wedding day. We danced under a full moon on a clear night under the stars. The wind blew strong, but it only added to the magic of the moment. I ain't gonna lie, that fucking got me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Felt like we were playing a part in a play. A dramatic sequence leading up to the climax. Are we? I don't know how far we are in the game, because the game is supposed to have a runtime of 3.5 hours, but obviously speaking the lines takes time. And then when we fuck around with our bullshit takes time. He said for eternity, and I said until eternity. I've never been happier or more loved. Yes, let's go off, let's go off. Go off. Henry. He kissed the palm of my hand, then pressed his forehead against mine once more. His arms wrapped around my waist and pulled me in close. We stayed there, under the falling snow for a long while, trying to soak in this moment for as long as possible. And then, like, cutting to her face, it was snowing. What the fuck? I can't remember the last time I'd seen snow in person. You broke the switch? Why are you breaking the switch, Calvin? Outside the front door? You just keep being an ad. There is an ad break coming up. Outside the front door, I found a quickly piling layer of snow. I considered the possibilities of making a snowman or a snowball fight, but there wasn't enough snow for that yet. But still, the possibilities were there. And that was exciting. I jumped out into the snow, it crunching under my shoes with every skip and frolic. As I kicked the snow, I looked around. I hadn't had a chance to really take in the gardens of the manor yet, so this was a double treat. By accident, Rutro, break the switch, Kronk! Wrong switch, Kronk! Trees surrounded the place with a shabbily maintained yard between the tree line and house. Grass patches spotted the ground, with a thick layer of fallen leaves turning into the mulch, making up much of the bare space. I liked like the little puddle, or I guess I don't know if is it a lake or a puddle? I don't know, but I like it. A tinkle of a bell. Kitty cat! Kitty cat! It's a cat! I love you. I love you. You're coming inside forever. You're coming inside of our house and you are going to be fed lots of treats and given toys. Come here! A tinkle of a bell caught my attention. A little cat trotted around the corner into view. It wore a little bell around its neck. It has Julian's colors, you're right. Its big green eyes spotted me and its tail rose. A friendly greeting. It looks kind of like a calico, actually. A big smile stretched across my face, and I tried to remain calm to not scare the little guy. I slowly stepped over, meeting the cat in the middle. It wrapped around my legs, rubbing its body and its head all over me. Its black and white fur made a fun, spotted pattern like a cow. Oh, okay, so it's just black and white fur. Ah! You scared me. God damn it. Tell me why there's a cat in the grass? You step into the tall grass and a wild pussy appears, and then the Pokemon theme. It's like, fuck! My Pokemon only knows 4 moves! I reached out to let it smell me, and it shoved its face right into my hand. Alright, how are my sexy daddies? Hey, how you doing, Owl? Well, we've gone over everybody's trauma, basically. But slowly, the sexy daddies are healing, and now they're, like, dancing in the snow again, and we just had this little, like... I say it was, like, a gay... I said it was, like, a gay, confession, but, I mean, they're married, they've been married, but it was, like, a re-confession, you know? He was, like, you know, the like, I love you moment, and it's like... No, not the kitty. The kitty... No. The kitty is not vampire food. The kitty is kitty and friend. A burst of delight ran through my brain. Its little face rubbing against my hand was a shot of pure dopamine. 4 moves: scratch, bite, knock shit off ledges, and climb. You forgot meow. Your Pokemon forgot how to... What? Oh, sorry. I clicked off. Sorry. Oh no, I'm going the wrong way. You... This is what happens. Y'all fucked me up. What's your name? I did that. I ruffled its fur and ears, then spun its collar around. The name Cookie was engraved on a thin metal plaque on the woven fabric. Cookie? What a fitting name. You're just as sweet as a cookie. I scratched its little face and it purred happily. Then it chirped at me, beckoning me to follow. It ran to the edge of the house where no snow had piled up and meowed back to me, again beckoning me. I acquiesced and followed Cookie around to the side of the house. A little shed stood against the house, wood for wear, worse for wear, but managing to still be standing. Game, please. No, we're not eating the cat! It had weeds overgrown around the edges, and a small raised platform no more than a couple inches near the door. Atop the platform was an empty metal bowl. Cookie meowed, meow, and sat in front of the bowl, licking its whiskers. We're not doing that again. Oh, the food. Julien must not have put out food for them. No. Like, literally, like, you'd be like, Froggy, should we eat the cat? And Froggy would be like, no, we're not eating the damn cat. And Big would be like, oh dear. I made my way over to the door and tried to pry it open, but it was sealed shut. Locked, perhaps. I picked up the food bowl and picked my way through the rapidly piling snow towards the backyard. Cookie followed closely behind, chirping and rubbing along my legs. Quite literally, yeah. You are literally a cat, Big the cat. Why did I make Froggy Spanish? Did I make Froggy Spanish? Froggy, Calvin doesn't approve of our love. Oh dear. I did? It sounded Italian to you? Sorry, let me make it clearer. Froggy. Can we stop talking about it? It's starting to get really... yeah, no. No. None. We're just... Cats are young... cats are friends, not food. Thank you. I third that. No. Making the turn back around the house, I paused. Henri and Julien were dancing in the snow. I wondered how long they'd been out here. From the looks of it, they'd been out here a while. Paths had been carved in the snow, and their shoulders had a thick layer of frost piled up. I stood, watching them for a while. I am the best couples counselor ever. It was good to see them together, smiling. A chirp of Cookie reminded me of my assigned job. I don't want to interrupt them, Cookie. Cookie impatiently waved its tail and found a seat of bare ground by the side of the house, making disgruntled chirps. I twirled the metal bowl between my hands, waiting for a good moment to interject. Henri and Julien twirled, then kissed and paused their dancing, holding hands and smiling. I saw Henri nod, then Julien turned in my direction curiously. Then he saw Cookie and quickly walked to the edge of the yard. Cookie chirped excitedly, its tail straight up and kneading the ground. Anticipating the head pat, Julien scooped Cookie up into his arms and rubbed his chin on Cookie's forehead. Cookie kneaded the air happily as pink beans went from the snow. Julien then noticed the bowl in my hands. Oh, you must be so hungry. Let's get you fed. He carried Cookie over to the shed and put it down on the small platform. Julien then shoved the door inward, heaved it up with an unwilling squeak of the rusty hinges. Ah, that's how you open it. Cookie showed me to the shed asking for food, but I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, it's a frustrating door, but it also means that Cookie, or the cats, can't break into the shed and eat all the food at once, because they would. Julien scooped out a small cup of food for Cookie, who excitedly munched on the kibble. Cookie is awfully sweet. I timidly pet Cookie's head while they ate. Whisper? If you wish, but I probably won't look at it right now, honestly. The sweetest, like a thumbprint cookie. Did you name them? Julien shook his head. No, Cookie just comes and goes as they please. They must belong to a neighbor's farm, but they are one of my favorite visitors. Aw, your person is so lucky to have such a sweetie. Cookie rubbed its face into my hand, then returned its attention to their kibble. Julien returned the scoop to the food bag and closed the shed door. The other cats probably won't visit too much during the winter, since they're probably staying closer to whatever shelter they found. Thick of it, more like sick of it? But maybe when spring rolls around, I'll introduce you to the other strays who come around. I smiled and nodded. I'd love that. November 8th. I crossed my leg. Oh god, we're back in the couples therapy. Sitting back in the love seat that had become my de facto chair. Are we ready to try this again? Julien and Henri sat together towards the middle of the sofa, their faces nervous, but they nodded. I bobbed my head, readying myself. When was the last time you guys spoke to each other? Yesterday. He said it immediately, then paused, considering the question further. Bip. Oh, well, we didn't talk so much as let our feelings be known. Julien hasn't spoken about what's been on his mind in a while, and it's been hard to cope with the fact he feels the need to hide his feelings and struggles from me. I blinked and shifted my gaze to Julien. He adjusted himself in his seat. I had been struggling with finding a will to keep living. To live with the fact I get to keep living, but the other people who I've killed in cold blood or just for food. What if they also had promise? What if their lives have always been worth more than mine? From my periphery, I saw Henri grip his leg, attempting to calm himself. I've seen you die over and over and over. I don't want to have to keep living without you. I don't want to have to watch you die. Julien gulped and nodded. I've come to the realization that wallowing in self-pity to the degree I have been as of late has caused you immense grief. My selfishness has been taking and taking from you, and not providing anything in return. No, that's not what I was trying to say. A tense silence fell over us. I cleared my throat. Have you guys tried hunting together? How often do you or did you hunt together? Ooh. I'm sure they've tried it, so yeah, let's just ask how often. Calvin in adds hell even though he's... How often do you or did you hunt together? Julien scratched his cheek. We don't hunt together. Henri prefers to do it by himself. I still accompany you, though. Yes, but we don't engage in the hunt together. I haven't been able to hunt by myself. The weight of their deaths to further my own existence is too much. He said it quietly, breathlessly. I know. You are too kind-hearted for this type of existence. The last time we went to the city together, I lied. Henri's brows furrowed. That means, Julien nodded. He heaved a long sigh and let his head fall onto Julien's shoulder. Julien, I blinked, trying to pick up the threads that were unspoken. I knew he hadn't eaten a full meal in at least a month due to his signs of starvation, but if his will was strong and he stayed in a stationary state for a long enough time, he could have upwards of 3 months starved. Ugh! My eyebrows raised and I shook my head, realizing the sheer luck that I had when I did. That I arrived when I did. His degradation would have been imminent. Julien gripped his legs, letting his words sink in. Something you said, Adeline, has me shifting my perspective, it seems. In a way, the people who've been consumed by my greedy need to live can find a new life within me. It is no different than that of a human being consuming a cow to further its existence. That's right. Henri lifted his head, observing Julien's face. You don't believe that. Julien sighed. Not yet. But I have to try. I want to try. For you, Henri. Henri laced his fingers into Julien's, a grateful and reassuring gesture from Henri. Okay. Julien gnawed his lower lip and then nodded. I want to try. Can vampires not subside off of animals in this take of vampires? I guess not. I guess that's how they've been doing, because they either subside off of humans or, like, blood bags from blood banks. I nodded, thinking through their words, and played with a lock of hair. In that case... True Blood moment? I've not seen True Blood, actually. What would make your life feel more fulfilling? Or do you think you can live a fulfilling life now? Yeah, you know, what would make your life feel more... It's mid? Okay, good to know. What would make your life feel more fulfilling? Julien bobbed his head side to side, unsure of his answer. Have you ever thought of a bucket list, or perhaps a list of goals for the next few years? Julien only sighed and shook his head. I haven't given much thought of what to do with myself beyond retirement here with Henri. And to be honest, if I were to spend the rest of my days here in this home I've made with Henri, I would be satisfied, I think. In a way, this was my bucket list goal. I shifted my gaze to Henri. He was watching Julien's expressions carefully and nodding along. Henri, have you given a bucket list much thought? No, alas, the thought of ever dying imminently enough to make me reflect on my life and regrets hasn't occurred to me. But this experience in the last week has made me rediscover the meaningfulness that comes with living with someone you love. Yes! And what it means to be living your life. Yes! Aww, they're so cute. He smiled softly at Julien. I covered my eyes, somehow experiencing secondhand embarrassment from watching Henri speak so openly. I felt a blush creep over my cheeks. Ahem, good. Yes, Julien, would you like to give any thought to constructing a list of goals for the next year? Julien rested his chin in his hand and leaned back. Sure, Adeline. I'll take a stab at it. Okay, then in the meantime, Henri, imagine your ideal eternity. Is that what you imagine yourself doing? Imagine what you'll be doing for the rest of the centuries you'll live. Do you like it? Just to confirm, yeah. Is this what you see yourself doing? Is this what you see yourself doing? Henri placed a hand to his chin, thoughtfully stroking his chin hair. If it weren't, I wouldn't be here. Sometimes I wander the woods, fondly reminiscing about my old hunting days. Sometimes missing those days I felt I had a mission, or purpose to fulfill every day, every hour. But since being here, seeing Julien by my side, it reminds me that taking life slow and living for yourself is fulfillment in itself. I don't need a mission to find purpose for my existence, because I simply exist. If I wasn't meant to be, would nature not have struck me down immediately upon my birth? I nodded, and he glanced over to Julien, his eyes begging Julien to understand his meaning. Julien's eyes looked 1,000 miles away. Would the bombs have spared you had nature wanted you destroyed? Julien's eyes slowly moved over to Henri's, acquiescing to his reasoning. He breathed through his nose, smirking a little. You've always had such a way with words and philosophy. So Julien became a vampire when France was being bombed in World War I, I guess? That's what they've basically said. Like, somebody ate him, like, when he wasn't getting hit by bombs. I rubbed my cheek, starting to feel the emotional exhaustion of the conversation taking a toll on me. For real, girl, like, you are playing therapist. Let's bring this full circle. I thought they were Spanish vampires? Oh, no. No, they're French. I'm pretty sure they're both French. What do you want for your For your partner? What do you want from your partner? Ooh. What for? What do you want for your partner? What do you want for your partner? Happiness. Henri said it slowly, but immediately Julien craned his neck to peer at Henri, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Satisfaction. I raised my eyebrows and blinked. Ah, yes, my vampire dads Julio and Enrique. I don't know why that fucking got me. Julien. Julio. Julien, yeah. Satisfaction with life, Adeline! God! I blinked quickly and shook my head. That wasn't what Okay, thank you. We are in a vampire soap. Bro, let's get a vampire telenovela up in here. I rubbed my eyes, chuckling. I wasn't criticizing, I just wanted to ask you for a longer answer. Wait, you have a clip for this? What's the clip? My cat is meowing outside my door. She's like, let me in! I want to eat you! I want to bite you! Let me in! Well, I want him to not have regrets about his choices to settle down with me and well, be satisfied with me as a partner. Why? Because they love each other. I nodded, then turned to Henri. And you, Henri? Henri took a deep breath. I want him to find happiness in a life he may not have chosen, but has chosen to make something of. I want him to be happy with the life we've made together. Julien's eyes were glossy ponds, threatening to overflow, like this. Oh. Henri cupped his cheek as tears fell. They rested their foreheads together. I twiddled my thumbs, averting my eyes and awkwardly adjusting in my seat, waiting for their moment to pass. Aww. They needed that cry. Julien took a deep breath and pulled away from Henri. Are we done for the day? We could be. Are you ready to be done? Julien nodded, his eyes not breaking from Henri's face. Let's. I shifted to slide off the love seat and Henri stood. But Henri, darling, stay for a while? Henri smiled and nodded. Of course. I looked around, nervously embarrassed all of a sudden again. Okay, just me then. I'll just skedaddle on out of here. Yep. I stiffly marched out of the room and shut the door tightly behind me. Thank you. It sounded like it came from Julien. I could just make out the muffled words as I made my way up the stairs, followed by sobs. I threw my body across my bed. My brain was fried. That was a rough session. Nevertheless, we made good progress. I smiled inwardly, a smile layered with just a little bit of smug pride. I couldn't help it. I was doing everything I was taught and trying my best. It was satisfying to see progress, regardless of the way we ended up seeing it. Maybe I wasn't the most graceful person when it came to talking about emotions while comforting others, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I was recommended for a reason, right? My mind wandered to my own talk therapy sessions at the ward. They said all the right things, gave you the right reasons, and you complied with them, simply because there was nothing else you could do. It was comply, or be confined to your white cell for the rest of your eternity. Not much of an enthusiastic trade-off. My hands traced circles into the puffy duvet cover. I don't want to leave here. Mostly, I don't want to go back to the rigidity of the ward. I liked my freedom. Naturally. Henri said the room was mine. But he didn't say I could stay. He could use any excuse in the book to send me back at any moment. I didn't think he would, but the possibility existed until the ward relinquished their claim over me. I sighed, being shopped around again. What a wonderful feeling to return to. My thoughts dripped with sarcasm as the shadows of my past hovered around the edges of my thoughts. Maybe with this new life, if I can stay, if I can finally move on from those memories. A sudden buzz coming from my side table ripped me back to reality. I jolted upright and swiftly picked up my phone to silence the clamoring buzz. It was a phone call from a string of incomprehensible numbers. The phone shook in my hand as I considered answering it. Don't do that, it's a spam call? You have 20k points, oh god. Fuck. Hello? I lifted my device to my ear. A perfunctory voice on the other side asked to confirm my identity. Forever child number 216, Adeline, please confirm yes or no? I hesitated. The voice on the other end of the line repeated itself. Forever child number 216, Adeline, please confirm yes or no? Ba da 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 ba ba da ba da ba Thank you for the Max Ball, Nari. How you doing? We've been playing The Need to Live, which is it's a visual novel about vampires. Is she stuck in an asylum when not playing therapist? Yes. So she's basically held prisoner, and anyone like they're sent on missions until they're considered rehabilitated, which can frankly be never. But largely also because in this universe, child vampires are very unstable. Like, it's kind of insane. Like, they will eventually like die just from like being stuck in development, essentially. No, you need a tier list. Ooh, this is. Ooh, did I already save? I think I did. Yeah, I did. I did save. Yeah, most vampire children in media are horrible. Yeah, like, she's, like, apparently one of the few ones that was able to develop empathy, which is why they're using her as, like, a therapist. I mean, I don't want to be coming back. Can I say that after? I mean, I should confirm who I am, I guess. Well, no, I ain't coming back, bitch. Save it. I won't be coming back. I will assume this is Adeline, forever child number 216 speaking then. May we ask why you have taken such a hostile tone against us? You need to ask that? The voice sighed, then the line transferred. The line picked up again, and an annoyed voice came through the other side. What is this about not coming back, dear Adeline? It was the warden, a voice I knew well. She micromanaged her business empire. She was always making sure we had proper etiquette and shat straight. Shat straight. We did not shat straight. We sat straight. Fuck! She breathed down her employees' necks, almost as if she breathed down those of the forever children. God, will I ever learn how to speak properly? I refuse to come back. I am taking my freedom earned. I heard her sit back in the chair, the hinge squeaking. Are you not grateful of the time and resources I invested in you? Are you not grateful for everything given to you at no cost to you? Your phone, your clothing, your blood bags. Her acid-drenched words wormed their way into my ears, making my skin crawl. Wait, did Henri and Julien buy a child therapist? They didn't buy a child therapist. They did hire a child therapist, yes. But she asked in return that she be allowed to stay here. What of your hosts? Did they put you up to this? Tell me everything about them. No. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My panic rose into cold fear. Will telling her about Henri and Julien convince her to let me stay? To let me be free? No, she's gonna come and kill them. Will not divulging enough about how they need me around tell her how dire the situation is? Felt like I was getting pushed into a corner. I never should have answered this fucking phone call. Listen, I've been adopted. Oh, God. Okay. Owl says tell her. Balthazar says hang up. What does everybody else think? I'm scared. I mean, she must already know who they are. She knows who I'm assigned to. Slam the phone on like it owes you money. So she already knows who I'm assigned to. I mean, but I already took like a really hostile tone. I think I don't know. I don't know. I chose to answer the phone, therefore I feel like I need to talk, as long as it will let me. I didn't think much of it. This was the first time I've been sent out on a job or commission, so I wasn't sure what to expect. Made sense the ward would check in on their asset. Surely it was routine. I told them about everything. Julien, Henri, all their information, everything. I didn't know how much that cost me. I think I fucked up, guys. That was all the warden said. Then she hung up the phone. November 9th. I woke up to a very quiet house on the evening of November 9th. It was dreadful. A deafening silence rang through the house, imploring me not to make a sound, lest I alert the gods. But wouldn't the warden already know? Wouldn't the warden already know that we were here? Or is it like I gave too much information? I don't know. It was like I was suddenly trespassing in a house I thought had become my home. My phone rang, jolting me out of my stupor. I scrambled out of bed to retrieve the device. A voice simply said, "Pack your things." I don't think this is good. You're leading me to the bad endings. Then the line went dead. My stomach dropped. I felt as though my body had been suddenly eviscerated. I couldn't discern the voice's owner. I tried to compare it to Henri or Julien in my head, but I'd also never heard them through a phone's monospeaker before. The matches were unclear at best. Would Henri or Julien really just say that? I looked at the contact and the number was hidden, labeled unknown. Someone went to great lengths to scare me, but I had no doubt that it was real, a command of the ward. My thoughts floated back to the conversation with the warden. She must have done something. Anxiety, panic, and fear flooded my body. I curled up and wrapped my comforter around me. My hands shook. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. My body rocked back and forth, panic completely blocking out my other senses. The singular phrase looped itself endlessly around my mind. I don't want to go back. 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 I don't want... Oh, it's going on forever. I do not want to go back. I covered my eyes. I didn't watch as messengers entered my room and dragged my trunk out of the house. I didn't want to watch Henri's stern expression and Julian's face of broken trust as I was carried out of the house. Did I, tell too much about them? Did I, say too much? I said everything? I tried to cover my ears, too, to block out Julian's cries. Why? What did you do, Adeline? She betrayed our trust. No! That's not what I thought that meant! I thought it just meant... Henri's harsh tone pushed past my blocked ears. I didn't want to watch as Henri told the messenger to just keep the blanket. He wouldn't use it again anyhow. But I couldn't keep the blanket, so it was left on the driveway. I kept my eyes shut, even as we drove off. Even as I was deposited back into my cell at the ward, even as the warden stepped over to me and told me I'd never leave this cell again. I would live in the darkness for the rest of my miserable experience. At least when you're surrounded by a blank black void, you can't watch your hope and dreams for a new life be stripped from you so easily. My dream was rinsed and sanitized in seconds, like a chalk artboard melting in this rain. Oops! Well, that's not good. So, what ending was that? Early end 3? Oh, bad end means early. Okay, so I missed bad end 2 somewhere. Back to depressing. Damn. Alright. Maybe I just won't answer the phone this time. How about that? You know what, I know I have a route. There is a route guide. I don't know if I want to do that right now, though. How many early ends? Okay, so let me just look. There's 3 early ends. There's a neutral end. A bad end. And then a good end. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, well, Yeah. Let's tell her to shove it. No. Hang up. Bye. With a deep breath, I moved the phone from my ear and tapped the end call button. My phone lit up again, nearly immediately. I silenced the call, then turned off my phone and removed the battery and the SIM card. I'm gonna say early ending, we've been here for 5 hours. Well, yeah, that was it. I wasn't going back. November 9th. I had sat up in bed, wondering how Julien was doing. Especially with how the prior evening was left. Hey, Warden, you can take this phone and shove it up your butt sideways. So I made my way down the stairs to his study and paused at the door. Hushed voices behind the door. She wants to stay, though. Do you really think her living with us is a good idea? Think of how boring that is. Oh, no. They mean, like, boring for her, but she's gonna take it like they don't want me. Their voices went too low to make out for a second. Then I heard Henri again. I don't know. There was silence for a long moment while I stood outside the door. Warden needs a Buzz Lightyear toy stuck up their ass. Actual story, by the way. Huh. Perhaps I should just go upstairs. I shouldn't assume they're talking about me, right? I shouldn't panic yet, right? I settled on going for a walk instead. Taking a page out of Julien's book, I thought to myself and laughed through my nose. Walked down to the backyard, kicking through the snow that has piled up over the last few days. It was a beautiful scene despite the panic that was rising up. I couldn't help but question my methods of peacekeeping, or of my pseudotherapy as Henri had so aptly named it. Did I say the right things? Did I draw the right conclusions? Did I propose the right solutions? I barely made it past the tree line before I heard a voice. Adeline. His voice carried a sadness that I couldn't describe. It struck my heart like a cold blade. He was sad? I could feel my anger boil over my panic. I took a deep breath to steady myself, then turned to face Henri. We think that you should return to the ward. My rage spiraled. I could barely focus on his words. Julien stepped into view from behind Henri. He must have been hanging back by the door. Staying here will only clip your wings. You should get to see the world. Oh, you fools. You don't understand. I don't get to see the world if I go back. You don't understand. I don't get to see the world if I go back. But Henri cut off my explanation. With my glowing recommendation, you will be sent on many more jobs in the future. No, I want to stay here! I promise. I could feel the world slipping, my dream being torn from my hands, my family. But, I tried again, but my words got caught. My thoughts were disjointed messes of reasons and nonsense. But I don't want to. It's the best I could do in the moment. The mix of strong reactive emotions were lethal to my critical thinking abilities. Henri approached me, his feet crunching through the snow. He put a hand on my head in an attempt to be assuring. It'll be all right. No, he won't! Thank you for everything. No! What about Julien? He hasn't fed again! I was forcing any reason at all. If I had to tear open my veins again to stay, I would. Yeah, they don't understand. Yeah. Open your big pointy ears, Henri, and listen. They don't know. They don't know. They do not know. Henri smiled. He appreciates the sentiment, I'm sure. But we're going hunting tonight. You should get your things prepared. He smiled gently, the waning moon above casting a soft glow on his features. It felt like a peaceful scene. I knocked his hand away and trekked back to the house. I'll just prepare my things, I muttered. Enjoy your hunt, bitches! I glanced at Julien on my way in. His face was still, and his eyes looked 1,000 miles away. Enjoy your hunt? My thoughts seemed to drip with venom. If they aren't gonna let me stay, I hope they'll regret sending me back. I watched from the ground floor as Henri lugged Adeline's enormous trunk down the stairs. He carefully dropped it with a thunk and dusted his hands. I sent word while upstairs. Adeline's car should arrive shortly. No! We don't want that. I nodded, glancing up at the top of the stairs where Adeline stood, pouting. You're home, Pudding Pop. Welcome in. Yeah, we need to use our little tiny kid hands and slap him to make him understand. I needed her to be gone. I couldn't stand the thought of hurting her again, even if it were of her own volition. Listen here, you selfish, self-pitying fuck! Listen to the child! You are hurting her by sending her back! It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Sorry, Pudding Pop. We're at a point in the story where they need to not send this child back, please. It's so much worse being there. She helped us both. Maybe unconventionally, but nonetheless, I hope you had a good day at work, Pudding Pop. I'm sorry, I got really fucking mad in that scene. She's helped us sort out our differences and miscommunications. Her eyes met mine for a second before I quickly turned away. Yeah, exactly. You can self-pity later, Julien. Listen to the 80-year-old child. Don't send her to her death, or at least like a fate worse than death. Her eyes are full of anger and an undefined melancholy towards her return to the ward. I thought maybe we could have been a family. Maybe I would be able to play father for once. Maybe in another life. Maybe if I were so lucky, I could be reborn to have a daughter like Adeline and a loving husband like Henri. Adeline sat on her trunk, brimming with an emotion akin to hatred. A deep disappointment, perhaps? Alrighty, we should head out soon to hunt. I laced my fingers through Henri's. We stepped out into the crisp night, leaving Adeline alone with just her thoughts. What is wrong with y'all? I hope she'll forgive us one day. She won't. We set out towards the city at a brisk pace. Henri seemed excited. He's never had an issue with hunting, after all. His expression was serious, contemplative, probably wondering which hunting ground he should check first, as it's been a while since he checked them. There's sure to be something new inhabiting those parts. I let out a long breath internally. Hunting. The thought, the word, the action, all still left my stomach sick, even though I was trying to convince myself there was no harm in embracing one's nature. A cold tremor ran through my body. My mind rejected the very thought. My eyes hovered over Henri's broad shoulders as I walked 2 paces behind him. Yeah, they're literally unaware that their warden's gonna let her rot until she dies. And, like, you know, despite the fact that she was, like, literally being a child, like, a therapist, like, you know, she is a child. If these dudes in their, like, 30s or however, 30s, 40s, I don't know how old they're supposed to be, frankly. If these dudes have trouble communicating, of course she's gonna have trouble communicating. He was strong. So strong. Perhaps one day, though, he'd get tired of caring for me. Perhaps one day his patience would run out, and he'd leave me alone in the house to wither away in peace. Is that what I really want? That's a city. We're fast approaching the city now. The sparkling glow of the lights speckled the horizon, the neon lights drowning out the stars above, and dimming the moon with their splashes of pinks, cyans, and white. Car horns and shouting erupted around us, adding themselves into the cacophony of a busy metropolis. The evening din was deafening when compared to the quiet countryside manor of our home. Yeah, sometimes therapists need therapists. That's a very real thing. Most therapists also see a therapist. It made me anxious to be around so much noise and light. In one of the passing windows, a bright monitor played back a recording of a sickly-looking man, in clothing not unlike mine. I looked away quickly, not wanting to confirm my monstrous visage. The city heat turned the snow to slush, as it began to sprinkle. The droplets and haze, leaving everything slick, came to a quieter corner and paused. Are you gonna go off on your own now? I was actually hoping to take you with me. A new step in trust. I turned my face toward the sky. A smattering of raindrops on my face was refreshing, soothing, even if it was city rain. Okay, I sighed, turning and smiling at Henri. Sure, let's hunt together. Henri seemed delighted. His smile was cheery, but plotting. The unmistakable aura of a plan surrounded his suggestion. He wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me close as we walked towards his first hunting spot. It was a park. Perhaps it was a favorite due to his preference for forests, a subconscious connection to his history. I didn't ask. I couldn't. My thoughts were the only thing preoccupying me from dry heaving into a panic attack. We loitered by a large tree in the center of the lawn, waiting, internally praying for no one to show up. But again, despite my hopes, the universe answered by providing a suitable victim. A young person, surely no more than 20, was perusing their phone along the path. Henri didn't hesitate. Within seconds, he had his victim by the face and dragged them into the tree line. I followed despite myself. He had their neck exposed, pulled their face to one side to force the gap of exposed flesh larger. Henri stared at me intensely, wordlessly telling me to go in for the kill. I shakily approached. The victim wriggled in Henri's arms, but he tightened his grip, pulling the neck further. My face leaned in, my teeth grazing their warm neck. I could feel their pulse under my fangs. Then I heard a cry, a sob from the victim. My body recoiled. Henri sighed, his hand obscuring the person's face completely, then slashing their throat open. Blood spilled out hot and steamy in the frigid air. The aroma made me salivate, yet sicken simultaneously. The urge to eat and puke at the same time. I clamped my hand over my mouth, unsure which would win. This is sad, man. Come on, Julien. He sounded concerned, but the tone bordered on impatient. My body took a step, then doubled over. Eat, Julien! He shoved the body in front of my face, the blood still flowing ceaselessly from the gaping neck wound. I closed my eyes, letting my other senses take over, and found my lips taste blood. My taste buds lit up, and my stomach calmed, drinking in my first victim in months. I sat back, catching my breath, and Henri drained what blood was left in the body. He licked his lips and wiped his mustache with his thumb, cleaning up what smattering there may have been from the feast. He then tore the head from the body and discarded the carcass pieces. No threat of becoming a vampire that way. He held out his hand to help me up to my feet. I still felt shaky, but his steady grip pulled me up into his arms. I'm proud of you, bro. Oh God. His tone was soft as he placed his forehead on mine. He stroked my cheek with the side of his forefinger and kissed me. Reality was still sinking in for me. I was in shock. I don't know if the guy could survive if he had his head ripped off like that. I tried to smile, but I cried instead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. Why am I crying? He held me close and kissed my hair. It'll get easier with me. I promise. I nodded into his shoulder. We walked out of the trees, back into the dim light of the park path. I heard a clattering on the ground and looked down to discover the victim's phone, buzzing on the ground. Henri softly growled, "Don't." No! It was too late. I had already read the screen. Phone was receiving a phone call. The name prominently displayed on the screen was Mom. I felt my world crash around me as panic buzzed in my ears. Henri ushered me away, whispering words of reassurance, of natures, of needs and wants. But I couldn't hear them. I could only see the irreparable damage I'd caused to a family. Was that another bad end? The neutral end? Do they really need flesh blood? Can't they become thieves and steal from a blood bank? Maybe. I don't know. Okay, so I got the neutral end. What the fuck? Okay, okay. Neutral end. This will be the most common ending. Don't feel bad for getting this one as your first conditional ending. This happens when you choose both positive, neutral, and negative answers several times in the story due to it being a wide range of possibilities. Detailing the route wouldn't be feasible with all the variability of scoring. Ah! I see. Well, fuck! What was it? It's 5:30. That's the neutral end. It's not literally the same because they don't distrust Adeline, but for her, I don't know. I think it's because, I don't know. Damn. Like, part of me wants to knock this out, but I'm like, what if I can't knock this out? Like, what if I don't have enough time to knock this out right now? Ah! That infuriates me. Ah. So you're supposed to, like, literally never answer the phone call for the good ending, huh? So I'm looking at a guide now, because I'm like, I gotta know how to do this. Okay. I might have to, let's see if I can just bang shit out. Okay, so I need to get early end 2 also. If you survive November 2nd, you can achieve early end 2 by failing to provide the correct philosophical reason to Julien during his and Adeline's walk. Ah! Yeah, that one makes sense. Okay. That I get. Bang shit out, go to Taco Bell. Okay, so which... Fuck, what area... I've done so many saves, I don't even know. When they're on their walk. When they're on their walk. This one, okay. Okay. So for early end 2... So we need to choose this one. Do you feel you must bear the... Okay. Okay. Let's try. Do you feel like you must bear the responsibilities for those deaths? Do you feel like you must bear the responsibilities for those deaths? Of course. We're both once human, too. He shrugged his shoulders uncomfortably. I'll be robbing them of their futures. Just as we were robbed of our human ones. He stared off into the tree line, then turned back to me. His eyes met mine. The deep greens communicated a near bottomless well of sadness and regret within them. Then it's the guilt that their deaths are a means to an end, purely utilitarian to feed you? Yes. His voice was weak. Adeline, is that how you feel? Yes. Yes, it is. I cut into his words abruptly. I knew what he wanted to know. It was the same reason I preferred to drink pouches. It depersonalized the experience of having to drink human blood. Julien hung his head. The joy of the walk extinguished with just a few words. Julian's footsteps suddenly stopped. I turned back, just catching his expression. His face, a cold mask of stillness. Julien? He forced a smile. Head on back without me, would you? I just saw that I missed Fomantis. I'm so mad. Fuck! I don't know how it's 11:30. I know, I think my wife is working a little later today, at least, so I have some buffer time before I have to leave. I might be able to knock everything out. I was confused, but gave him a short nod. He turned, stepping off the trail into the trees. Where are you going? He answered over his shoulder. I'm going hunting. I don't think he is. He disappeared into the dense woods, obscured by the trees within seconds. I hesitated on the path, wondering if I should wait for him. He said to go back, though. My eyes stayed fixed on the point he disappeared. The trees and shrubbery swayed in time with the gusts of wind beginning to pick up stronger. I shivered and walked back to the house, unsure if I'd ever see Julien again. I returned to the house chilled to the bone. The wind had kicked up in earnest, hinting a storm's approach. I sat at the bottom step of the staircase and waited. Julien would come home, right? But I couldn't shake his expression I had glimpsed. It was still and cold, like he had realized something. A knot of guilt grew in my stomach. Was it because of what I said? I bit at a finger. Anxiety coiled its way around my heart and brain, making it hard to think or do anything. Who knows how long I sat there before Henri found me? Minutes? Hours? Adeline. His hand slid down the banister as he came down the stairs and knelt in front of me. Julien.
Let's go, lesbians! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, lesbians! Oh my god, lesbians! Let's go, lesbians! Let's go! Here we go, lesbians! Here we go, lesbians! Come on!
Let's go, lesbians! Let's get all the bad endings! Let's go! That's all I could muster. Julien what? Julien why? I didn't know how to articulate what happened during our walk. It was fine, but then it wasn't. Henri was momentarily confused before I saw clarity dawn on his expression. He's gone. Henri stumbled back. Trying to stand up, he caught himself on the wall, a look of panic going across his features. Oh no. What is that from? I don't remember exactly what show it is, but it was this guy, I don't know if he was a talk show host or something, but he's like kind of like running, it's not even a marathon, he's like exercising with these lesbians, so they're like running across like the blocks of probably New York, I'm guessing, and so he's being, trying to get them to keep up with him, like, let's go lesbians, let's go! I have to find him. His breathing was uneven. He walked unsteadily towards the back door. I need to find him. Oh, God. I don't remember if I've seen him make that face. He disappeared out the door, leaving it swinging in the howling wind. It was nearly dawn before Henri came back. He closed the door, crumpling to the floor. I watched him through the railing of the stairs as his body shook. Sobs tore through his throat. His face, a map of grief. Together, in our separate stages of guilt and grief, we watched dawn break over the horizon. All hope of finding Julien evaporated with the dew in the morning light. Damn! Hey guys, these bad ends are kind of sad. I say kind of sad. They are sad. Early end to... Oh, and that's him. Trying to atone for his sins. Damn. So, okay. So that was the neutral ending. What? How do you do the bad ending? Let me see. Okay, so that's early end 1, 2, and 3. Bad end. You have to choose all negative options except the ones that lead to an early end. Oh, this might be actually hard to, I might need to, yeah, I probably need to save this. Yeah, because I have to go through all the days again. And, like, I mean, I could probably, like, is there an option to skip? Skip mode red only, okay. Maybe I can try. I can try. I can skip red text, so I might be able to. What we learn, chat? Life as a vampire fucking sucks. It sure does, man. It sure does. Okay, so we can do this, though. So if I go back, I need to choose every bad choice, every negative choice. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna follow the guide now. So I need to still be able to see you guys, though. Hold on. And then move this over here. And then move this a little bit. Maybe... I'm sorry, I'm like rearranging my windows so I can see everything. Okay. Alright, bad end. So, you need to drink this. And then skip red text only. And then... Is that what's stopping you? Is that what's stopping you? Julien took another step towards me and peered down my frightened expression. I held his gaze for a long moment before he blinked and turned away. One of the many reasons. He paused and continued in a low voice. My need, no, my thirst for blood is sickening to me. It's a disgusting way to live. He hates being a vampire? I suppose it is rare to find a vampire who was willingly turned. Step closer. Okay, now we're still considered in new text. Like, give me more support, the frigid liquid grounded me. But that's our nature now. We do what we must to survive. There's no reason to want to no longer live because of our nature. You have a great life here. A house, a husband. A low growl emitted from Julien's silhouette as he whipped around to face me, his expression pained. This is not the life I would have chosen. Could I do it all over? His eyes had changed. The deep green was replaced with fiery orange and red, his face more gaunt than before. I would have wished to die in that bombing. He's begun to change. It will take only moments for him to descend completely. A feral rage sparked in his expression. Okay, so now, if we force him to drink the pouch, that's not going to go well. I think it's going to lead to the bad end, or the early end. So it says, drink the pouch myself. Okay. I cracked open the blood pouch and drained it messily, blood smearing across my face from my unsteady hands. His feral eyes circled my face, never settling, like he was fighting his primal survival urges. I felt the blood course through me. Revitalized, I felt my brazen bravery return. Tossing the empty pouch aside, I braced my body and locked my gaze onto Julien's. My heartbeat began to hike in response to the new blood entering my system. This feeling was always the closest I felt to being human again. The apex after your blood intake. Your system is in bliss. Your body responds in warmth and higher circulation. It's a feeling I cherished after every meal. Can I skip text yet? No. Okay. Julien. His body responded to the blood now running through my body. His head jerked, and fear painted his face. Why do you hesitate? You know this is the only way you'll come back from the brink. He was close to giving in. Think of Henri. Think of the life you've built together. Do you really want that to end? Julien's fear turned to despair. His eyes began to shake. They darted around uncontrollably, fighting their wants and needs into a stalemate of shaky paralysis. He needed one more push to take the bait. I held out an arm to my side and scratched 3 gaping rakes into my wrist. The wounds bled profusely and hot. His eyes locked onto my wrist, and one more beat of consideration, his nature won out. Okay, now we can skip. Scoop my blanket off the floor. That's all the same, okay. God, I love the skip function. Okay. Bad option is to choose you flatter me. Oh. Interesting. You flatter me. I only speak the truth I observe. I nodded silently, not sure how to respond. The comment felt forced. Henry looked down. I think I shall return to my own room. Turned and opened the door. Stepping out, then paused. Over his shoulder, he said softly, "Thank you." Then he was gone. Alright, and then don't visit Julien. No. There's no reason to. Henry said he was doing fine. I'll just wait and see. Okay, now I need to lower, okay, no score associated with that one. Alright, November 3rd. Okay, this option doesn't do anything, so that's fine. And then you need to do this, because otherwise... Okay. Tell him everything is a bad choice. Oh, I guess I'm not... I guess, because it's not... Yeah, because it's not right for me to tell him everything. I see. Okay. Okay, and then we get to November 4th. Oh, God. Oh, no, I don't want to. This is so sad. Just skip it. Just skip it. Okay, so the bad option is for this first part. It's actually, you guys need to at least try to talk. Okay. You guys need to at least try to talk. Henry shifted in his seat. We talk. Julien looked between Henry and I, but said nothing. Look. Brought you both here to talk to one another. It's obvious there's been a lot not being said between you two. You're gonna chill offline, it's almost midnight, be on the Discord? Yeah, no worries, Sachiko. You have a good night. I'm so determined. Oh God, I have to actually choose who's the woman in the relationship for the negative thing. God Christ. Who's the woman in the relationship? Henry coughed and Julien stifled a laugh. I'm sorry, what are you asking? I felt Henry's silent rage emanating from where he sat. Oh, just, who cleans and cooks? I swear. Skitty! I need to catch Skitty, hold on. Skitty, polka cat. Night-night, Sachiko. I squinted. Who, you know. I couldn't articulate the words because I didn't really know. I don't have the same chemical or hormonal urges as adults. Humans or vampire. I am eternally 12. My curiosity about adult relationships went as far as basic anatomical reproduction. Sex as an act didn't appeal to me, gay, hetero, or otherwise. Julian's face was fighting a smile. He bit his lips and turned to Henry. Do you want to... No. Oh, he's angry. Yeah, he should be, frankly. Julien coughed a laugh through his nose, covering his mouth with a hand. I struck a thinking pose. Tell me more. Okay, November 5th, I guess, is all just stuff. It doesn't seem like there's any choices on this day. Beep, beep. Okay. And then we go back in time. When Henry became a vampire. Okay, November 6th. I'm like slowly scrolling down my like list of choices. Okay. Let's see. How was your career affected by Julien? I didn't catch Skitty. Rigged. Rigged. Interesting question. Meeting him was the beginning of planning my retirement, so I guess he ended my career in some light. I nodded, tapping my chin with a knuckle. Do you resent him for it? He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his face a canvas of distraught. No. He said it quietly and softly. I'd never. He pulled at his ear and creased his brows. His statements left something unsaid, however. But? Henry fidgeted with a strand of hair. But nothing. I do not resent my husband for ensuring our safe future together. And I don't... His mouth screwed into a frown. Let's just move on. Alright. So do you prefer your life prior to settling down? That was a negative one. Oops! Have you what is this? What acts of service does Julien do for you? Oh, yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, because I'm being like, he doesn't do anything for you. He cares for me and cleans. He always knows when something's on my mind. So emotional support mostly? Henry thought for a moment, then nodded. Do you feel like you show your appreciation for them? Henry frowned. I think he knows I do. And you've said this verbally. Henry looked flustered. I think so. He pulled his chin hair and crossed a leg. He was thoughtful for a moment, then asked, My turn. Okay. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Have you considered you just need to try harder? His expression darkened. Adeline, I try every day. I devote myself to this marriage every waking moment of my days. I scratched my cheek, perplexed. How? All I see from the outside is behind-the-scenes manipulation. Are you devoted to Julien, or maintaining the status quo? His creases deepened. I don't like what you're insinuating. I sighed, unsure how to follow up this line of questioning if he wasn't going to participate. Alright, forget it. The last of your questions? Yeah. And then you asked me a lot of things that are sad. Alright, you, Julien. Do you think Henry responds well to conflict? Julien chuckled. Henry? Conflict? He rubbed his eyes and sat up. He's probably better at it than me, but finds the most covert and roundabout way to solve all his problems, like a tracking app. He yawned. Sorry, I don't have much to say on it. Okay. Start with things simpler. How about... Do you guys share cleaning duties? Julien guffawed. Simpler. Okay. I guess we share? I clean up my spaces, like my study here. Henry cleans up the spaces he uses. But we're both guilty of ignoring spaces in the house we don't use. Sure your room was a disaster when you arrived? Sorry about that. Waved off his apology. No, it's no problem. It's actually kind of nice. I'm so used to being kept in a sterile environment. It's fun to just clean up and make the space mine. Julien nodded, putting a knuckle to his chin thoughtfully. How interesting. Let's see. Moving on. Does Henry even know your love language? Julien knitted his eyebrows. His face crossed between annoyed and offended. Yes, of course he does. Just as an observing outsider, it doesn't look like he does. He blinked slowly, an amused grin spreading on his lips. Adeline, you don't witness everything in this house. Thankfully! I clasped my hands in front of my eyes. Yeah, very, very thankful I do not witness everything that happens in this house. I coughed. Anyways. Let's see. And then, do you feel you fit into your partner's life? Julien looked down, then away. I don't know. Why don't you tell me? I wrung my hands tightly, unsure how to navigate a response. I think you do. Or can. I think you guys just need to talk to each other. You need to let him in on what you've been going through, you know, internally. And he needs to be more visibly present in your life. He stopped, dropping his head. You said it so plainly. Was it so painfully obvious from the outside? Chewed my lips, not only acknowledging the question was probably rhetorical. Yeah. Well, we can be done for the day. Julien retrieved his blanket from the back of the sofa and wrapped himself in it. He threw himself on the couch, retreating inward. Well, that didn't seem to go so well. I'm like looking at this and it's like, oh, wow, I really did. On the 8th day, I did choose a lot of bad options. Oops. the kibby. One more second, let me clear my throat. Okay. Let's see. Have you guys tried hunting together? The men glanced away from each other. Henry prefers to do it by himself. I still accompany you to the city, though. Yes, we don't engage in the act together. Thought of taking another life turns my stomach. The last time we went to the city together, I lied. That means nod. Julien. I blinked, trying to pick up the threads that were unspoken. I knew he hadn't eaten a full meal in at least a month. Yeah, he could have been 3 months starved, basically. And, okay, in that case... Do you think that you can live a fulfilling life now? Julien shrugged. I don't know what that would entail. Don't say that. We've made it to our long-term goal of having a house, retiring, and living a peaceful life. I would say that's plenty fulfilled. Julien's face pinched. But can we call that a fulfilled life? Can we continue to live a fulfilled life if we've already met our goal? Was this it? Is that all that's left? Oh, that's brutal. Henry looks crushed. Julien was being cruel, but I didn't want to interrupt. I wanted him to let it out, let it be known. 2 monsters living in their cave away from society. Henry hung his head, retreating completely from Julien's side. You know what? Let's not. I gulped my words down, taken aback by Julien's firmness. I think I've had enough for today. Frankly, I implore you both to leave my study and me to my peace. Shock rippled with Henry and I. Neither of us were prepared for this sharp rejection. He stood up and stepped over to his desk, his arms crossed and his face stern. Please go. Henry, completely dejected, slowly rose from his seat and shuffled out of the study. I hesitated, debating with myself if I could still talk Julien down, but another glance at his face told me I would not be able to. I slid off the love seat and paused on my way out of the door. Julien's eyes narrowed. I won't ask a third time. My heart shook with cold fear. I had never seen him this angry. I nodded and closed the door behind me. Well, that didn't go so well. Yeah, so answering the phone is bad. Yes, I am Adeline, forever child number 216. Is bad. Throat went tight as panic rose in my body. It's like the fear one might feel when their parents corner them. Was I in trouble? Did I do something wrong? You're eating chicken nuggies right now? Just thought I should say that to get away from the sad. Chicken nuggies be good. Oh my god, how is it already 5:56? Are you kidding me? I'm literally gonna finish. No, we can do this. No, we can do this. I couldn't think. The ward had conditioned me so thoroughly to fear the repercussions of having my freedom stripped for any misstep, of baiting me into taking an option only to swipe it from underneath me and scolding me, of being too average, of not being grateful enough. And then a sudden thought occurred to me, and my heart dropped into my stomach. Did Henry send word to return me after all? My panic subsided to numb, crushing reality, and I responded solemnly to the voice on the other side of the line. This is Adeline, forever child number 216. Verified, transferring to the warden. Line dialed for a moment. With a chunk, the line picked up and a sweet, elderly-sounding voice chirped. Oh, Adeline, how good to hear from you. How is your job? Settling in all right? She may not have been right in front of me. I can still see her sly face in my head. Her words dripped with honey. The ulterior questions were laced between the words she asked. What she meant was, you better be doing your job and not slacking off. You better not besmirch the word's reputation. Chicken nuggies? Oh, shit. My mouth curled into a harsh frown and rolled my eyes. Not that the ward's reputation needed besmirching. She put on the airs of a sweet elderly woman, but that vampire was well over a millennia old, and she only cared about her business empire built on the essential slavery of child-sized vampires. I hope you're making me proud. It's like the acid in her words was directly injected into my ear. My skin crawled. Yes, ma'am. And what of your hosts? She wanted information on the mysterious clients that would request someone like me. Yes, ma'am. The warden's sweetness dropped and was replaced with a sarcastic tone. Don't spare the details now. I gripped the bed sheets under me. My head was swimming. Alright, so here, I need to say I'm not coming back. I refuse to come back, taking my freedom earned. And then I need to hang up the phone. And now we'll get a bat in. I woke to shouting. The yells of Julien and Henri echoed up the staircase. I bolted upright, my anxiety spiking with the volume of the ruckus. I had already forgotten the feeling of waking with panic-tinged anxiety, a blessing of these last peaceful days. I rubbed my eyes and groggily dragged myself down the stairs. Julien stood in his study doorway, and Henri was pacing a path back in the hallway. You know what? I think this is it. I caught Henry's shocked expression from the corner of my blurry vision. His eyes pleaded silently to Julien. Henri, I release you from our promise to eternity. I don't want that for you any longer. That's not what I want! Julien leaned against the frame. We're too different, now that we've retired. I've thought this over a lot. We've drifted. But... Henry's hands grasped at the air. He was trying to make reasons materialize. But we're doing better. His voice quieted, noticing me at the first floor landing. I know, it's the Gate of Wars. Adeline. Oh good, she's here. Help him. I'm going for a walk. Julien abruptly pivoted and walked out the back door, slinging his jacket over his shoulders, then slamming the door. Henri crumbled at the base of the stairs, cradling his head in his hands. But we were doing better. I fidgeted with my hands. I couldn't quite make out the argument from upstairs, but Julien implied the worst, really. Release you from our promise to eternity, he said. What is he talking about? Henry's voice was weak. He intends to leave me. I did everything for him. Maybe you could start doing stuff for yourself now? Henry's eyes snapped up, shooting a venomous glare at me. I just mean, like, can you live for yourself? His anger collapsed into a look of hollow despair. He shook his head, then limply dragged himself to the second floor and into his bedchamber. I watched him disappear into his room, then turn back toward the back door. I sighed deeply. All right, time to find Julien and make sure he doesn't do anything rash. I think Julien did something rash. I dashed out the back door and carefully picked my way through the snow, following the impressions left behind by Julien. He hadn't made it too far into the woods when I caught up to him. Why? I slowed my run to a quick walk, stepping up beside him, matching his pace. You should be making sure Henri is all right. His face was still, cold. I wanted to make sure you didn't do anything rash. Rash! His laugh sounded troubling, his expression weird. Nothing I do is rash. Nothing I say is rash. Nothing in my life has ever been on a whim. He stopped, rubbing his face with his hands. I have thought about this for a long time. He thinks he's taking care of me. He thinks he's being kind. Yet everything he does is to benefit himself. I'm only around to give him the validation he needs for his life. I've only survived this long because he keeps making me live. He just won't let me die. I grabbed his sleeve. Julien, you... He snatched his sleeve out of my grasp. Go back to the house. He took a step forward. Just promise me, to take care of him for me. I stared at him, our eyes meeting for only a second before he continued to his walk. Like a sign from the gods, the wind picked up, pushing me back towards the house. I relented and turned back. I sat at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for Julien's return. At nearly sunrise, the back door swung open. Julien stepped into the house. His face was calm, even cheery maybe. It was like a whole new person came home. November 10th. I rolled over in bed, finally resolving to try to talk through things one last time with Julien. Bro, I really thought I could bang this out. I'm probably gonna have to do the good end tomorrow. The curtains in the room glowed with the sunrise. Deep crimson splashed across the black curtains like an omen. I dragged myself out of bed, suddenly anxious about the prospect that Julien didn't return home. My legs raced me down the stairs with the muscle memory of living in the same place for nearly a century. As I approached the study door, I heard Adeline and Julien's voices. I leaned against the wall and listened through the open study door. No, I've resolved myself. There's nothing I can say? Or Henri? I heard Julien take a breath and a step. Wait! I stepped into the room, just as Julien raised his hand to the curtain. Adeline jumped at my sudden appearance. Julien! My voice was caught in my throat. He hand-gripped the curtain. The bright morning light rippled around the edges of the fabric, beautiful and threatening. Henri. His voice was calm and unnerving. He turned his face towards me, smiling. Please, let me leave the burden of this immortal coil in peace. My mouth moved, but nothing came out. My nightmares, my one true fear, was staring me in the face, threatening to take my everything away. I reached out a hand, my eyes trying to plead my silent request. Julien turned back to the curtain and yanked the cloth away. The brilliant light of the day flooded into the room, encompassing Julien completely. In seconds, his body was engulfed in fire from within. His unholy existence erased from this reality. Ashes crumbled to the floor, still smoldering and hissing as it basked in the sunlight. I blinked, wishing, hoping, praying even that this was just another dream, another false vision. I stepped towards his ashen remains, reaching for them subconsciously. Adeline put a hand on my arm, halting me from entering the sunlight. My body felt nothing. My mind emptied of everything but the scene in front of me. I couldn't process what I was seeing, my brain denying the information being fed to it. My legs wobbled as reality finally sunk in. A cry tore through my body, from the very core of my stomach, from my heart, from my soul. How dare he leave me? How could he? How could he think I was going to be okay without him? Doubling over, my body shook, violently alternating between depression and rage, sadness and murderous violence, confusion and shock, despair and inconsolable resentment. I could hear Adeline's hesitant footsteps as she attempted to calm me. It wasn't until well into the evening that she convinced me to go up to my room. She helped me upstairs and put me into bed. This is such a sad story. I wanted to get to the good ending today. I'm not gonna have time before I have to pick up my wife. There, my mind took me from the realm of the conscious to the land of dreams and fantasies. Divorced from reality, I let my imagination wander into the clouds, far from the indefatigable suffering of my heart. I sat on the side of my bed, my face in my hands, grasping at the situation. Julien died. Julien is dead. Julien is not coming back. I felt my thoughts swirling into shock, The bright fire that erupted from his body permanently seared into my retinas. Too bright to watch, yet too beautiful to look away. Guilt sunk into my stomach. To think someone could die beautifully. The thought felt disgusting. Dude, I know, it's so sad. My skin crawled. The feeling of those flames consuming me made my body squirm in discomfort. I tried to shake the visions from my mind and slapped my face with my hands. Shut up! Julien made me promise to take care of Henri. Then the tears started. Was this my fault? Henri tasked me with one thing, save Julien. And I couldn't even manage that. I should be the one suffering for that failure, alone. Why did Julien have to go and die? He had a loving spouse, success, a life that was only going to get better as he and Henri worked out their differences. I had nothing going for me, and yet I get to live on, despite having no plans for my future. Henri wanted to take them places, and he loved Julien with every ounce of his being. Why was the situation so unfair? I sobbed into a pillow, my permanently adolescent brain unable to fully process the depths of my guilt and sorrow. Somewhere in my depths, a light of sickening satisfaction glittered, though. With Julien giving me his final task, I will never have to return to the ward. I have a perpetual mission. It will never end. I'll be able to stay in this house forever. Damn! No, that's so fucking sad. Well, guys, I wanted to end on a good note today, but I don't have time to do the good ending right now. Fuck! Okay, what I can either do, I either finish it up like tonight, or I finish it up tomorrow before Death Stranding. Fuck! Fuck! We are back today. I was trying really hard to finish up the game yesterday. I did really love it. It is a very emotional story. But I did not have time. I had to go get my wife from work. So, we are first going to finish up with The Need to Live. We just need to get the good ending now. So it'll actually be good and happy. And we won't have to cry no more. Alright, we'll go from the top just to be, pretty much from the top just to be sure, but not the full top. The first choice we'll go to. Alright. So the library's impressive. We said that last time, so we should be able to skip this dialogue. Yep. Henri's talking points. Yep. And then offer the pouch. I offered the pouch with an outstretched arm, and he recoiled slightly, his face reacting to the offending item with disgust. Did I already read this? I did. Yep. Finding their wants and needs into a stalemate of shaky paralysis. Needed one more push to take the bait. And then it's like, okay, drink it from my wrist. And he's like, oh, woe is me. I'm such a sad vampire man. And she's having PTSD flashbacks. Henri's like, hey, you can stay here. We need to ask, how do you know my age? And then you care very deeply. Hi, welcome in, Sachiko. We're getting the good ending today. I was trying really hard to finish this yesterday. I didn't have time. So we're getting the good ending, and then we're going to move on to Death Stranding. And I'm very happy that we can get the good ending for this. Okay, we did that, and then... How am I? I'm good. I'm doing good. I had some donuts this morning. And then how did you two meet? I did ask this before, I thought. Yeah, I did. Okay. Smiled at small, left the room. Went thoughts and stared at the ceiling. Okay. And then, yes, visit Julien. So, are you feeling better? Why do you care? No score, so any of these are good. You did a Supersonic 8 speedrun race for 150 euros? Like, did you pay that much to do it? Or, like, was that what was being offered, like, if you won? Why wouldn't I? What do you get out of it? Press my thumbs together. Now you read that. I can still care about your life, yeah. Even if I don't know you. Yet. Even if I don't know you. Yet. I stammered, correcting myself. Okay, so I've not read this one before. No, it was a wager, 1v1v1 with you and 3 friends. Oh, I see. So if it was 150, so then was it... So whoever won then, did they get 450, pounds? I said euros again, didn't I? I meant pounds. Yes, but why? My mouth stumbled over articulating my words. It's called empathy. Julien narrowed his eyes. Who are you, really? I am Adeline. Forever child number... I think I read this. Nope, number 216. He huffed a little, apparently not satisfied with my answer. I don't know how else I could answer. I'm from the ward. I'm 5'1". He eyed me. I'd say you're closer to 4'11 and a half. Was I that much shorter than I thought? That feel when you're shorter than you thought? Did I used to be taller? That sense of being a weak and sickly human flashed in my mind again. Hospitals. So many hospitals. No, each person gave 37.5 or whatever it was. Oh, okay, got it. So it added up to 150. Okay. Appointments every week. I was dying. Profound sadness emanated through the memories. It's okay, honey, the voice said. We'll figure this out. Garden full of flowers, then darkness. So y'all chipped in 37.50 to the table, and the winner wins the whole thing. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, so the pot wins 150 pounds. Did you win? I blinked, pulling myself back to the present. I coughed out a weak laugh. Ha! Yeah, you got me. I sounded awkward and uncomfortable, trying to shake the sadness that permeated my mind. Julian's face changed, showing concern. Are you okay? Yeah. Just an old memory, I think. Something you said made me remember something from being human. Oh, you won by only 3 minutes. Isn't that a lot? If you won by 3 minutes, isn't that a lot? Like you were doing really good and everybody else wasn't, but congrats. Congrats on winning, hell yeah. Julien shifted his feet, then circled to the front of the desk. You remember your human life. It was a 5-hour speed run. Ah. But you did win, though. 3 minutes is a long time in a speed run, I feel like. 3 minutes is short. I feel like that's a long time. I get bits and pieces now and then. I try not to think about them, though. They often have an overwhelming emotion attached to them. I gently clapped my hands to my face, trying to make the feeling go away faster. In a 5-hour run, 3 minutes is very short. I guess so. I guess I'm so used to it being a bunch of different, down to a matter of seconds. Julien leaned against the desk, his arms holding the edge of the desk as he leaned. What do you remember? Oh, mostly hospitals, lots of what I assume are doctors, a sunny garden, 2 strangers who also seem very familiar. Julien nodded. I also remember my human life in bits, though the events right before I was turned are crystal clear. It was my turn to nod. It's not particularly uncommon for a vampire to remember their human life, but it's not the norm either. Most vampires abandon all semblance of their life before being turned. It's usually for the best, considering what we were is now our main source of nutrients. People. Do you know what an air raid siren sounds like? The question took me by surprise. Not from personal experience, no. I've heard them in films and TV shows, though. How old did he think I was? Did my demeanor and mannerisms make me seem older? Though I suppose it was good practice to not assume the age of a vampire. Julien nodded. The movies never quite encapsulate the haunting loneliness of a siren ringing out in the empty streets. Or just how loud they are. The melancholy saturated his words, like he was reliving the memory in front of me. I pressed my thumbs together, and squeezed my knitted fingers. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over me. This is as good a time as any to excuse myself. I clapped my hands, startling Julien. He goes, "Ah!" Oh, sorry. It's getting early. Oh, that's pretty funny. Yeah, because they're in the night. It's getting early, so I think I'll get to bed. I'm glad to see you're okay. Julien's emotions were unreadable, but he nodded curtly. Good night, Adeline. When he said my name made my stomach do somersaults. Good night, Papa, I said it softly as I closed the study door. Yes, I had not chosen that choice before. Okay, all that, the same. So now we're on the 3rd. November 3rd. Okay. I was doing a lot of skipping on this day. And then this one, it doesn't matter. Do you not anymore? And then this one, you have to say, you know, you feel the responsibility to keep living, to make their sacrifices worth it. Okay, so this one, I told him everything before, but what I'm supposed to do is Julien is trusting me as a confidant. Okay. Julien is trusting me as a confidant. We walked through the woods to a path he said you guys used to walk. Basically, a Sonic 8 is in any % of Sonic 1 to 3 and Knuckles, Sonic CD, 3D Blast, Spinball and Mania, back to back to back. Season 3 and K counts as, oh my god, 2 games. Super Sonic 8 is the same, but 100% or all. Wow, that's a lot of games to do in a 5-hour speedrun. That's crazy. And that's it, really. Henry's eyelids drooped, looking at me incredulously. He talked about nothing. You guys didn't say anything to each other at all. Hey, that's between us. I'm his husband. And he treated me as his confidant. Henry's anger was clearly displayed on his face. He chewed his lower lip, then clicked his tongue, averting his gaze. Hi, Nari, welcome in! You say 100% are all emeralds, as not all games had a super form. Oh, I see. I have a right to know. He said it quietly, angrily. Ooh. And then, have you thought of why he doesn't talk to you? Yeah, I never got to this before, because I just told him everything. Have you thought of why he doesn't talk to you? Henry looked baffled. If you want to know, you should talk to him about it. Pain was creeping up the back of my skull. My head was swimming. It must have shown because Henry quickly dropped the subject. Are you holding up okay? Nope, I'm skipping through. I'm having very sad flashbacks, but it's okay. We went through it before. We don't need to go through it again. Everything's fine. Everything was not fine. Everything was definitely not fine. Alright, so as you can imagine, we got a little couple therapy. Yeah, when was the last time you guys talked? Smirk played on Julien's lip, trying to suppress it. Sex doesn't count as talking. Whoa. I mean, she is an 80-year-old vampire, but she is also forever a child. Julien barely suppressed his smile and looked away, covering his mouth. Henry looked at Julien, then to me, then away, seemingly embarrassed. Look, I've brought you both here to talk to one another, so you need to talk. Let's see. Okay, so the one you want to ask is tell me how you guys met. But I thought I already knew how they met. I mean, well, maybe it's good for them to go over it again. Tell me how you guys met. Julien rubbed the back of his neck. He rested his chin on his hand, looking over at Henry. By the way, Sonic 2 special stages are also auto-scrollers too. Oh yes, you're stuck with those. You can't, like, make up any time on that. It was a company function. I was really stressed out being around so many people, but Henry was as cool as a cucumber. We hit it off almost immediately. Henry took me on a date, and the rest is history. He moved his gaze from Henry down to his hands. We don't do a lot of that now. Dates, I mean. From the corner of my eye, I saw Henry flinch. Ooh. Yeah, so now we're getting, like, deeper into the couples therapy. What's the crazy fact about Sonic 2 the game? Henry. Yeah, what was the last time you broken up? No, that's terrible. Henry, what was the last trip you guys took? Henry adjusted in his seat. I believe it's when we took a train. A short trip to nowhere, really. Just wanted to get out of the house for a bit. The trees were beautiful that time of year. A lot of flowering trees were blooming. And lots of mushrooms around, too. I believe we'd stumbled into a national park or preserve. It was lovely. And how long ago was that? Henry paused. He put a hand to his chin and pulled at his beard hair. Julien reached the hand out and gently placed his fingertips on Henry's thigh. Ooh la la. I don't remember either, dear. Sorry, please don't worry. It's okay. Henry's thoughtful expression morphed into amusement. Are we getting that old? Yes, you definitely are. They smiled at each other. The first zone in the game is called Emerald Hill. We can get the emeralds in the first zone and unlock Supersonic early, which is no coincidence. Oh, that's good for the speedruns then. I see. I tugged on my ear, thinking. Oh shit. We should know each other's birthdays. I don't know if this is gonna work. What do you admire about each other? What do you admire about each other? Julien leaned forward. His thoughtfulness. And I mean, look at him. He's gorgeous. Aww, so cute. Henry, embarrassed, leaned his face into his hand, as if to wipe his cheesy grin away. His creativity, and his penchant for philosophical discussions. Julien smirked a little. Oh, and not my looks. Henry chuckled. Of course not. Julien, it goes without saying, you are the cutest thing in the world. Aww. Julien rolled his eyes, suddenly bashful. Okay. Adeline, like, anything else, guys? 100% speedruns in Sonic 2 are almost 40 minutes, but just because the special stages are 6-minute long auto-scrollers. Ah, gotcha. Tried to urge them with a look, but they both sat back awkwardly, letting silence fall. I looked at the two men and rubbed my cheek. Getting them to talk to each other is like pulling teeth. Let's stop for the day, and then we can skip. Skippity-doo-dah, skippity-yay. Oh my lord, what a skippity day. Skippity toilet, learning a phone. Don't give a baby deep a tap on. Me who I didn't know how to rhyme it, so I just started scatting. Well, that was flashback to Henry's life. Now this, I feel like I did a lot of this one right, at least. What was your life before you met Julien? Skip, skip, skippity doo-dah. And then, do you like your home life now? Henry nodded. I love our home. I live easier now that I know Julien won't be put in harm's way on a daily basis. A genuine smile played on his lips. I never thought retirement would be for me, but here we are. Laced my fingers together, thinking. He half smiled as something caught his eye. Then we interrogate Julien now. How do you handle conflicts? Does Henry help with feeding the cats? What would you say your love language is? Yeah, a lot of these ones I got right. Is there room for your partner in your life? And then phone screen, zippity-doo. Yeah, Adeline is so cute. I like her a lot. Right, and they go and they dance in the snow. And the kitty! Cookie the kitty! So cute. So cute. November 8th. In our next session. How often do you or did you hunt together? And what would make your life feel more fulfilling? And then, when imagining your ideal eternity, is this what you see yourself doing? I rub my cheek, starting to feel the emotional exhaustion of the conversation taking a toll on me. Let's bring this full circle. What do you want for your partner? Aww. Yeah, I'm like, we've, oh, and then no. Do not answer the phone. I watched the phone ring, quietly vibrating in my hand. The call ended, then immediately whirred to life once more. I sat the phone on the bed and began to pace, watching the phone light up and darken periodically. The calls were incessant, but I knew it was the ward, and they would be the only ones outside Henri and Julien that would have my number. I weighed my options, then turned off my phone and removed the battery and SIM card. And that was it. I was determined to never return. November 10th. It'd been over a day since I saw Henri emerge from his room. I heard the occasional loud noise escape the room, but otherwise he stayed quiet over the last day. Julien only shook his head when I asked what Henri was up to. He said he needed to take care of some business. I assume he'll let us in on his scheming when he's laid the groundwork for it. He shrugged nonchalantly and returned his focus to his novel. I hugged my legs and rolled back in the love seat I occupied. Maybe I'll pick out a novel to read. And then Henri appeared. Before I could settle on where to start, Henri appeared in the doorway. I blinked away my surprise. Speak of the devil, and he shall come. Pardon? I stifled a giggle with my hand, and Julien coughed to cover his laugh. We were just discussing if you'd grace us with your presence today. Ah, I see. Well, Adeline. He looked at me, concern etched into his brow. I received a call from the warden of the ward. Oh. My thoughts went back to my now disassembled phone. About that. But Henri raised his hand, stopping my sentence in its tracks. I told them we were keeping you. Yay! He let the words sink in. It was like the words didn't mean anything for a moment. I just stared blankly at Henri, then glanced over to Julien. Julien laid his novel on his chest and threw his arms behind his head. He seemed to be smiling. I blinked as Henri's words echoed in my head again. I told them we were keeping you. I felt my chin tickle and realized I was crying. I tried to clear my throat, but I couldn't think of any words to say. Henri slid a phone from his pocket, an unfamiliar one. It was older, blockier, and looked heavy. I wiped my tears and sat up to read the screen. The tears were blurring my vision, the screen warping around ballooning pixels. Henri laid the phone on my lap and waited as I wiped my eyes and blinked to properly read the tiny screen. Yeah, it's probably a Nokia. My eyes adjusted to the display and was able to read the document shown. An email of relinquishment of ownership. Thank you for the headband, Nari. My mouth went agape. Ah! This. Henri nodded. You're free, Adeline. My eyes went wide with realization and stood up impulsively. I stood stiffly and unsure, then sat again, attempting to compose myself. Henri placed a hand on my head and ruffled my bangs. You can stay with us for as long as you want. But that also doesn't mean you need to stay. I couldn't tear my eyes from the screen, from the words relinquishment of ownership. I've always wanted to find a new home, a family to be a part of. Julien had gotten up and stepped to Henri's side. And I've always wanted to start a family. The words floated in the air, like an invitation. I gripped the phone tightly, tears welling in my eyes again. I looked up at them from my seat and sniffled. We can be a family? Henri smiled and laughed through his nose. We can be a family. I tossed the phone onto the chair and jumped up. Henri and Julien opened their arms, and I ran into their open embrace. Welcome to the family. Welcome home. Aww. As the cold winter months receded and spring turned the cool evenings into warm dreamscapes, I worked on cleaning up the eastern wing of the manor. There was so much more to the house than I anticipated. Julien and Henri only utilized the front of the house. There's whole sections that just haven't been touched since they purchased the estate nearly a century ago. My wing had a bedchamber and a study of my own, something I've always wanted. Yippee! I also convinced Henri to get it. Thank you. I also convinced Henri to get us internet wired up for the house so I could get a computer set up. Exciting times. Oh my god, are we gonna take Julien onto the internet? Oh shit, piano. I heard a knock at my study door as I put away some new books I'd picked up on a jaunt to the city. Yes? It was Julien. He stepped inside, a novel in hand, and took in my progress so far. Ah, it's coming along. You mind if I sit in here while I read? I made an amused face. You lonely, Julien. Huff. Perhaps. Henri has been gone for some time now. Can't I be lonely when you spend all day cooped up in here with your own activities? I giggled. Of course, Pops. Aw, she calls him Pops. That's cute. Julien feigned annoyance, then cracked, unable to keep up the act. He smiled. Thanks, dear. I'll be out of your way over here. He pointed at the love seat I adopted from his study. I nodded, then turned back to arranging my books. Oh! He pulled out his phone, surprised by the vibrating alert. Oh, now Henri wants to let us know he's still alive. Oh. His voice cut off. I turned to see Julien covering his mouth in shock, staring at his phone. Concerned anxiety rose in my chest. What is it? Is he okay? Julien bobbled his head and smiled weirdly. He might love us a bit too much. He just asked me how many cats in the house would be too many cats. We're getting a bunch of kitties! We're getting a bunch of kitties! I laughed. What? I abandoned my task of putting away books and dashed over to Julien's side, reading over his shoulder. I don't know. What should we say? Julien put a finger on his chin thoughtfully. The poor man doesn't know what he's asked, does he? I shook my head, laughing. Two very cat-obsessed people were just asked how many cats is too many cats. Yeah, we're crunching numbers. Julien waved his hand. Okay, we're going to practice restraint. Let's just say... His fingers glided across the keyboard, typing in his response. Oh, the kitty icon. Let's start with 2. We'll practice restraint. Yeah, that's a good idea. If you haven't, actually had cats in your actual, house, and this is your first time, 2 is a good number to start with. Because it allows them to socialize with each other, and it's not so much that you can't, balance your attention between them. SGTM. I was gonna say shaking my goddamn head, but that is definitely... It's not even I swear to God. What does that mean? Julien squinted at the response. Sergeant M? I coughed out a laugh. SGTM stands from sound good to me. Oh. I didn't even know that. I'm fucking old. Julien rolled his eyes, then typed his response. LOL. Yeah, okay, that's a fine use. Julien shooed me away from his phone. Go, back to your tasks. Daddy is learning how to use acronyms. And so am I. I didn't know what SGTM meant. I breathed out a long breath and walked back to my shelves. Wait. I whirled around and braced myself on my new desk. We're getting cats! Julien, sounding exasperated, laid his novel on his chest. Yes, dear, you better start thinking about a name. I already know what I'll be naming mine. My stomach felt like it was vibrating.
I've never seen Cosmo so scared. Chris was passed out. What did you do to him? He tried to escape, so I had to teach him a lesson. These robots here will test you. The gold one will test your strength and the silver one, your speed. Okay, let's test them out. Ha 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 ha.
Is that from Sonic X? Because it says the name Chris, so I'm assuming Chris is like that a kid that you talked about in Sonic X. I imagine if like that was like the name of the cat. That whole TTS message. That was what we named the cat. My stomach felt like it was vibrating. I sat at my desk and pulled out my phone, the newest model that matched Julien and Henry's. Goodbye, Nokia. Henry ordered it for me when he found out what I did to the award-assigned phone. He actually applauded me. He told me it's what he would have recommended anyways. The ward doesn't need to know where I was anymore. I stuck SGT. Do people actually use that? I feel so fucking old. Do people actually use that? I would literally just say, like, sounds good to me, and you could put, like, a 2 instead of TO if you really wanted to, but it's one more letter. It's not that big a deal. I don't know. I might be old. You referenced the dark supersonic scene. Ah. I feverishly began typing out cat names into the search bar and scoured the options. But none of them felt right. Yeah, no, you gotta come up with a cat name on your own. Spot, Midnight, Shadow, Luna, Teddy, Leo, Nala, all these names felt too impersonal. There'd be no meaning behind a name I just picked from a list, right? I sighed and resigned myself to having to wait until I'd gotten to know my kittens. I have no clue. I didn't know what SMH meant for mud. I knew that at least. I knew that. I know that's shaking my head. I knew that. I've known that for a long time, so okay, I'm not so behind on the times. Okay. Oh, should we go feed our strays? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Our strays, where one of them has a collar that says cookie. We picked our way around the house to the shed, and Julien performed the opening ritual of the shed door, shoving the door inward, then up, then heaving it open. Inside the shed were several sealed containers of dry cat food, an old broom, a scoop for the kibble, and a small bell. Julien handed me the bell with a nod. I walked out into the grass and rang the bell. Ding, 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 ding. Then in a minute, several tails popped up and quickly made their way through the grass to Julien and I. Cookie, of course, was among them. I held out a hand to Cookie, who shoved their face in my palm with a chirp, a happy kitty as always. Along with Cookie, there were several other adult cats of various colors, and a new brood of kittens ranging from 4 to 6 months old. I squealed. Kittens! Kittens! Julien looked down surprised. When did this happen? He offered a handful of kibble to the small cat sprouts, and they excitedly munched on the offered treat. Yum, 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 yum. I've got to see the dark supersonic scene at some point. At some point. Julien picked up one and examined their belly. He looked relieved. Oh, looks like they might be one of the farm's cat kittens. The farm cat's kittens. They've already been taken care of. Oh, good. This is what you join into? Yes, Calvin. We're doing the good ending. So, we're doing the good ending, and then we get to do our little Death Stranding. So, basically, the main difference, we did some more empathetic responses than before that got some more about, the character's relationship, and they decided to keep us. We have been adopted, and now we're getting cats, and now we have some stray kittens as well. Good. Ads, BRB. Oh no, he's in the ads. Dark Supersonic isn't actually gold, but jet black with a black fog and pupilless eyes. Oh, okay. I grabbed a long piece of swaying grass and tickled the kitten's ears. They swiped at the grass and then tumbled over each other, trying to play all at once. This is a joke that will never end. It was cuteness overload. My phone buzzed. Julien's too. We both pulled out our phones and opened the message. From Henry, an attachment. Show me. Kitties! Kitties! No, they're so cute! 2 cats, probably no more than a year old, were pictured. One was spotted with black and white spotches on its fur and big green eyes. The other was all white with big yellow eyes. I eyed Julien curiously. I knew which he'd want. I think Henri knew too. Another message populated, this one from Julien. They're a set. Do not separate. Dibs on the black and white one. Naming him Cake. Like a marbled cake. Another message populated from Julien. I smiled. Of course. I typed in my response. Oh, they all have little cats as their icons now. I expected nothing less. The white one is really cute. Thanks, Pa. Aww. Heart emoji. Aww. Any thoughts on a name yet, Adeline? I crouched in the grass and fidgeted with a blade of grass, thinking, well, I know it's all white now, but what about its temperament? I want to meet it first. Makes sense. I'll be home soon. I slid my phone back into my pocket and played with the grass, absentmindedly strumming the blades between my fingers. Oh, there's a bunch of deer in the background. I think I missed that detail before. That's cute. I heard Julien close the shed door with a loud thunk. He dusted his hands. Shall we head back in to decide on where to put the cat's things? I nodded. I paced laps around my study as Julien laid across the love seat and read. How could he be so calm? Cats! The anxious anticipation I felt was overflowing. I didn't know what to do with my energy, so I paced. Around and around the room I went like a racetrack. Julien occasionally glanced up with an amused smirk. Then I heard footsteps. I froze. Julien put his novel down and sat up. We both sat, waiting for the door to open. Henri clumsily opened the door, a cat crate in each hand. He lifted them up. But more importantly, the cats have arrived! I've never seen Julien move so fast. He bolted to the carrier with Cake inside and immediately opened it, pulling Cake free and smothering him with kisses. Henri gently placed the carrier with the white cat on the floor, and I approached timidly. I put a hand up to the grate to let the cat sniff me. Henri walked over to Julien and Cake to give me a moment with the cat. Aw, hello, little guy. Guy? Gal? I suppose it ultimately doesn't matter. You're a cat. How does coconut sound? Marshmallow? Snow White? I sat on the floor and opened the cage door. The little cat timidly sniffed the air, then looked around, their ears moving restlessly. They stepped out of the carrier with a brave paw and sniffed my legs and dress. Deeming me safe, the cat climbed onto my lap, and I screamed internally, She likes me! I shakily tried to stay calm and gently patted her head. She tucked her feet under herself and loafed up on my lap, ears alert, and watching Julien noisily play with Cake, who seemed to hyper enough to keep up with Julien's antics. So, little kitten. The words felt stilted coming out. What shall I name you? Little cat turned its face up at me, their big yellow-orange eyes staring at me calmly and calculatedly. How about Amber? Oh, yeah, that's a good name. You put dark sonk in the... Okay, gotcha. Like Amber, buried in snow. Yeah, Amber. I stroked a knuckle from her nose to her back, and she closed her eyes, content. Holding Amber in my lap, I watched Henri laugh with Julien and Cake and thought, what a wonderful feeling it is to have found a place to belong. To have found my new family. We did it! Yeah, that was like 43 minutes. I would not have been able to finish this yesterday. Oh, crying specialist, adding my name in there. Adding my name in there as the crying specialist. Oh. That was fucking good, bro. After all that suffering, getting to the good end. Thank my goodness gracious me. Thank you to my Ditto and Kibbies for their endless love and support, and to my poor wrung out sponge of a brain for cranking it out in 25 days. To my wrist and spine for holding out, and to my SO, always trying to support me even when neither of us knows I love you, binge. I swear if it's early and no, it won't be. It won't be. It's gonna say good end. I promise. Ooh, Ursa ring. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. Sorry to interrupt the music. I need to get this Ursa ring. Yay! We did it, honeybee. We got all the endings. We have all the pictures. We did it. We fucking did it! What a good game. What a good visual novel. I love that. It was very sad. It was a very sad story. But when you finally, after all that torment, you get to the good end, feels awesome. Feels awesome, man. Thank you, Chase.